The George Pino Nightmare Boat Party Trial. Day 6. Let's go. Good morning, beautiful humans. Wow, I was sleeping like a rock. The old alarm ripped me out of a very, very comfortable sleep to come and hang out with George Pino again and see what's going on. I basically missed all of Friday. Katt and Ali, really carried the banner on Friday. So I have no idea what happened, and I did not catch up at all on what happened with poor George on Friday. I don't even know. Tell me in chat. Did state rest? State still going? What'd I miss? So I'm keeping an eye on it. As you know, or may not know, chat is actually going to have to be disabled again, which makes me miserable. Just makes me sad. I like having my friends, you guys, in here with us. Feels empty. Feels empty without you guys. Truly. I'll throw this up. They haven't even started yet. I'll get live. There's George. Oh, he did the eye thing. He's like, what? Oh, yeah. Really? So, and excitedly, Katt, who's usually here with us, is going to be in that courtroom. I hope she positions herself well so that we can see her the whole time. She can send us secret signals. How sweet will that be? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ali, my beautiful and brilliant co-host, will be joining at some point. It was hard for me to get out of bed. It was very hard for her to get out of bed, but she's out of bed. I can hear her. She's feeding the guy. She's probably in no hurry. All right. So the big thing today that you need to know is it's our daughter's 14th birthday. So I'm going to be running a pretty tight ship. There's not going to be much chitting and chatting. I'm going to be going along because, my daughter's birthday takes precedent. Worst case scenario, if we dip on any part of the trial, I can either have Tracy come back and just babysit. She won't come on screen because she doesn't want to, but she can come backstage and babysit at some point. Because I know Scout's she's got a softball camp that starts at 2 to 2:30, and then our big kids are coming out, and we're doing she's got another softball game. It's very intense towards the end of the season with a lot of softball. There's the Fernandez family going through it, all of it. The ebbs and flows for them. And yeah, we're going out to watch Scouts game, and then we're gonna go do dinner. Trying to get my father out to one of Scouts games. It's challenging. It's very challenging. So yeah, that's just to give you a heads up. Tight ship today. Not much lollygagging. Very little lollygagging, probably. Like as soon as trial starts. All right, so let's see who we got in here. Who do we have in here this morning? Here's our beautiful Tracy, Amanda. Good to see you. Sharon. Trevor Orbital. Kitty Coo. Love it, love it, love it. Jennifer Amos. Denise. Oh, I'm so terrible at this. I'm so terrible at this. Please like, share, subscribe. Just take a second. Shrink that chat down and just give the old thumbs up. Hit that subscribe button. And, if you really love us, become a member. Christy Carroll, good morning. B-Dubs, hello. Caroline, good morning to you. Who else we got? Mark, good morning. Yo. Anna Lee, good morning. Steph's 2 times pause up. Wow. Oh, I saw that. I saw the states. She came off as an unhinged freak. You got something to say to me? It was like some George Jefferson shit. What? It was like fucking crazy. George was like, what? He's staring at me. It's like, what is up with the tough guy act? Like, what is up with the tough guy act? I'm not talking about from George. I'm talking about from Adams. That was bizarre. Like, the judge should have shut her down. I mean, who the fuck does she think she is? Oh, yeah. She's lucky the jury wasn't in there. That was all performative for the families. Look, I got your back. So hard. So hard. I'm a tough lady. See, remember when Katt was telling us that early morning, and I think she probably went back and showed you guys that her co-counsel came in, did a little puffery. Oh, yeah. I was out to dinner with my friend and they're watching the trial. They said that you're awesome. Yeah, right. That got her ego up. She's walking around. What's up? Yeah, what's up? That kind of shit. And then she comes in and pops off on George. I don't know. Let's see. Gina says, to me, it just showed that she really has it out for George. I don't know. I agree with both Katt and Ali. I think he'll probably get convicted. I don't think he deserves it. That's just me. I'm a girl dad. Like, he was trying to do something sweet for his kid. He definitely, like, in my estimation, if I thought that he was in any way intoxicated, I'd say put him down. 2 fucking Coors Lights over hours he wasn't intoxicated. Something else happened. I wish I knew exactly what it was. But, unless he testifies and tells us, and he might not even know. Thing happened so fast. I mean, people like, he's taken the route 100 times. He knows exactly. I mean, any given Sunday. So did you guys watch? Oh, sweet. We actually see, this has not been a financially viable trial for Ali and I. Like, it's 7-8 hours a day, no chat, no supers. If this becomes the norm with trials where judges are going to ace chat, like, I'm not doing trials anymore. It's too much. It's too much. Nobody sends Venmos. Like, I hate to grift and whine, but I mean, this is a business. It's not cost effective for us. If we can't have live chat, it's no bueno. 7-8 hours. I don't feel bad grifting at all. I think we perform a valuable service. So, and if chat's not there, it's impossible for you guys to do anything because no one remembers Venmo. Nobody remember. Oh, she wasn't ready. She's like, this mofo trying to put me on screen before I was ready. I was just grifting hard. I was telling everybody.
Did you already turn off the chat?
Mm-mm.
You got to keep that screen down below. So
I didn't. Did I have it up?
Yeah.
Well, the judge isn't even out.
I know, but this is the way that Katt has been doing it.
Oh, yeah. I was just telling them that these trials are not cost effective for us at all.
But you got to keep an eye out for Katt.
Oh, I'm definitely keeping an eye out for Katt.
I guess we could put it back up after we take them off. So people are like, "What do you mean no chat?" So that's if Bob hasn't explained. There's like an administrative order or a special order. I don't know from this case if it's all the time.
No, it's specifically this case.
Okay, that you cannot be showing the feed, the trial feed, and have the live chat feature going at the same time. Period. Or they shut you down. Or they shut down the actual main stream, court TV.
Or she threatened to do it.
Yeah.
We don't know if
So
she would.
Bob gives me like the 10-minute warning. He's like, wakes me
You're
up. 10
welcome.
minute-
You're welcome.
lets me sleep in. So
There you go.
I'm not quite
There,
awake.
there you. I'm not either. I said we
No,
were
but
both
plus, like, my
sleeping like little.
allergies were so bad. My eyes
Same.
feel sore. Like, my
Yeah.
body's sore and my eyes are sore.
Yeah, you were fighting through the live with the allergies last night.
Jess, your guess is as good as ours. Like, what is the reasoning? Why is what we're saying so I don't know. Do you have any theories, babe?
Well, I mean, the only thing I can think is she doesn't trust the jury to not go back and watch shit at night. I mean, they're not sequestered, meaning the jurors aren't being kept in a hotel under lock and key. I mean, they're going home. And I think that she's probably pretty pragmatic as far as being realistic that they're like, does anybody really think they're going to be able to stay off their devices? Because how your phone is going to wherever you're geographically located or geolocated in terms of the area that's the news they're going to get, like short of staying off your phone completely, it's going to be difficult for them not to get any information about the trial. So I don't know. I guess just erring on the side of caution, thinking that coming and watching us and like there's that one asshole on the defense diaries always saying that he thinks that George shouldn't be found guilty because it was an accident. I don't know. I have no idea.
What does this mean? Bob and Allie, people posting mean things on X about your highlighting.
Oh, yeah.
What's
Your
that mean?
highlighting sucked last night. That's what it's about. It's a joke. It was Kyle. Don't get all upset, babe. When you were highlighting on the screen, it was not good. It was not good.
No.
No. Yeah.
No, you know why? Because I didn't do like an OC whatever
Hey,
scan.
you know
No, I'm
what?
gonna explain. So it still thought of
Who
it as an
cares?
image.
I thought it was adorable.
So when you highlight like an image like that, you can't stay straight. Like if I would have run a scan and have it recognize text, then I would have been able to highlight like normal.
The only thing that I thought was like kind of strange that I'd never seen is like it was like basically striking the line, meaning that it wasn't opaque at all, and then it would turn into the highlight. I'd never seen that before. Like usually I could just see, like as I'm highlighting, I could see the words. It was like that. You had to finish the entire highlight that you were going to do. And then, oh, thank God for Megastar. We got a super, honey. Wow,
Yeah.
she sent us 2, Megastar did.
Oh, thanks, Megastar.
Oh, we love you. We love you so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate it. So here's the deal, and Ali keeps saying this. If you want to send us a question during the trial, Venmo us. I'm going to put the Venmo up. Like I said, I'm going full blown because I have to hear it from Ali off. She's like, these trials where we're spending 6-8 hours and we can't make any money on them. Not good for the business.
It's a bad business model. That's all
I mean, it's true. It's like, 8 hours and like that's like going to work for free. I mean, there's no other way to put it. All right. Should we like I told them Scouts B-Day. That takes precedent, obviously. Should we just pull it up and rock and roll? All right,
people are
chat, we love
asking
your face.
if
What?
Allie is tired or sick. These are allergy eyes. This is no makeup face. This is I just woke up.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're not sick.
No. Today this is just puffy allergy face. I mean, my
Yeah.
eyes are literally still sore.
Well, I
Literally
keep
still
telling
swollen.
Allie she's got to take the Zyrtec. She's like, it doesn't work. And I'm like, I think if you take it, like I take it daily and it works for me because I developed late in life allergies. I mean, I always, I probably always had it, but I don't know. I love you. Do you want me to bring you a Zyrtec?
No, I'm
Don't
gonna
make her feel self-conscious saying, "Are you tired?" or like that just makes her feel like she looks a certain way. Don't you guys understand that?
I do look a certain way.
No, you don't. You look beautiful,
Of course
and
you say that, my love.
it's because it's true. I'm not just saying shit. Do I ever just say shit?
Well, sometimes about how I look, yeah.
No, that's not true. It's like we have this conversation repeatedly.
Alright, well, let's not have it on a live.
Well, listen, man, I'm just trying to tell you. Don't make me get Jill over here and talk about your
Alright.
yeah, knock
I
it
know,
off.
local honey is supposed to help. Tablespoon, yeah.
And like I'm sure apple cider vinegar. It's always good.
Stick it
Like
on my eyeballs.
you got all the I mean, Allie really is the queen of home remedies. Like she knows the home remedies for a lot of different things. She's like, "Oh yeah, you need white vinegar for that." Oh yeah, So she'll always she knows a lot. Like she had us on the black charcoal brushing our teeth there. She's like, "It really works. It makes your shit white." I'm like, "Really?" I mean, we did that for like a year with the black charcoal. Remember? And then we switched to the black charcoal.
Then
Has
they
that
started making
kinda disappeared off market?
I mean, it
Like,
came on market long after we were doing it. I think it's
I
still there.
understand. I mean, like, I don't know if they're still making it. I think it was a fad.
Hmm.
Yes, a lot of people are coming in with, tablespoon of organic honey. What is that supposed to do?
So, the bees and the hives, they're like it's all that's why the local honey is important. So
Yeah,
they get like they pollinate it and that like
yeah.
gives you some of the it's sort of like I think the concept of getting an
Shot?
immunity. Yeah,
Kind they're saying yes to allergies.
for allergies, right.
Oh, shit. Well, that makes total sense because 'cause they're coming, they're pollinating, touching all kinds of the local flora.
Mhm.
I mean, that makes sense, and it's delicious.
Yeah.
I'll go get you some fucking local honey right now. I'll go do it. I'll go do it.
It's
All
fine.
right. Hey, listen. All right, and this is not our fault. I've been asking Scarlett what she wants for her birthday for 3 weeks, and she did the same shit at Christmas. Like, wouldn't give us an idea of what she wants. So I
Oh,
don't know,
I came up with something yesterday. I was like, "All right."
Hey, DB, fuck off. Why you gotta call me out? So true, though. So
He does.
true. What can I there's errands I can do. Yeah, I mean, the kid knows me. What can I tell you? He's got me fucking read like a book.
Yeah. "Babe, we're gonna have to go,
I love
we're
him
gonna have
so
to go to the
much.
market soon." And then he just disappears
We
mid-live.
should have
"Oh."
DB come in and babysit the stream. He'd probably do it too.
Yeah.
DB, trust me, bro. I am not abandoning. We've got one last live on Zach Adams, and I think all we have left is the now that is different than George Pino. I don't give a shit.
I wanna
Everybody
see if I
should be
can
watching
see
our Zach Adams and our Zach Adams coverage because that is coming down. Like it's got to be any day. I hope they're not going to pull the Todd Mullis shit, take a year and a half, and then boop, just give him no post conviction relief. I hope that's not the case of what's going on here because things are lining up for Zach. If that thing has to go to a second trial, if they in fact vacate it or the judge says you're getting a new trial, we got some good news about our
I don't
friends
see
over at
Kat.
Trial and Error. Huh?
She's on the wrong side of the courtroom.
Well, you see her?
No, I don't. I mean, you can see this whole side.
She might be like parking and I don't know.
Now she'd be in there, come on.
I mean, she can have her phone I'm assuming she'll text us and be like, yo, here I am. Beth sent us a $25 Venmo. Let me see. She might have said something. I probably just doxed her. There's probably like a full
Yeah, she
statement.
probably is like, don't be
She's
talking
like, don't
shit.
use my name. Oh, sorry. Let me see. Till I get into Venmo, I can't see if they're. Oh, it just says Bob and Allie. Oh,
Oh, wasn't that sweet?
that's Heart. That's Heart City. Heart City. Thank you, Beth. We appreciate it. Wait, are you guys talking about Ed Gein? Why are we talking about Ed Gein?
Was there like a new serial killer documentary?
I mean, there was that Murphy, his most recent, whatever it was, he's the guy who did the Dahmer one, and then remember we couldn't. I don't. Do we even finish it? The Ed Gein one. It was the
No,
one with.
I think we abandoned it.
It was. I don't know. Just wasn't for me. Just wasn't for me. I don't know. All right, y'all. I mean, they're still not doing anything, so we're
No,
gonna
they're not
chat
doing
it up.
shit.
We're gonna chat it up until they get started. And then, Kat, if you're listening, give us your intel. Where are you? What are you doing?
She's clearly on the other side. She can't hear us. She's just watching YouTube in the courtroom.
No, I think maybe she's still in the car.
What?
I mean, she's
Are they
down
letting
in.
people walk in late?
I don't know. Maybe that. Well, it's probably when court starts, like when the judge is on the bench. Like, I don't think the judge is on the bench right now. She was out there
Your
for
regular courtroom, you can come and go as you deem
yeah.
fit. During trials, even whenever. But
Even when I would go poke my head in on a trial that was going on, like in our primary county, just to go sit in for a minute, I'd feel weird, like if court was popping, just kind of creeping in. All right, wait.
panning.
Panning. Pan a little more.
No.
I was hoping Kat was going to be right behind George.
I mean, there's an open spot there. She could have been.
Yeah, look at it right there. Second row. I like that spot right there between the kid leaning over. Oh, no, that kid's tall.
What's that little pin on his thingamajig?
I don't
Looks
know.
like a banana with a pair of sunglasses.
I can almost guarantee you that's not what it is.
Yeah.
Hey, is that a banana on your tailpipe? This is the $1 million question. This is the $1 million question. Will we finally get to see Kat without a hat?
We have seen Kat without a hat.
All right.
What are you talking about?
You have?
Yes, she just did one of the lives with us the other day without a hat. Yes.
No.
I'm pretty sure.
I don't think. All right. Tell me I'm wrong, chat. Was Kat without a hat during one of the days when we couldn't chat?
Or ever, because I think I've definitely seen her.
I was doing a Dr. Seuss babe.
Oh.
I'm gonna go back and look. I feel like that's wrong. Oh, yeah, that's right. So she's at the Jones hearing in the courtroom next door. So she will be coming to join us at some point.
Let me hear this real quick. Okay. The defense expert is in the courtroom to listen to the state's expert.
Oh, all right. All right. So we're gonna turn chat off because we're getting ready to get started. The judges on the bench. Mega for Scouts B-Day. Thank you so much. Mega came back. Chat can leave super chat comments after each live. Also, just an FYI. Aw, thanks for letting them know. We appreciate it. Laura. Oh, family hug. Thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate it. And Julie Jensen, the lovely, talented Julie Jensen, 20 solid. Thank you for all you both do, or both. Thank you both for all that you do. We love you. We love you back. Thank you. 1,000 times over. We appreciate it so very much. So very much. Good. So I see that Kat is running her live, so she did get that done. So she'll come and give us an update on Jones and what she be seeing over there, and then she'll come and hang with us. All right, so I'm gonna rewind this thing just till when the judge comes out.
But just till right when the lawyer starts talking. The judge said nothing yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Did
Okay.
you stop it?
I'm about to stop the chat. We love you guys so much. Oh, well, thank you, Otis. Otis and Chloe says, "You guys rock. I'm new to the channel and love this." Ah,
Oh,
thank
look at
you.
the doggy. Looks like
What?
Nanook.
Where?
Their dog picture?
Oh, yeah. It does look I can barely see that. I didn't put my eyes in yet, so I'm pretty blind. Squinting. I'm squinting. Well, welcome, Otis and Chloe. We are so happy you're here. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We love having you here. All right, guys. Sadly, we must say goodbye. We must say goodbye. All right, I gotta go in.
We should make a banner that says, like, no live chat during
Yeah.
stream per court order.
Do you want me to throw the Venmo on there? That's what the pro grifters do. They have their Venmo scrolling the entire time. I felt guilty doing it with Kat because she doesn't give a shit. She's just like, you know, she doesn't grift like we grift. She's got class. All right, let me see. Okay, let me.
Well,
I'm
let's
I'm
turn off the
killing
chat.
time. I'm killing time. All right, I'm putting the ads on because Allie tells me I have to. It's all Allie's fault. So if you get ripped into an ad right in the middle of a question, blame Allie. All right, chat. We love you. We miss you. We think it sucks. It does suck that we can't have our chat on. But we'll see you. We'll see you at lunch break. We'll get the chat rolling. We'll come in and we'll talk trash.
And DB, let Bob know if you want to run the stream while we've got a softball game.
Yeah, we got all the
like
stuff.
birthday
Scout
presents.
camp, softball camp at 2. I got to bring her over for that. All the stuff. All right, chat. We're acing it in. Remember, if you're late, it's not us. It's the court. The court put an order out saying that Court TV and Law and Crime could not have their live chat on, and it extends to everybody that might be live streaming. We didn't want to take the chance of getting the stream of the trial cut because somebody's watching channels, which is possible. You know, I don't think there's been any channels that are streaming this, so they'll find us very quickly with a quick, search bar. George Pino trial. Boop. Here we are. We'll pop
By
up.
the way, DB said he's umping a softball game, so
Oh, is he?
he won't be able to.
Sounds like lies. Sounds like lies. All right. So, chat, we love you. 5, 4, 3,
Thanks,
2,
Holly.
1.
It's
Chat
happy anniversary.
off. Bye. Okay. There it is. I've turned it off.
But yeah, starting right here. This is when she gives him his daily.
Okay, let's switch our media asset and get the old boop. Why is that due process so small? I don't know.
And where's the one that has Kat's name?
She didn't send it to me.
Ah.
She didn't send me the dual stream overlay.
She doesn't know that we don't make overlays quick like she might.
I mean, she should know.
Click play.
All right.
Okay, work on the banner.
Yeah, I was supposed to have our Ali rant, Bob rant overlays done for yesterday's live. Okay, here's closed captioning. Get that up here. I've got a little boosty poo on. All right, let's go. Thank you.
All right. We were all very busy over the weekend. We doing some work and research addressing the potential jury instructions, but I think the issue for this morning briefly will be to
Wait,
address
fix those.
the scope
Can't see
of
them.
what would be the
What's going on?
the next witness's testimony. And having to do with the testimony regarding the navigational rules.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning again. The state's position is this. Number one, at no time will we ask the state's next witness, Paul Albert, any questions about whether, in his opinion, the defendant violated any navigational rules.
Can't see
So
him, babe.
that's off the table. But because he has been an instructor for so many years.
What am I supposed to do?
Go to the settings.
Okay. All right. It's just it's not saying like make them opaque and invisible to see. I don't like. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't do anything. I don't know why they're like that.
Mine are regular.
They are. All right. We'll pull up the trial.
No.
I can't make them regular. I've tried turning them off, turning them on. I'm going to settings. I'm going to subtitles.
And then there's options.
Oh,
under
wait.
subtitles. There you go.
Okay. All right. Font size, background color. Oh, background opacity. Let's see.
Mine's at 75%. What's yours at?
75.
Font size.
Font size 100%. Font color white. Font family.
Font family.
Yeah, it
Oh,
says that. Yeah, proportional sans serif. Yeah.
What about window?
Window color is black.
Below that.
Window opacity is 0.
Mine too.
Font opacity, that's only 25%.
All right,
maybe.
mine's 100.
I found the issue. Boom, you did it, babe. You did it. You did it. Good job. Like, why would that have changed on my end? That's weird. I did not do it. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. All right.
Hey, the chat's still going, I think. Oh
No, it's not.
okay.
It's not. It could like
No.
could be. Okay.
No.
All right, let's go.
In boating safety courses and in fact in training other Marine Patrol type officers about the navigational rules. And because it is the law that navigational rules must be followed, it was simply my intention to ask him to outline what some of what the navigational rules are and have him explain they are basically the quote unquote rules of the road for those that are operating vessels. And then I was
just saying, if anyone's popping out, I'm popping out. I'm popping out to put some like something cold on my face and brush my teeth. And
Wow.
so when your camera goes out, that's how people know I'm up there brushing my teeth. I'm gonna brush my teeth.
Wow.
10-minute warning, babe.
Wow.
Sleepy. 2-minute warning. Oh, I guess I better get out of the bed.
I was just going to ask him about a few of the navigational rules that I think are applicable to this case, specifically Navigational Rule 5, which mandates that, I'm sorry, Judge. Rule 5, which mandates that those operating vessels must keep a proper lookout. Rule 6, which mandates that vessels must be operated at a safe speed for the prevailing conditions. Rule 7, which provides that operators of vessels must take every precaution to avoid the risk of a collision.
So regular negligence.
And Rule 8, which provides that operators of vessels must take every precaution that they can to avoid any kind of a collision.
You said that twice, didn't you?
That would be toward the front of his testimony, Your Honor. And then from there, I will begin to go through, his crash reconstruction analysis, the actual extraction of data from the SIMRAD or GPS devices, what his interpretation of that data means, et cetera. But at no time will he say that the defendant violated any of these 4 rules.
So let's talk generally though about, and this flows into the issue of the jury instructions. as well.
I'm still having trouble hearing you.
This flows into the issue of the jury instructions as well. And I received the defense memo on this point.
Memo.
And do you want
Memo.
to summarize your
Memo.
position, counsel?
Yes. So this witness is going to be, I guess, trying to lay the law down, which is the court's responsibility, of course. And so we've outlined our position with regard to that issue. The leading case we found was a case called Logan. And so we filed a pleading on that over the weekend, and we would ask that the court simply exclude all of this testimony about rules. Alternatively, there'll come a point in time where the court would, if it's admitting the evidence, give a limiting instruction on how to assess those rules, that mere violation of a navigation rule does not constitute recklessness or culpable negligence, and there are proposed jury instructions on those points.
Right.
And I understand what the state is saying is that in all events, the court's going to admit allow the witness to testify. The witness will not be giving any opinions about violations of the rule, and consistent with the state's pretrial motion in limine, will not be asking the witness to give an opinion on whether the operator drove recklessly or culpably negligent, or give any opinion at all about the ultimate issue. So I'll be expecting that will be enforced. Stand by, Judge. And
That's really, the second point that you made, that's really the issue. While it will be over defense objection, I'm going to allow the witness to testify in general about navigational rules and the purpose of navigational rules. Under the circumstances of this case, but I am going to be very clear to the jury so they are not misled by information of testimony regarding navigational rules, opening the instruction of the navigation rules, because there is a violation of the navigational rule does not rise to the level of the type of recklessness by statute in order to find anyone guilty of felony. And I was kind of playing around with different types of instructions, but I am going to be ready to give the jury a limiting instruction at the outset of the testimony, or the point of the testimony. I guess it would be after he's sworn, and after maybe there's some initial questioning of the witness as to, once he starts to discuss navigation rules. So I'm actually both want to help me with that. I understand it's over defense objection, but I am going to allow testimony as long as the witness has been instructed that he is not to give any kind of opinion as to whether or not any navigational rules have been broken, and his interpretation of whether the conduct was or wasn't Mr. Pino.
He will not, Judge.
Okay.
He will not.
so I couldn't hear that last part.
Whatever the conduct was or wasn't of Mr. Pino is not to give any kind of opinion or statement on the reasonableness of Mr. Pino's conduct.
And so he will not, the witness, be describing anything as, quote, inherently dangerous or anything like that.
No, that's
Correct.
not, he is not permitted to do that. He's going to provide the information, his knowledge about the information, and that should be the extent. Now, you've outlined 4 specific rules.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so there's going to be testimony in general about navigation rules.
Correct.
Rules of the road.
Yes.
And then maybe more specifically, but again, this is not, it has to be clear to the jury.
To that end, Your Honor, I know the court was on the bench. When I got the defense motion, I think it was Saturday evening, I took time yesterday to start working on it, but I wasn't able to finalize a response to their reply. And I did file an amended motion for a special jury instruction. And cutting to the chase, Judge, what I would say is this. The Logan case that the defense cites does not per se prohibit the jury from being instructed on, for example, in Logan, there were instructions about running a red light or running a stop sign, things that had happened well before the actual fatal event had happened. And in Logan, the court said that it is not necessarily, and they emphasized the word necessarily, error to instruct the jury on violations of safety statutes in a culpable negligence case, but that proper instructions which advise the jury how to use these statutory violations in evaluating culpable negligence are necessary. They then go on to cite with approval an instruction that was given in a 1972 North Carolina case, but essentially what the court wound up doing, and I quoted from that case in my response, that if an unintentional violation of a statute accompanied by reckless or probable consequences of a dangerous nature, when tested by the rule of reasonable foresight, is not such negligence as imports criminal responsibility. However, if the inadvertent, that is, or the unintentional violation of a prohibitory statute, which I would argue the navigational rules are, be accompanied by reckless or probable consequences of a dangerous nature, when tested by the rule of reasonable foresight, amounting altogether to a thoughtless disregard of consequences or a heedless indifference to the rights and safety of others, then such negligence, if death proximately ensues, would be criminal negligence and the actor would be guilty of manslaughter. We talk a little bit differently now than in 72. So what I tried to do is take that language that was approved of in Logan, and this is what I proposed for the court to instruct the jury regarding the navigational rules. In the state of Florida, the law requires operators of vessels upon its waters to follow the navigational rules. However, a violation of any of these rules is not sufficient by itself to constitute culpable negligence or recklessness. In order for you to include a violation of any of these rules in your deliberations, you must also find that such a violation was accompanied by a thoughtless disregard of consequences or an indifference to the safety of others and caused or contributed to the cause of Luciana Cristina Fernandez. And I think that kind of bridges the gap between telling the jury just to ignore the navigational rules, which of course can't be done in any scenario, including when we're talking about court proceedings, but it also does not make the mere violation of those rules in and of itself per se reckless or culpable negligence.
Well, with the violation of the navigational rules, they're designated as non-criminal infractions or careless operations or simple negligence.
Right, just like running a stop sign is not criminal, it's an infraction. But certainly if we were trying a vehicular homicide case and part of the recklessness of the driver was that he or she ran a stop sign, is the state not allowed to talk about the fact that the person ran a stop sign? If you ran a stop sign and that proximately caused the death, in addition to other factors, the jury should be allowed to take into account the fact that the person ran a stop sign.
I mean, again, you have to still prove the higher threshold of the culpable negligence or recklessness, and the jury has to understand that that is your burden and responsibility.
Of course, but that's why this instruction that I've crafted says a violation of any of these rules is not sufficient by itself to constitute culpable negligence or recklessness. So the court is advising the jury, you can't find him guilty just because he's violated navigational rules, but it should be a factor to take into account.
It can be a factor.
Yes, and in order for you to include a violation in your deliberations, you must also find that it was accompanied by a thoughtless disregard of consequences or an indifference to safety of others and caused or contributed to the cause of, in this case, Lucy Fernandez.
So a couple things. First, I think we may be in a better position just to give just a vanilla instruction without getting into the elements of recklessness and or culpable negligence.
I thought for purposes of the witness testimony, this, what you're describing here, and I was working on it also this week as everyone else, I think has the basic principles. Why don't we craft something that perhaps is a little more basic that I can instruct the jury on? So, you have a suggestion?
The state's suggestion would be that perhaps prior to Mr. Albert testifying, the court advise the jurors that they may hear testimony about navigational rules. The violation of any navigational rule by itself does not constitute recklessness nor culpable negligence.
And it's I can maybe include they're explicitly designated as non-criminal infractions.
Why did they need to know that?
Make a testimony about navigational rules, violation of the navigational rule.
A violation of navigational rule or rules does not by itself constitute recklessness nor culpable negligence. I think that puts it into context. It's simple, it's straightforward, it's an accurate statement of the law, and it limits the jurors from thinking, oh my goodness, we are now hearing what these navigational rules are. We're seeing with our eyes evidence that substantiates that the defendant may have violated those rules, ergo he's automatically guilty. This keeps them from doing that.
It should also be clear, given the case law, Logan, that even a violation of the navigational rule does not necessarily establish negligence. You can violate a rule without putting anybody in danger. So, for example,
I don't know if that's.
yeah, it's not every time. Not every time, for example, to use the. So not every failure of a rule will cause a breach of a duty of care to another person, because that's what typically these rules are designed to do. Let's say a safe speed. If you exceed the speed limit by 1 mile per hour, that's not necessarily negligent, because at 35 miles per hour doesn't constitute.
That it wouldn't rise to blood even if it's simple negligence.
Correct.
To that end, Judge, the defendant is not charged with any offense that negligence is the standard for. The defendant is charged with conduct that would either be reckless and or culpably negligent. So bringing in negligence of itself is really not pertinent to the charges that the defendant is facing. So
Ultimately, I don't know if there are any lessons that would be instructed on in this case.
Well, that's still something to be decided once we hear the testimony, because.
Well, that also, that, you know, yeah, why would I be bringing in any, you know, simple negligence?
Because the word culpable negligence sounds a lot to a jury like negligence, and they need to understand there's degrees of negligence, and that a violation of the rule may not even rise.
It's a higher threshold of evidence.
Correct, but even the basic rule violation may not be conclusive of negligence. Like I just said, 36 miles an hour in a 35 zone is not necessarily negligent, because some rules are enforced based on public policy, but not necessarily evincing a disregard of the care of someone else. Otherwise, you get the point.
Made her testimony about navigational rules, the violation of navigational rules does not.
in and of itself
In and of itself.
constitute
Constitute.
recklessness.
And or culpable negligence.
I would say recklessness and or culpable negligence.
It's like Howard says something and she just completely ignores it as if he didn't say words, which is super annoying. Super annoying. I think this instruction is insane. I think it's ridiculous. I don't think that it should be brought up at all. Like, the thing I don't know is if you're on the waterways, do they write you a ticket for navigational violations? Like, oh, you were on the wrong side of the marker, so we're gonna have to write you a ticket. I don't know. Is that a thing? Any boaters out there? Have you ever received a ticket for a navigational violation? Because the problem for me is including the language in the instruction insinuates that he was negligent. So it's like it's already setting an expectation for the jury that he's negligent in some respect, in the fact that he violated a navigational rule. So he's negligent, but that's not enough. Yes, he was negligent because he was not in compliance with what the navigational rules state. However, we still have to prove more. I don't think that that's a reasonable instruction. I just don't. I'm sure Ali will have thoughts on it too. We'll reevaluate that when she gets back. In the interim, as you can see in this giant banner I put on the window, send your questions via Venmo just to show you that it works. Real quickly, Sarah had sent, no, actually Susan had sent a question. She said, y'all are great. $25 Venmo. Thank you so much, Susan. Question: what kind of prosecutor has such thin skin? What is happening? I mean, look, there you can't. Every single person that's an attorney and a trial lawyer is different. They're built differently. You would think that somebody who's been doing it for a while would have some pretty thick skin. It's hard to be a trial lawyer without having thick skin because, you know, you feel it, especially from the defense side of it. Like, defense lawyers have to have thick skins, otherwise you'll never survive in that particular profession. It's just the amount of hatred and you know, that you feel and get from the general public sometimes if they don't know what it is that defense attorneys really do. You know, it's easy to hate defense attorneys because, you know, they're defending the criminals. So as far as prosecutors go, I mean, you see it occasionally with prosecutors that are, you know, they can't all be Georgia Cappleman, right? I mean, Georgia, I think to a person, I feel pretty safe that 99% of us think that she's a pretty fabulous prosecuting attorney. She knows her case forward and backward. She maintains her decorum at all times. She has the proper level of snark, which I enjoy. When she tries cases, she doesn't lose her shit. She remains cool. You know, not everybody's built like her. And sometimes you get prosecutors that are, you know, are like the problem that I have with Adams is that she seems to have taken a real personal interest in this case. And I think that and it was very, very instructive in terms of kind of getting a mind's eye of what Adams is about with respect to this case, when Katt was showing us the text messages between Adams and her boss with regards to upping the charges to felonies and hauling Pino into trial to answer for them. You know, there was clearly something going on, you know, between her boss and her. And when you see a prosecutor that's kind of adamant about trying a case, and to the extent where they're going to their boss and saying, look, I want to do this one, you can usually take away from that she's gotten a little too close to the family or families. I think in this case, it would probably be the Fernandez family. And, you know, she feels some kind of obligation above and beyond what her job is to that family because of whatever relationship they've been able to develop over time, while this thing was kind of percolating. So, I mean, that's the sense that I get. I could be obviously completely wrong. I'm guessing, but that would make sense to me. Like anytime you see either cops or a prosecutor kind of going over and above what they should be doing in terms of their job in a particular case, a lot of times I think that will relate back to the fact that they have developed some kind of probably improper relationship, because it creates a bias, for that person doing their job that they shouldn't have. I mean, you have to remain objective when you're doing your job, whether it be a cop, prosecutor, defense attorney. Are you ready? All right. I'm off camera here for a second. So that's my best guess, Susan. So thank you very much for your Venmo. And then we got a couple of more Venmos. Molly sent 25 trial coverage. Thank you so much. And then Sarah sent $10. Happy birthday to Scout. Thank you guys. We appreciate that very, very much. All right, let's keep rolling.
And so my request would be to add
Recklessness.
And/or culpable negligence.
I would say recklessness and/or culpable negligence.
And so my request would be to add
Hold on a minute.
So a violation of a navigation rule is not conclusive evidence of even ordinary negligence.
Okay.
Exactly.
I thought we were trying to simplify this. Why are we bringing into this
Oh.
trial a
Oh.
standard that
All right, I want to
see.
hear your thoughts on it.
She's just like, I get to make the rules. Judge, just write down what I'm saying. I'll say it real slow so you can craft it exactly the way I wanted. And she wanted to go even a little further. And then the judge kind of was like, I've been thinking about this, or I reviewed this, and she had some issues, so she's like, all right, I better not push that one step further. I'm just going to go up and stop at this one point. So every time the defense tries to say something, then she's like, oh, wait a minute. No, wait. I thought we were trying to keep this simple. You know what? How about you don't let your witness testify about the navigational rules? Fucking period then. Because she is trying to take ordinary negligence and stick it on the jury. Like,
Right. She's planting the seed that even though that doesn't reach the burden, just so you understand,
it's
he
negligence.
was negligent because
Right.
he was violating the navigational rules. That's why I was saying, like, she's just, Howard will say words, the judge will stop and listen, and then not respond to it in any way, shape, or form. She'll just ignore what he just said and then re-pick up the conversation with Adams.
But I think it's Adams too, just disregarding it and trying to act like it's like her way is all that matters. But then you're right, the judge seems to be like, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'll do what she says. But I don't know. We'll see, because the judge seemed to give her some pushback. So
Yeah, I mean, I just think it's an improper instruction. I think it's extremely improper.
basically what you're saying, it's improper that he should testify to it, because if he testifies it to, they need an instruction, right? If she's going to let him testify to it.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you were on. I thought that she was saying, she was making the representation, Adams, to the court, that this particular cop would not be discussing navigational rules.
No. He's discussing the navigational rules. He's just not saying the defendant violated them.
Oh, okay.
That's why we're having this whole instruction. Because at first the judge was like, well, I don't think we need to be getting into the rules. And she's like, well, if a guy ran a stop sign, we'd at least be able to mention it.
Well, that's what I was asking. You grew up boating. Your grandfather had a boat, and
Yeah, I think they
do
give
you
out
get
tickets.
do you get a ticket
Yeah, they'll give out a ticket. I
for
mean, I
being
have
on the
no
wrong
specific
side of
memory of that ever happening, but I'm pretty sure the Coast Guard gives out tickets.
Well, I'm sure you can get a ticket if you're, boating while intoxicated, obviously, but like just being on the wrong side of a channel marker,
I think they give out tickets.
huh? What are you basing that on?
I
Just like
think
a guess? That sounds like a straight up
pretty
guess.
sure
Have you
that's my
ever been
guess.
present
No,
on a
when someone
boat
got a ticket. I mean, I
when
saw a
somebody
guy
got a
one
ticket?
time ram his boat into a dock in the middle of, like, this huge, like, boating presentation that they were putting on, like, this event, and he just rammed that boat right into a dock. All these onlookers were like, and then his wife was like, "What's wrong with you, Bob?" And he didn't "Where'd you learn how to boat?" "Oh, yeah, that's right, you didn't."
Oh yeah, no one ever sent me the lessons. I never read the book. Yeah, all right, so here we got another, Misty sent $1 Venmo, so you could be as little as $1.
Yeah.
And this is interesting. She says, "I agree, Bob. This case should never have been brought. The victim's dad was a prosecutor in that office." Interesting.
Really?
And you don't
Wait,
think yeah, that's what she's
when
saying.
he testified, I do remember he was a lawyer. How come they wouldn't have brought that out? Are we
I don't
sure? Are
know.
we sure?
Well, let me finish your question. She said, "Don't you think that is biased and a conflict of interest?" I think it's a
Well, it's
problem.
something, but I also think the defense would have mentioned it unless they were, like, precluded from mentioning it.
I like, what is the relevance of that?
Exactly what she just said, that may have some influence on the prosecutor's
As to
decision to bring this
whether,
case.
like, you think that it's, an allowable question, like, okay, so didn't your father work for this office?
Mhm.
If and
Yeah.
isn't that the only reason they brought charges?
No, right, that wouldn't be the you wouldn't ask him that question.
Well, I mean, that's what you're implying.
Right.
Yeah.
It weighed into their decision making.
Mm, I don't know, babe. I don't know. I don't think the judge would be happy with that question. Even like the implication, like I just don't see the relevance of it.
What?
I just
Well,
don't. Like
who asked that
I
question?
agree with you, and
Who
I
asked the
think that
question? What's the woman's not like don't
Misty,
dox her.
Misty
Well,
did.
Misty saw the relevance, so thank you, Misty.
Yeah. I see the relevance too. I'm talking about whether or not the judge would allow the
I think
question.
so. I think it's completely relevant.
Really?
I do. I think it shows that he could be
Questions as to why a prosecuting office
no, questions that
charged
might just
somebody,
have some I don't
bearing
know.
on why the prosecutor's office upped the charge. I don't know. Maybe. I don't
I
know.
don't know.
Wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong. And the other thing, we started getting some intel from Kat.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. All right. So she says she's about to head up to the Jones hearing. She popped in the courtroom. I don't know how she wasn't on camera. She slipped in without us seeing her.
Is she
She
good?
said, um, as far as the jury makeup goes, very generic. She says the jury is older, except two of the women. Interesting. So we've got an older jury. And then she says another little inside dope, little inside baseball. Pino was speaking to some guy to the opposite side of the defense table, and there are members of the defense team in the row behind the defense table. All right. So I think I saw that. There was a tall guy that was leaning in. He was putting
Wow,
some
that
kind
would
of
have
power
not
cord.
been my jury pick if I'm thinking, "Who do I want as a jury?"
Older jurors.
No, I want some younger jurors.
Yeah. Some partiers, some boat partiers.
Yeah, a little bit both partiers.
Yeah, and then, she also says that the camera is literally a foot away from Pino, all up in his grill. The jury is probably like 10 feet from Pino. So there's a little layout magic, from Kat, who's live in the courthouse. So she's going to be running up to Jones, and then I'm assuming she's going to be coming down, and she'll be giving us all kinds of deets all day. So those are exciting to hear. Thanks, Kat. All right, let's keep rolling.
Is not what is charged. It makes it more confusing. We're not talking about if he's negligent or not.
Yeah, you are.
I would suggest as an alternative to that the court consider something along the lines of any alleged violation of or any possible navigational rule violation is only one factor to take into account in determining whether the defendant was reckless or culpably negligent.
No.
But otherwise, I just think it's more than sufficient to tell the jurors that this is a violation of a navigational rule or even violation of multiple navigational rules does not in and of itself constitute reckless or culpably negligent behavior. And it just seems like the most basic, simple way to explain it to a jury. And certainly we can flesh that out more in the final instructions that the court gives. But for the purposes of giving the jurors a heads up of how to interpret the testimony they're about to hear, it's an accurate statement of the law.
You know what, I'm comfortable with just with a simple sentence there, and then in final instructions, there's going to be more explanation about, and will depend on whether there's going to be any lessers requested. Any lessers requested as well, it's going to depend on that as well. So I think that I'm going to wait for any further conversation, that any other detail. I don't want to confuse the jury, and I think that's simple enough not to mislead.
Wow.
One more.
Yeah, why don't you say when you say what it's not and you leave out regular negligence, it implies that it is. This isn't recklessness or culpable negligence. Okay, so it's regular negligence. What?
Right. It's what I'm saying. It's a seed planter.
Yes.
It's improperly planting a seed. All right. So, babe, we got a $5 Venmo from Deborah, who supports your proposition completely. She says you absolutely can get cited for violations on the water. Happens all the time here in New Hampshire. So there's some excellent intel. Thanks, Deb.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Deb.
Thanks for having Allie's back.
Yeah. I mean,
So, Judge, we understand you've overruled our request, and we'll, I guess, readdress this at the final instruction phase.
but
I don't know how long Mr. Albert will be testifying on direct, but I would request that when he's done, we could take a break then, so I can confer with our expert.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So I think that was the only matter before
defense.
the witness comes in to testify.
we'll just let the judge, she says something, she makes a decision, and they're like, all right, well, we lost that. We'll move on. And the prosecution's go, hey, wait a minute. You're going to say what now? You're also going to say this? Wait, no. That's not what I just, and then she just gives in, the judge. She's just like, oh, okay. So, I mean, they put up a color, right? And the judge tells them, this is not red or blue. So when you're hearing all this, don't worry, because it's not red or blue. All right, well, then, I guess it's green. I guess it's purple. I mean, come on.
Verde. Are they bringing in the jury?
You can bloop.
Yes, thank you.
will bring the jury. We will bring the jury. We will bring the jury.
Thanks. Got it. You know what you could run an errand to do? Go get us coffee.
All doing today. Good. A good weekend. All right. Anyone discussing this case with anyone else? How about seeing anything in the news about this case or on social media, on the live stream, television? Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about the case? You're all wearing your juror badges well displayed? Has anyone conducted any independent research or investigation to attempt to gather information? All right, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to proceed. State the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Paul Albert.
Please step forward and be sworn.
Do you swear affirm testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Morning, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up. Microphone is this way, jury is this way, so they'll have to speak a little bit louder.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, may I proceed, please? Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Good morning. My name is Paul Albert.
Can you tell us, what is it that you do for a living?
My full-time job, I'm a lieutenant with the Town of Palm Beach Police Department, where I serve as the internal affairs investigator.
Can you tell us a little bit about the background and experience you've had with that police agency?
Sure. I started with Palm Beach in 2006, and as a patrol officer, I've worked road patrol. I worked road patrol most of my time there, but I've had special assignments on the Marine unit and on the field force team.
What's a field force team?
So field force is we respond to we have Mar-a-Lago in our jurisdiction, and so we have protests. So the field force team is the team that handles crowd control, protests, and those types of things. I served as the field force commander for a bit as a sergeant.
Oh, you're important.
I worked as a detective. I've been a sergeant on road patrol as you know, a frontline supervisor, also enrolled as lieutenant, as a watch commander in charge of overall patrol operations on night shift. And then I've been in internal affairs now for 4 years.
Were you ever a member of the dive team for that agency?
I still am.
Okay,
Yes.
what does that entail?
Diving.
For fun?
No, we've done some evidence recovery. We've done lately, there's been a big push for illegal anchoring and mooring. And so our dive team will go out and take pictures underwater of illegal mooring structures. And we've removed a lot of illegal mooring structures. So a little bit of everything.
Before you went to the Town of Palm Beach Police Department, were you involved in another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
What was that?
So I started my career right out of college with what was then the Florida Marine Patrol, what's now the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
Also known as FWC?
FWC.
How long were you with FWC?
I was with FWC from 1993 to 2006.
Can you tell us about your evolution of your career there?
Sure. Almost entirely patrol officer, frontline. The whole time working on boats in a Marine capacity. And I spent the first 5 years on the West Coast in the Naples area, Marco Island, patrolling Naples down through the 10,000 Islands, Everglades National Park, and offshore. And then the last 7 in Palm Beach County. And I did a lot of work for FWC. I was a field training officer, so I trained new officers. I was an academy instructor for DUI and DUI, for vessel operations and vessel boardings. I was one of the agency's subject matter experts on marine electronic devices.
What do you mean marine electronic devices?
Like GPSs, radar, navigational tools, electronic navigational tools. I was on the boat selection committee, like the boats deciding on which boats the agency should use for patrol boats.
In addition to the police job that you currently have, do you have a private consulting agency?
I do.
Could you please tell the jurors about that?
Yes. It really grew out of mostly my teaching gig. So I do a lot of instruction outside of work, primarily in the marine law enforcement field. Even though I left marine law enforcement in 2006, I never really left marine law enforcement. It's always been like my passion. So I teach classes for the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, and it started with that really I work as an independent contractor for them, so I figured it'd be best to go put it under a business. But then pretty much since I left FWC, I've still been assisting FWC with boating accident investigations with GPS forensics. And over the years, I was getting more and more calls to do stuff like I'm doing right now, testifying in court and assisting. And over the past few years, I've started branching into a little bit of civil liability cases too. So all that kind of falls under my business.
Will you occasionally be hired to evaluate a boating crash and, render opinions about how the crash occurred, what things could have been done to prevent the crash, and write reports about your findings?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit also about any recreational boating experience you've had.
Sure.
Tell the jurors about that.
I'm born and raised Floridian in West Palm Beach. I'm in the hospital. I was born right on the Intracoastal Waterway, and I started boating at an early age. I started running boats on my own in my early teenage years. I was operating boats before I could operate a car. I owned my first boat before I owned my first car. I've operated boats from all the way out to the Dry Tortugas off Key West, all the way up through the Panhandle of Florida, from the backwaters of the Everglades out to 100 miles plus offshore, along the western Bahamas.
All right, we get
every
it. You guys drove
conceivable
a
manner
boat everywhere.
of condition.
You're muted. I mean, yeah, the guy's driven a boat long time. Rode boats all over the place. Can you tell me every place in Florida that you have, made a boat go?
I am a longtime boat guy. Aside from doing the boat thing in my job, I'm a big time boat guy. I do boats. I know boats. I boat over here. I boat over there. All right. A couple more Venmos came in. I'm giving the love to the Venmos.
Oh yeah. Iceman just was like, no question. Here you go, $100. Happy birthday, Scout.
Wow, you really flamed through me right there.
Yeah.
Are you
gotcha.
getting those texts too?
Sometimes, because I have I don't know. Yeah, I'm seeing them.
All right. So yeah, Iceman says, came in hot with the hundo, said, no question for me. Just wanted to say, what up, doe? Also happy birthday to Scout. Thank you, Iceman. We're doing the damn thing. Pino trial, day 6. That's what up. That's what up. Thank you
Very
so
generous.
much,
Thank
Iceman.
you.
We love you.
Iceman.
Angie paid us $20 for the grift. Appreciate yous. Thank you so much. Dude, why you got to put me on blast with Joelle? I hate when you do that shit.
From the most beautiful, spectacular days to the most terrifying, unbelievably rough, lightning cracking down around me, scared out of my wits days.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background
Double down.
and your training?
Sure. I have a degree in criminology from Florida State University, a master's degree in organizational leadership from Palm Beach Atlantic University. I went to the Marine Patrol Academy right out of college, and then I got my captain's license in my 20s. I think it was around 27 or so. So I went to sea school to learn the ins and outs of the requirements for passing the Coast Guard exam. I've been to all manner of training related to marine law enforcement, accident reconstruction. I learned boating accident reconstruction in the academy, and then through an advanced level course that the agency put on internally for its own officers. I've been to the NASBLA, National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, level 1 and level 2 advanced course. I'm now a subject matter expert for the level 2 course and teach GPS forensics for the level 2 course. I've been to DUI instructor school.
2 hours
I'm sure I'm missing a lot.
I want to ask you if a couple of months ago, so you wound up going to a training environment in Tennessee, and if you could tell the jurors a little bit about that.
Sure. So, well, it wasn't it wasn't a training environment, so to speak. We were doing work to improve our training delivery. So it was actually the second time that I've done it, but the time most recently.
See, Katt's all business. We're over on her channel. Like, I don't get to play. I don't get to play when, you know, when
Letting Bob
the
out.
cat's away. The
The
mice
Bob will
play.
play.
It was just a few weeks ago, beginning of
You
May.
can Venmo to
We went to
tell him to
Nashville
stop.
and we conducted staged boat collisions. And it's Coast Guard grant funded and through NASBLA and some of the states. And we got boats and motors that were donated to us from Mercury Marine. And so my portion of it was, of course, GPS forensics. I installed GPSs from all the major manufacturers in each of the boats that we intentionally crashed. And then we had we put all manner of GoPro cameras in every conceivable location. We had drone footage. We had crash dummies with G sensors on them, all to gather data so that we could further our own knowledge about boating accident investigation and also for training. And then these boats, we did 3 separate scenarios. And these boats we use in the level 2 class, the advanced boat crash reconstruction course. It's project based, so the students come in and they get several days of training, and then the students are teamed up in groups, and they're assigned 2 boats, and so that the students go out and they inspect the boats and they inspect the damage, and they're given the GPS data that was recovered from the boats, and then they do their own independent analysis, and they're required to do like a PowerPoint presentation in front of the class is kind of their final project to finish the class.
You mentioned something about the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators.
Yes.
NASBLA.
NASBLA.
It's a mouthful, right?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about your work with that agency in terms of forensic GPS analysis?
Yes. So, excuse me. So NASBLA is an organization comprised of representatives from all 50 states and every U.S. territory that work specifically on boating safety initiatives all around the country. They have a program, the BOAT program, that teaches. They have a menu of courses that they deliver to local, state, and federal law enforcement. And so a couple of years after I left FWC, NASBLA came to me and asked if I could produce a GPS forensics course for their organization, which I did. And so that course has been in place since 2013, and it's kind of a one-of-a-kind course. And we teach to state, local, and federal law enforcement all around the country. We have an ongoing contract now with the Coast Guard. I'm teaching 3 classes a year to Coast Guard.
All right, we get it. You've done all kinds of things. You're very learned in the way of cop navigating waterways, all that shit. Let's roll. Let's roll. We get it. We get it. We get it. We get it. See, now Katt probably would not fast forward past this shit. Guess what? I'm on
personnel. I've taught it in 6 states.
How did the recovery of it and analysis of it?
The GPS devices generated and stored a lot of really relevant data to me as a Marine conservation officer and boating accident investigator. And so I started using it in my day-to-day work, and then it kind of grew. Literally would tell me there's literally an arrow that would point, you need to turn left and you turn right to stay on a straight course, and you're basically running a straight course. You can now integrate these newer systems have bird's eye view imagery on them. You can overlay radar. You can put all the navigational data from the markers, the channels, and everything on there. You can integrate it with your autopilot system.
It sounds almost as if you actually could steer the boat looking only at your GPS, which is exactly the opposite of what one of their prior witnesses said when she asked the question. Well, can you safely navigate your boat using just the GPS? The cop was like, oh, no. Oh, no, no. This guy makes it sound like, it's all there. It's all there for you. It's all right there. I was wondering, frankly, like, so our friend used to own like an old motor yacht that he had refurbished. Thing was beautiful. But he would go on, like overnight, he would go on autopilot. And, he'd be hanging around in terms of being in the cabin, but like he wasn't having to like micromanage the navigation of the boat. The boat was handling it. So I obviously don't think that George Pino's boat was equipped with autopilot. I mean, maybe it was. I don't know. But I was wondering about that concept. Would that be considered negligent? Would that be, I mean, if you're not manning the boat personally, it seems strange that they'd have autopilot on a boat, right? I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Oh, by the way, got a huge Venmo, another one, which is quite wonderful, frankly. And I'm going to shout these out because like I said, we're in full grift mode today. So Paula, the lovely Paula, said, Hart, appreciate your live trial coverage, even without the chat. Well, thank you. We severely miss the chat. It's a whole different experience. Just is. I'm here to tell you, if live chat did not exist on YouTube, I would never do lives. We would strictly do videos. Like the engagement, the ability to be able to engage with our audience is everything to me. Like I'm always guilty of looking at chat way too much, like especially during trials. I want to hear what you guys are saying. It's interesting to me. I like having the conversations. Plus, our chat's hilarious. So, and super brilliant. All the things. So, yeah, I miss the chat desperately. So depressing. All right, let's keep going.
Literally push a button, and the boat will drive you to a fishing spot. And when I first started, when we would go out to a fishing spot, some of the spots over on the West Coast it's critically important that you get really close so you're dropping your lines to like a small wreck or small ledge or a hole. So accuracy is critical. So back then, there was a feature in place with the GPS system called selective availability, where the government used to degrade the system for civilian users. And what we would have to do is go out and we would drop a buoy on the given location on the GPS, and we would do kind of a search pattern off of that to locate the actual spot that we knew was there somewhere in that close proximity, and drop a second buoy on that and fish that. Now with the current system, with differential options that are incorporated into the GPSs, you're literally most of the time within a couple of meters of the spot. So essentially, when your GPS tells you you're there, it's under your boat. It's right there.
Have you ever used GPS in your car?
I do, yeah.
Would you say that GPS that you use, like with Waze or with maps, is as good as GPS that would be used on a boat?
GPS is GPS regardless. The system is working off of signals from Department of Defense satellites, and the system is really good. And so the quality of what you're seeing on the screen depends a little bit on the quality of the device and how good it can read the signals. And also the quality of the map that you're projecting the data onto. The data is good. The question is, how good is the map that you're projecting onto it?
Well, let's talk a little bit then about whether or not, even as good as the data is from GPS, if it's ever safe for a person who's operating a boat to just rely on that GPS data.
It's not prudent anytime to rely on one source of information to navigate. You should always be looking at using all available means to navigate safely.
Are you familiar with a term called the navigational rules?
Yes,
Can you explain to the members of the jury, have you ever trained anyone in the navigational rules?
I have.
Can you explain a little bit about that?
Sure. So one of the courses that I teach for NASBLA is the boat crew member course, and it's Coast Guard curriculum. It's the same course that they teach to their guys when they're learning how to be a crew member on a boat and how to operate a boat. Basic boating 101, from dropping an anchor to pulling away from the dock. But we talk about the navigation rules in the basic crew member course.
Are the navigational rules required to be followed by anybody that's boating in the waters of the state of Florida?
Everywhere, yes.
Where do these navigational rules come from?
So there's two sets. There's the international and the inland. And the international has been in place since 1972, and it was agreed upon by international agreement. And then the inland rules, which very closely mirror the international rules with a few minor differences. They were adopted, I think, in 1980 by Congress, and it applies to all boats on U.S. waters, on the inland waters. And then most of the individual states have adopted the federal rules as part of their state laws.
Do you have to take a test like you do for a driver's license to prove that you know the navigational rules?
Unfortunately, no. Well, let me back up a little bit. If you were born, I think the date is January 1st, 1988 or 89. If you're born after that date in the state of Florida, you have to take a boater safety test and get a boater safety ID card. Those courses range from an online to an in-person, but it's not a license per se. If Paul was making the rules, you would have to have a license to operate a boat in the state of Florida.
I want to ask you about navigational rule 5. Are you familiar with that one? Yes, Judge, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear some testimony about navigational rules. I am instructing you that violation of a navigational rule or rules does not in and of itself constitute recklessness and or culpable negligence.
Thank you, Judge. Are you familiar with navigational rule number 5?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what is navigational rule number 5?
Navigation Rule 5 is often referred to as the first rule of boating, and it is lookout. And essentially, Navigation Rule 5 says you have to watch where you're going all the time, and you have to use all available means, including sight and hearing and any other available means to determine if there's a risk of collision.
Okay. Are you familiar with navigational rule number 6?
Yes.
Please explain what that rule is.
Navigation Rule 6 is titled Safe Speed, and Navigation Rule 6 says that everybody is required to operate at a safe speed, and that speed is determined by your ability to see and recognize potential for collision and have time to take action to avoid a collision.
Are you familiar with navigational rule number 7?
Yes.
What is that rule?
Navigation Rule 7 kind of dovetails with Navigation Rule 5, and it says that you have to use all available means to assess the risk of collision. And so in many ways, it's a lot like Rule 5 for the lookout. It just goes into greater detail, saying that you have to use all available means at your disposal to identify a potential risk of collision. And then it goes into some further detail about the use of electronic devices, navigation systems, specifically radar and radar settings.
What about navigational rule 8? Can you explain what that rule provides?
Yes. Navigation Rule 8 says that you have to, in addition to the other rules, you have to take early and substantial action to avoid a collision. So on on the waterways, it's not always easy to determine what the guy that's coming towards you is going to do or what their intentions are.
So the boating rules are basically common sense. Boating rule 1, don't be a fucking idiot. Boating rule 2, use your common sense. If you see somebody coming towards you, move out of the way. Okay, got it.
It's not like the road where you have, traffic lanes and dividers and medians and whatnot. And so it's not always readily available. So what Rule 8 says that you have to take early action and substantial action so that the other boat that's coming towards you understands what your intentions are. So you don't just make small course adjustments. You have to make big course adjustments so that the other boater can understand, hey, he's turning to the right or he's turning to the left.
Are you familiar with the term allision?
Yes.
A-L-L-I-S-I-O-N.
Yes,
Is an allision a type of collision?
it is.
Can you explain that?
Allision is really a nautical term, and it relates to a vessel that hits a fixed or stationary object.
Are you familiar with a body of water called the Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes,
Have you ever been there yourself?
I have.
Do the navigational rules that you've just described for us apply to boats operating through the Cutter Bank Channel?
The inland rules apply there.
So anyone operating through the Cutter Bank Channel would be expected under the laws of Florida to keep a proper lookout,
Yes,
also to operate for a safe speed for the conditions,
yes,
to keep lookout to avoid the risk of colliding with anything,
well, they're required to always assess the risk of collision
and also to avoid a collision with
and
anything,
take action to avoid a collision.
whether it's a boat or a fixed object.
Yes,
Okay. Is the Cutter Bank
You don't
Channel a
say.
part of the intercoastal waterway?
it is.
Can you explain to the jurors, what is the ICW as it's sometimes referred to?
It's basically the nautical equivalent of I-95. It's a channel that runs along most of the eastern seaboard of the United States from, I think, New Jersey, all the way south, around Florida, up the coast of Florida to Texas.
Now, the Cutter Bank Channel, did you ever measure how long it is?
It's about,
I see we're just under 1,000. If you're late to the party, there's no chat. So if you're wondering, is my YouTube broken? Why isn't there a chat? Have I been banned from the channel? Why isn't there a chat? None of those things are what's happening. The court ordered at the beginning of this trial, if you're not aware, that Court TV and Law and Crime could not have their live chat active. So it's court ordered. We decided that, you know what? We don't want the stream to get cut because they've got somebody at the courthouse that's looking for channels that are streaming this trial and have their chat going. Why the judge decided to do this, I do not know. I could only speculate. But just in case you're wondering why there's no chat, that's your answer. If you're late to the party and first day watching this trial. So that's what's going on with live chat. We hate it, but whatever.
it's a little less than 2 miles, about 1.5 miles, mile and 3/4,
Okay.
1.8, I think it is.
1.8 regular miles?
I think it's 1.8 statute miles, maybe 1.6 nautical. I'd have to
Okay.
give or take.
About how wide is it?
About 150 feet.
Is it considered under the rules a quote unquote narrow channel?
Yes.
Objection not.
Yes.
Okay, even though it's, about how many feet wide would you say it is?
It depends on which part of it. I mean, I would say average between 150 and 170 feet
I mean,
wide.
that's
Yeah.
a fair distance. Why would that be considered narrow under the rules?
Because you have to consider what the water looks like north and south of it. So Cutter Bank is a shallow bank across the southern end of Biscayne Bay, and it really is the southern boundary of Biscayne Bay. South of Cutter Bank is Card Sound. And So you have this shallow body of water, and then you have the dredged channel that goes right through the middle of it. And a lot of boats can only navigate through the marked channel where there's a known specific water depth. They can't cross the channel, or they can't cross the shallow parts of the bank. So you have, once you get through the channel, either going north or south, it opens up really wide. So it kind of, all the traffic funnels down into Cutter Bank channel and then opens up on the other side. And so you have to be there, you have all that channel being confined to this one section of waterway. And you have to take into consideration the maneuverability of those boats. Some of these might be motor yachts that need a substantial amount of space to maneuver. So that's why it would be considered a narrow channel.
When traversing a channel, there's not like a yellow painted line like we have on the roadways to separate who's on what side. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But are there quote unquote rules of the road that dictate which side of a channel a vessel should be operating on?
Yes.
What is that?
You stay to the right.
Now you're here today for a crash that involved a Robalo vessel that was about 29 feet long, and it had a hull ID of RO, B like boy, S like Sam, 0144A919. Are you familiar with that vessel?
If it's the green Robalo vessel that I've been out to inspect, yes, I'd have to take your word for it on the, I don't have the whole ID number memorized.
You don't? Did you make a note of it in any of your reports though?
I did, yes.
Okay. I won't hold you to the exact, but can you explain to the jurors, what is a hull ID?
It's like a VIN number on your car.
What do you mean?
It's a 12-digit number that's stamped into your boat. There's one obvious one on the back of the boat, and then there's always at least one concealed somewhere on the boat. And it's just a means of tracking and identifying boats.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's in evidence. It's state number 68. You recognize this?
I do, yes.
And this is at Robalo?
Yes.
Did you personally inspect that vessel?
I did, yes.
Do you remember when?
September of this past year, I believe it was.
Okay.
I have to look at my notes.
If you need to look at your notes to
Sure.
refresh your memory, just let us know you're doing so. Just don't read from your
I
notes.
won't read from
But this
them.
isn't a
Yeah.
memory test.
Sure. I have it March 7th, 2025.
Okay. Were you the only person present for that inspection of the vessel?
No, defense counsel and some of their team were there as well.
Okay. And was Lieutenant Thompson there as well?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 5B. Yes. Okay. Mr. Albert, I'm showing you a flash drive, and it's got an evidence tag of it of 5V for identification. I want to ask you if you've reviewed the contents of this flash drive, and if they accurately depict either photographs that you've taken or seen, as well as videos, and also the GPS analysis that you conducted in this case.
Yes,
And how do you know that that jump drive contains those articles?
because I initialed it.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move 5V for identification and evidence.
Judge, subject to it being published, we have no authenticity objection. We'll just wait to see what is being offered.
Very well.
5B, mark for identification, State's Exhibit 114.
They got a different court clerk in there today. Different gal. I got a couple more Venmos. Tiffany said, State, your next witness? Yes, I'd like to call Autopilot to the stand. Woo, pretty good. Thanks for the 20, Tiff. We appreciate that. And then Misty, who had earlier sent a $1 Venmo, sent a $10 Venmo to say, correction. The dad was a public defender. This case is crap. It was reported that their charges were minor until the defendant offered money to the Fernandez family. To me, his defense should be objecting so much more. Like the flares being expired, I bet 99% of the boats don't have those. Fair point. Thank you guys both. We appreciate that. Good old smiling Johnny Boris. There he is.
For the record, I have published states 5B, image 1, Robalo vessel. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down?
Yes. Let's keep your voice up.
What exhibit number are we on now?
This is states 5B, it's photograph number 1 on the jump drive.
It's
Oh,
image
it's
114.
114, sorry, 114.
So to clarify, this is State's Exhibit in Evidence 114,
Photo 1.
Photo 1. Thank you.
Mr. Alvarez, does this photograph depict the Robalo vessel that you saw in March of last year?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go to the next photograph 2 on this exhibit. I noticed toward the bow of the boat, there's some plastic. Can you explain what that is?
That's the shrink wrap cover that's over the boat for time since the incident.
Also, I want to ask you, what kind of engines did that boat have?
Those are Yamaha outboard engines. I believe they're 300 horsepower each.
And then we can stop and I'm going to ask you some more questions. Did you make note of the length of this vessel?
Yes,
What was it?
it's 29 feet.
What is the beam of the vessel?
I believe it's 10 feet 6 inches.
What does beam mean when it comes to vessel anatomy?
The width of the boat at its widest point.
Does it have what's known as draft up and draft down?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what is draft up and draft down?
It's funny looking at that picture of that boat. You don't really get the sense that it's 30 feet long, you know? It kind of like when you're looking at the photograph of it, it looks kind of small-ish, right? 30 feet. That's, 10 yards. It's a pretty decent sized boat. I didn't really get the sense of how big it was. I mean, you figure you got 14 people on the boat. It's got to be fairly big. But, as far as the size, that surprises me a little bit.
Yeah.
And if you need to step
Sure.
down, if the witness has permission, if you need to step down to explain.
The motors on the back of the boat, they have a trim and tilt function. They can trim them up and trim them down. So Draft up is the boat floating in water with the engines tilted up. Draft down is the boat floating in water with the engines trimmed all the way down.
Now, what would be the top speed essentially for a vessel of this structure equipped with two 300 horsepower engines? What would you expect the top speed of a vessel like that to be?
In the mid-50s.
Okay.
Their advertised, I think, speed in the documents is 54 to 55 under a test load.
Okay. What is a test load?
Probably a couple of guys on the boat with a small amount of fuel, maybe a half a tank of fuel. I don't know what their standard is for measuring, but probably not topped off with fuel with a lot of equipment on board. A light load.
Oh, so not a load of, say, 14 people?
Correct.
Did you bring a model boat with you so that you could explain to the jurors what additional people on a vessel can do in terms of its ability to?
I don't know why the defense didn't object there. Like her snide little like everybody had a seat. Everybody had a place to sit. Quit acting like this was some crazy amount of people that were on that boat. Like she keeps implying that the fact that they had 14 people on the boat was in and of itself some form of negligence, which is bullshit. If every single person has the ability to be able to sit and have their own cushion flotation device, on top of, I'm sure that they had life preservers that people could wear, life jackets. I don't know. I do not like this prosecutor. She's trying to turn Pino into a monster, and I'm sorry. I'm devastated that Lucy lost her life. It's fucking awful. As a father of 4, I could not imagine it. I can't imagine it. Devastating. But this dude is not a monster. Like we watch monsters all the time at trial. Quit trying to turn this guy into a monster. He's just, I've got certain feelings on this case. And I, like I said at the beginning, I agree with Ali and Katt that most likely he's getting convicted of one of the 2 counts. But I don't agree with it. I just think that this was a horrible accident, tragic accident. Like if I had any inkling that this guy was intoxicated to the point where he should not have been operating the boat, then different story. Then throw his ass in, But I'm not getting that sense. I don't know what happened on that boat, but I'm not buying that 2 beers over I don't know how many hours had him impaired to the point where he couldn't operate the boat. So I don't know. But juries want to convict.
Juries want to convict.
Yeah.
No.
Traverse through water.
Sure. So how fast you can go on this boat is.
I was just going to point out, like, he was saying how they determine the top speed of a boat, and like that it's how many ever under test speed. And she's like, oh, okay, what's test speed? Well, you do it without a full boat, without a full tank of gas, without a full, just to show it's going to go a lot faster on the test than it does in real life when you've got,
less weight.
Right.
Right.
So she was trying to make it sound by her tone and her snark, like you said, like, oh, so not when there's 14 people on the boat.
Right.
Which is actually an argument that cuts against what the prosecution is arguing.
Right.
It can't go as fast as it can't go as fast when there's that many people on it. But she just, it's like she doesn't even, comprehend what she's saying, or she damn well does, and just thought, this is a good place. If I throw in snark, people think he means something different than he just said.
Right. Well, and it's like that thing, like where she's implying that the mere fact that they had 14 people on the boat in and of itself is negligent, when it's not.
Right.
The boat has the capability of carrying that many passengers. If everybody has a seat, which they all did, then you're good to go. It's not like
Right.
people were hanging off the side of the boat.
Right. I anticipate that she's going to bring out arguments with this witness that the boat cannot navigate as like sharply with that many people on it. Obviously, I'm, like the more weight, the less maybe instant maneuverability
Maneuverability.
you
Yeah.
have. But what she did right there was just some bullshit. Like, I'm gonna like
Right, because the tone was
this to the
everything.
jury.
Like you said, it was the tone that made it snarky. Oh, so like say for instance, 14 people on a boat.
Right.
It's like it's just she rubs me the wrong way. I don't like her.
Well,
I'm
don't
sorry.
forget, and I think one of the comments earlier was like, you need a tougher skin. And
Thicker skin, yeah.
thicker skin. I'm assuming, but maybe not because I didn't hear the whole thing. Like she's talking about how on the last trial date, I think it was the last one, when she does that thing where she's like, "Are you looking at me? What the fuck? You, you got something wrong with me? Why are you
You
looking at
talking
me?"
to me?
Right.
Are you talking to me? It's like I posted the Robert De Niro from Taxi Driver. Like somebody asked if I had seen, excuse me, her pop off on Friday, and I did catch that. I don't know if I was on camera, but I was watching you and Kat, and I saw that whole thing come on. I think I came on, John. Yeah, it was crazy. It was such a weird thing, and obviously the jury wasn't in there,
No, of
but
course
like the
not.
judge should have told her to knock it the fuck off.
Right. She sort of
Kind
did.
of,
Right.
ish,
I'd agree.
you
Ish.
know,
Any
like
Venmos while we're paused anymore? I
yeah.
know that people have been sending them. So
So yeah, Misty sent another Venmo for $10. Thank you very much. And she had said, well, she corrected. I'm not sure if you heard the last one that Misty sent, that the father was a public defender, not a prosecutor.
okay. Right. All right.
That was a big update. We appreciate Misty getting the facts right there. So
Now
thank you
that
for
I
that.
think I do remember.
Yeah. But she came back again with $5 and said, "Do you think the defendant's crying outburst hurt his case?" I don't know. I don't know.
mean, if public opinion is anything, possibly, but
Well, yeah, the number of people that were like it was fake, because that's her next question. Do you think that was fake? I do not think it
I
was
do not.
fake. I think he was having a panic attack. Like when leading up to a trial, because he hasn't done it since. And now the counter argument to that will be, see, he's
No,
able
no,
to
no, no,
control
no.
his emotions now.
No. We watched him basically like pinching his hands, like he was using all kinds of techniques to try and like get himself back into control. So I would push back on anyone who said we haven't seen him do it since. There was also another time where they were like, "Hey, the whole courtroom's like literally about to be in tears. So you can't hold it against this guy." They had to sit him on the other side of the table so jurors couldn't see him like doing his other techniques. There was like some biting and clenching. So no, he struggled with it.
Yeah, he struggled. And look, while this thing's pending, I talk about this constantly. And if you're new to the channel, maybe it's the first time you're hearing it, but this guy, like any defendant leading up to your trial, is incredibly nerve-wracking. It's incredibly anxiety inducing. It's just the most stressful situation you can possibly imagine, because you realize what the potential outcome could be at the end of this thing, which is me in prison. And so when the trial finally hits, if you don't think that you're going through every emotion possible, including fear, including just absolute depression, including the fact that you're devastated as to why you're there, seeing it, hear it, like everything's going to flood over you, and it's hard to be robotic, especially if you're an emotional person. Like
Well,
I
plus by all accounts,
person, like
by all accounts,
no.
this father, very active in his kid's life, has known, Lucy his entire life, was like a lot of the girls were like other family members. They considered everybody family. So whether he was culpably negligent or not, I don't think that changes one bit that he actually feels horrible. This was
This guy
never, no
feels
one will,
terrible.
right. No one can ever say this was an intentional crime. He was somehow set out to, cause death or serious bodily injury to one of the girls on that boat. So
Right.
even if he had been, and even if they establish, but even whether any of us believe he was criminally culpably negligent, does not change the fact that this man honestly feels horrible that this child lost her life.
Yeah, you froze there for a second. Are you on the ether? Yeah, no, I agree completely. And the bottom line is that there's no way this guy's not completely crushed. There's
Hey,
no
and you
way.
can also Venmo us with hate Venmos. Like, you guys are crazy. Like, please, tell
We'll
us.
read them
Let us
all.
know. We'll read them
We'll
all.
read them all. And so Misty goes on. She had a lot of questions in this one. And what about the prosecutor lashing out at him the other day? We've covered that. That was insane. He had a head injury. How has that not been an issue? That will become an issue on the defense's case.
And
Chief,
they have tried to touch on it in their
yeah.
cross-examination questions as well. No, but that's definitely gonna.
And then she
What do you
wraps
think?
it with this prosecutor has a personal vendetta against him. I think it seems like I don't know that she has a personal vendetta against him as much as I think that she has a bit of a too close for comfort relationship with the victim's family in this particular situation. It just seems to me
She's
that
definitely
there were,
taking it personal.
right.
There's
That's what I'm
right,
saying. That's
for sure.
exactly my point.
Correct.
That I think that it's and that's improper. Like there's a reason why you're supposed to remain arm's
Impartial.
length if you're a prosecutor in this type of situation. And you hear it all the time from victims' families, like, oh, I never heard from the prosecutor, and they weren't guiding us through the process
That's
like the
what they
way
have
that it's
victims
always
advocates for in the
exactly,
prosecutor's office. They're the ones who do the hand holding, get the emotional attachment, give them
exactly.
the information so that the prosecutor can stay more, focused on justice and not emotion.
Yeah, and then Missy came back one more time with a buck, said, Bob, I'm with you, accident unless DUI. This is so disturbing. He needs you as his attorney.
He's got pretty good attorneys, I think.
Yeah, I think Howard's like we'll see what Howard's all about during their case in chief. And then Beth sent us 25. If the jury is older and George is older, they all come from the same era. So I think that the jury would be more understanding of how things work and accidents happen. Just think jury relates more to George. Prosecutor is a bitch. Older people like me and the jury recognize a bitch.
I mean, very good point. Very
Very
good
good
point.
point. It's an excellent point.
Very good observation. And
Yes,
that's probably right. The more relatable the defendant is to the juror, the better it is.
100%.
I don't know,
100%.
but a mixture. You always want the chance of getting those different opinions. I just hate 6 people. Again,
Oh
I said it
God,
the other day. I
me
could
too.
lead 6 people to do whatever I want. I will, bamboozle 6 people. But 12, you're
It's
gonna have
harder.
somebody that fights back. Be like, wait a minute, what
Yeah,
did you say in there? Wait, no, 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 no,
yeah,
no, 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 no.
yeah.
And I don't
6,
mean that literally. I'm not, obviously walking around
right? But I mean,
bamboozling
your
people.
point's well taken.
Right.
Like just in the sense that it's easier to convince 6 people of anything than it is 12. It's just like you've got double the number. So obviously, 12 individuals, 12 people that think of things different ways. It's going to be much more difficult to do that. Yeah, I'm with you. I hate the
And one of
6.
12 willing to say, wait a minute, y'all are nuts. Listen to what I've got to say. Can we look at this another way? I mean, you need a person who's going to stick what is it, like a spike in the thingy or, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know what the
sure
saying
there
is.
was some heavy duty discussion about whether or not they should go bench on this thing.
Oh, God, no.
You don't think so? Like just from the
I
judge's
don't know.
demeanor?
Maybe.
I don't
I mean,
know.
maybe you're right because it's like for the judge to decide that this is, but I feel like she hasn't done anything right. Like as far as, I mean, a lot of things I don't think she has done right as far as pretrial rulings and trial rulings. So,
Which is what you're usually gauging whether or not you're going to go bench on, right?
right.
Like if the judge is, because during the process, as you're in there on motions and motions in limine, and the
I'm
judge
like,
is,
okay, this judge is
she's like, this judge can't
She
stand
doesn't
us,
get
and she hates our guy. Like, there's no way we're doing a bet. You do get that sense, as you proceed through the actual pretrial process, and you kind of, you'll have that. But I'm sure there were still conversations about it because, I mean, the standard is kind of like I would have a hard time trusting a jury with being able to determine if they've met the standard, the burden.
for sure, because especially with all of this negligence that they're getting on. I call it not negligence. I'm calling it you just said a whole bunch of negligence. All
Right?
these
Because like
rules and you know,
you,
you can't even basically you don't have a lookout. I might if I'm on the jury, I might think he's guilty. He didn't have a lookout. He's guilty. If he would have had a lookout, that would have been that rule whatever, use everything at your disposal and she'd still be alive. So that sounds like guilty to me. I think there is a real fear here that all of this is like that maybe that would have made it a harder decision,
well,
but
I mean, look at it like this. I have a hard time trusting that jurors understand what beyond a reasonable doubt is. So you're compounding it with them trying to figure out exactly what the hell culpable negligence is, on top of the fact that they have to figure out what beyond a reasonable doubt is. It's a lot to put on a juror's plate. You know what I'm saying? It just is.
This
And
civil courtroom matter. That's what this is, in my
100%
opinion. I know
agreed.
there's a lot of people out there who disagree, and we love to hear from you. That's the way we are on this channel.
Right.
And if our chat was going, we'd be telling them let people hold different opinions. Nobody, attack anyone for it. But we also like to challenge opinions. I mean, Bob and
Yeah.
I challenge our own opinions every single day.
Yeah.
I think of it as like a wonderful thing.
It's an
Although
intellectual exercise. I
right,
mean,
although people
it's
think
what
we're
we do for
fighting.
a living. I mean, we argue opposition all day. Like
Yeah.
that's what lawyering is. So yeah, we never get offended by people thinking that we're nuts and out of our minds and like we're pro defense and blah blah. Happy birthday.
Happy
He
birthday.
is risen. Aw, happy
Aw.
birthday.
I was hoping she'd
Aw.
sleep in late and we wouldn't feel so bad for being on
She
a live.
did. She slept in pretty late.
Everybody, the chat is not alive right now, Scout. So you're like, wait, how come no one's wishing you
Yeah,
happy
there's no,
birthday?
you're not, we
There's
have no live chat going.
But
So
before, when we had them going, they all wished you happy birthday. Everybody's wishing you happy birthday. They're sending us Venmos wishing you happy birthday. So, she's gone. Bye, love.
she gone.
We sang happy birthday at the strike of midnight last night.
Yes, we
so.
did. We did. She was still up.
Wait, but I was in the middle of saying perimenopause brain.
Wait, we were talking about
Oh, I remember what I was going to do.
challenging.
Right.
Yeah.
So sometimes Bob and I are like reading the comments and I was like, what? This person said we're going to get a divorce soon. Someone else said we fought about. So then I like rewind it. I'm like, is this what they meant? Weren't we just like having like a little, back and forth about it could be looked at this way. It could be looked at that way. I'm like, is that what they mean? Is that what they're talking about? If we didn't do that, I don't think we would be married anymore.
Right. I mean, like, I think that people sometimes forget that we're both lawyers and that we argue for a living. And, we have
And, like, argue, meaning not argue.
Right. We argue for a
what's the other
living,
word?
like
Right.
in terms of, well, I mean, that's what you call it. It's
I
argument.
know, but I just want, there'll be those people out there who be like, see, these fuckers argue all day.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
actually fight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, but people don't understand, like Ali and I for 20 plus years, 25 years have been together all day, every day. There's no Ali goes to work, Bob goes to work at a separate place. It's Bob and Ali went to work together. Bob and Ali came home together. Bob and Ali travel together. Like we do everything together because we're our best friends. And, but we also challenge each other, which is amazing. It's like we just have an amazing relationship, and Ali and I, we don't pull punches. We just don't. And when you're this many decades into a relationship, if you're having to walk around on eggshells with your spouse, those are the folks that are probably going to get divorced, not the two that are able to actually communicate. You know, I respect the hell out of my wife. Like, my wife is the baddest bitch I know.
He's all right.
And yeah, you know, and I'm okay, you know, so she tolerates me. So,
No.
yeah, no,
But I just want to say, when we were practicing, we spent more time apart because it wasn't very often you saw us in the same courthouse. Like, you'd be at
Yeah.
one courthouse, and like every once in a while, people are like, "Oh, both Mattas are," you know, "I just saw your husband," you know, because usually
Yeah,
you don't
for
need more
sure.
than one lawyer in the same courthouse. But trials always together. Those were the
Yeah, and in
hardest.
our office, like, we weren't sitting in the same room staring
Right.
at
So
each
we
other.
never saw, right.
There was a
We
little
did very
breathing
little
room.
interacting in the
Yeah,
while we
yeah,
were
that's
both
true.
actively practicing.
That's
Although
true.
we, you know,
But we did try all our cases together for the most part. For the most part,
right, unless it was like really a little
Allie's 2
something.
federal cases where she crushed and won 2 federal cases. I didn't try either of those with her.
Oh, I was
One,
like, wait, two, like my brain is like, I mean, y'all know if you're over 50, you know.
yeah, I mean,
Men, we're not talking about anything, don't worry.
yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? Like, when the whole perimenopause brain thing came up, I'm like, what are you saying? Are you full of shit? Because she's like, oh, I forgot perimenopause brain. But everything is true. It's like you are
Yeah.
forgetful, it's a thing. Like, the thing that I didn't realize is that it can keep resetting. That's the worst.
Me neither, dude.
It's
Like,
crazy.
what?
It's crazy. I
I
feel
don't know that
bad.
it ever goes away. Like, because then isn't there menopause brain too? I mean, I can't
I don't
imagine
know.
like the
I hope not.
menopause brain's much better.
I don't know. You'll have to ask the robot. Maybe the robot knows. I don't know.
Yeah.
All
All
right.
right. Enough
Yeah,
of that.
enough
Well,
of that. Let's get back
people
to
are,
it.
if the chat was here, they'd be like, oh my gosh, guys,
Todd,
stop
start the
talking.
trial. Start the trial.
Is dependent on
You can talk on your own time. You're in the same
the
house.
weight of the load that you're carrying, as well as how the load is placed on the boat.
Okay. Can you show the jurors using that? And you can step a little closer. It's a long distance between you and the jurors.
Yeah. Well,
Can you explain what, let's say if there was a total of 14 people on a vessel of this type of, I guess, configuration. You had a couple of people here on the back.
Yeah.
And then you had a couple of people by the center console.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 4. So then you basically are going to have 10 people, 3 across the bench, and then the remaining 7 along the bow. Can you explain to the jurors how that's going to impact that vessel's ability to travel at top speeds?
Sure. So the overall performance of the boat is highly dependent on the friction that it encounters when it's running across the surface of the water. So under the test load that they're talking about, the boat is riding kind of on smooth surface of water, and really for the best performance, you're really just riding on the back half of the boat. The boat trimmed up, so and the engine trimmed in a manner that the propeller is running parallel to the surface of the water, minimizing the friction of the bottom contact with the water.
speed it up.
So when you place a heavy load on the bow,
What?
Put it in 1.25.
Okay.
If anybody, people can't complain. I guess Venmo if you want to complain.
Hey, you're on top of the grift today. Well done.
I mean, it's the only
Speaking
way
of
they can
which,
do it.
our beautiful Venmo
Daily
angel,
Angel.
Kim, sent us another
We
25
love you,
and
Kim.
said, we do. You're amazing. Happy Monday. Thank you
Happy
both. Happy
Monday.
Monday, Kim.
So I just want to point out, although I know you're all thinking in your minds, but this is the way the boat was designed. Those are the seating spaces that the people who made this boat made. So, all right, let's go.
So here's my issue with the boat. The little model he's using, that is not what the bottom of the boat looks like. It's more like your typical boat. It's like that's
Is it
like
so? Is it
well,
possible that there's some boats that are just flat like
flat
that?
bottom. No, I mean, we've seen pictures of the boat. That is not what the boat looked like.
All right. Model
But
objection.
that's like I don't know. That's like a PT cruiser or no PT boat, like flat bottom, like it's a military boat. I don't know. That is not what the boat looks like. I don't think. I mean, based on the pictures we've seen, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
it pushes the bow down. And in
1.25.
addition to having to move more water overall, it's also pushing more surface area down for the boat to
Oh, I
push
lied.
through the water, and it slows the boat.
Okay. Now, for that particular Robalo, is there a rule or a statute that governs how many people are allowed to be on that vessel when it is going through the waters?
So the Coast Guard mandates that anything less than 20 feet have a capacity plate affixed to it that tells you you're allowed to have X number of people and some particular amount of weight. The Marine Manufacturers Association, I think as a standard, bumps that up to 26 feet. And so you'll see larger boats with capacity plate on them. And then above 26 feet, and this boat in particular is what they call yacht rated. So there's no numerical number that limits the boater's option that's below it. Like there's not a capacity limit for people.
When you went to inspect this vessel in March of last year, did you actually go on the vessel?
I did.
Did you have the opportunity to envision 14 people, maybe not of your size,
Right.
but like 14 people of maybe shorter stature, some of whom are maybe 17-year-old girls, most of them 17-year-old girls. Could they all fit on that boat?
It'd be a tight squeeze.
But they could.
In theory, yes. Well, obviously they did, but yes.
Would having, even if the 10 girls that were in the front portion of the boat, would having 10 girls affect the ability of that boat to hit that 54 or 55 mile an hour top rated speed?
Absolutely.
In your opinion, would that add almost 1,000 pounds to the bow of the boat?
It would.
It was going slower.
From having been on that vessel, did you ever stand like at the captain's helm or, where the operator of the boat would be?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to look and see whether there were any blind spots or things that would keep someone from seeing what's ahead of them?
There's a little bit, yes.
Okay. What is that?
May I?
Yes.
There's these support structures here that are holding the top up, and then
No, it's okay. Renee, thank you so much. For,
Absolutely.
oh, can everybody see or not?
Yep.
I just don't want you to have to keep.
No, it's okay.
No, I got to.
Yeah, maybe it is
Yeah,
a flat
support structures that are holding up the T-top, and you also have to maintain a 360-degree lookout, so a little bit with these here, and when you're my size, like box.
Okay. Is there any reason why the operator of that vessel can't see what's right in front of them?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask if the court would please read Court Exhibit Number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, a stipulation, the parties in this case have agreed to enter into a stipulation or agreement regarding the Robalo vessel which was involved in this case. The parties have agreed that on the date of September 4th, 2022, prior to impact with the channel marker, the vessel was in proper working order.
When you observed this vessel, was it at the FWC yard?
Yes.
When you did that, did you have the opportunity to review the damage to that vessel and try to assign that damage and to understand how that damage was basically, put into place as a result of a crash?
Yes, I did.
I'm gonna ask if you'd be able to step down for a moment and talk to us a little bit. For the record, I'm not going to show the jury. Photograph 3, front starboard damage. And here's a little pointer if you need to use it. Mr. Alvear, can you talk to us about the initial point of impact, this vessel and the channel marker?
Yes. So this is the first contact, right? And then if you look carefully down here, there's this green is transferred from the dayboard, the green sign on top of the steel beam, there's the channel marker. And you can see some black transfer from the actual steel pole. And then there's also black transfer impact damage down here, diagonally stern, basically back down the boat.
what does that tell you about the actual movement of the vessel as it strikes that channel marker? And by the way, did you bring another boat to try to help explain this?
So,
I'll get that for you.
okay. And grab the little can.
Sure.
Sorry. I got all the wrong ideas for you.
That's okay. We got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Rough channel marker. So we know that the channel marker in this case stays upright, which is really surprising. You have to go down, but you have a straight up and down channel marker, but you have a diagonal impact. And the reason for that is because boats are made out of fiberglass and they respond a lot differently to the forces of an impact as part of it. So a car is made of metal and it's punched like that, and it stays punched, right? The boat is made out of fiberglass, which is essentially plastic, like this plastic tube, and it'll crunch, but then it'll try to return back to its normal condition. But what happened in this case is when this Robalo struck the channel marker, it hits kind of like this, but then the front of the boat flexes. It flexes upwards and probably twisted it to the right. And that's how you get this diagonal impact right here. And you have to imagine too that this green transfer is on this sign, which is on the top of the pole, and you got to picture in your head how high this boat had to, how much flex there was here. It was incredibly powerful, a lot of force involved in this collision. And so the bow flexing upwards and twisting to the right, along with the boat continuing to push through the channel marker, and this channel marker going down the side of the boat is what causes the rest of this really just incredibly catastrophic damage outside of the boat.
Showing the jurors now. Photograph number 4. Can you explain to the jurors what this shows?
So this is a fiberglass matting that's on the inside of the boat. And then this is called gel coat, which is nice shiny smooth surface on the outside. You can see that those have delaminated. This right here is called a lifting straight, and it's essentially like a V-shaped extrusion that comes out of the bottom of this boat. And what that does is it channels the water down when you're accelerating, and it gives the boat like hydrodynamic lift to get it up on planes and steam across the surface of the water. So you can see that there's multiple cracks down this lifting straight, and that's from the flex of the bow of the boat causing separation and the loss of this chunk of gel coat along here.
Mr. Albert, I'm showing you state's exhibit number 11, which is an evidence, and it is a diagram of the seating charts for this Robalo on September 4th, 2022.
Yes.
On this diagram, if you're holding it with the bow of the boat at the top, where would the bulk of the damage be to that Robalo?
It starts right about here, and it runs all the way down the side. Down here.
If that's the case, which passengers would you expect to see most likely to absorb some of that impact?
Everybody is absorbing the impact in the space, everybody. But the passengers seated along the starboard side here are closest to the force, and they're probably see a lot of force.
So the passenger that's number 10, you can come closer, that's a smaller exhibit. Passenger number 10, Adi, passenger 9, Lucy, and passenger 2, Mia, would you expect them to have potentially more injuries than the people that were in the center console or on the port side of the vessel?
Yes.
I just want to put it back in case people couldn't see that. Like, obviously you can't, just like a couple seconds here. Like, this is where we can kind of see. All right. So you can see Lucy's number 9 there. If you guys can't read that. So Lucy's 9, which is kind of in the middle in front of where George and his wife were located. You got 7, 8, 9 in that middle section with Lucy being there. And then, so you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 up front. and then George and his wife there, and then 2 girls in the back. All right.
Yeah, so the way, and I was looking at like the specs and the modification of this boat. So I'm trying to look at the brochures and the marketing material. None of it has a lot of people on the boat, but it's got like fold out chairs and like little other ways to like bring a seat in. And they're not like, maybe you said this, so they're not like you've got an indent, like where a butt goes.
Yeah.
So it's all just flat bench seating. So it's like as many people as can fit, you know.
Yeah.
But her arguments about the top speed, I keep going back to, I don't know why she keeps bringing that out, because that significantly lowers the top speed. So maybe what she's trying to say is he was trying to go the very, very top speed, and that was his top speed at that point. I don't know if
I
that's
mean,
her
I
point.
yeah, I think that the inference is that he was full throttle, that he had it full throttle. So I'm curious as to why are the different sizes of the circles indicative of the size of the girls? Is that what? Because if you'll see 4, 5, and 6 are all smaller circles. 13 is a larger circle than 4, 5, and 6. 12 is bigger than 13.
It might have something to do with people that were hurt, people that were thrown a certain place. I can't imagine that those size is like,
Well, they have the dark circles 10, 9, and 2. So 10 is Katy,
Mhm.
9 is Lucy, and then it looks like 2 is Mia. So I don't
yeah,
know
I
if those are
don't
the
think they're
passengers that
indicative of size. I think they're gonna be indicative of how they were thrown. Because see, they're all on the right side. Everybody who's on the, well, I don't know if that's really the right side because it's like flipped and but whatever. They're everybody from 11 all on the to 12 and that side, where everybody on the other sides are. I don't know if that back one is bigger or not. I don't know.
I don't know either. 9, 7, 8, and 9 are look to be maybe 9's slightly smaller, but 11, 10, 11, 12, 13 are all larger circles. I don't know what it means.
I
All right.
I'm gonna go with it has nothing to do with the actual size of the person, but all those
Okay, so
girls look about the same size.
Misty's crushing the Venmo game. She understood the assignment, so she came back with a buck, which is great. I mean, you don't have to keep paying $5
Right, and you
if you
don't
have
have to announce how much it is, just
oh,
thank
well,
them and tell
yeah.
them. I've always hated that.
Yeah. Well, I think if people give a significant amount,
Right
they
there,
should be
yeah.
shouted out for it. And I don't want to discriminate. You know what I mean? It's like
I
so
hear you.
I have a slight
So you're saying,
disagreement
like,
with you.
say it all so that when you say a $50 or a $100,
Right.
you've been saying it for all. Okay.
Right, yeah. So Misty said, "I agree, the older crowd will remember the lake parties of the '80s. How did we survive? Everyone was willing to take a risk to have a party on the boat until something bad happened. Now, George is the martyr. I've been
Yeah.
operating boats before I could drive or swim." Good point.
She does make a good point because think about it, like, the older you are, even when you think about cars, like, I don't think we had, like, my parents had a station wagon at some point, and some of us would have to sit in, like, the way back. I don't remember there being seat belts there. I mean, wasn't there a point where there were no car seats? Kids would just,
Yes,
sitting in
I
the
lived
car.
it. I survived. Like, big bench seating, and, like, I'd be sliding back and forth in the back seat of the bench seat of the vehicles that I was in as a child. There were no car seats, there were no seat belt rules, like, whatever like, they didn't have the over the chest strap, like, whatever seat belts they had, they were just lap belts, would go across your lap like on an airplane.
And Misty is a good representation of why jury consultants are needed, because lawyers have a certain fixed thing in their minds. They may look at things too analytical or focusing on one thing. And then you get like a person who's like, well, isn't it like me who you're looking for and people
Yeah.
like me? So you guys aren't thinking about X, Y, and Z.
Well,
You know,
Allie and I always like, prior to a trial would ask the question, who was our perfect juror for this set of facts? You like,
and then
who do
we'd
you
use our friends and family to bounce ideas off of and see what.
Yeah. I mean, who do you think would be the perfect juror for this type of case? So you have obviously loss of
Misty.
life. Yeah, Misty. We need Misty. We need 6 Misties. If you're the defense, that's who you're looking for. And I have no idea what Misty's age is.
She said
But
she said she's older, so I think she's sitting around George's age.
I mean, if she was doing boat parties in the 80s, she's probably about my age. So Beth sent another $25 Venmo and she said, oh wait, I read that one, but she sent, I think, another one. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Okay. Oh, and I just got an update that Kat sent another text. So let's see. So Beth says it was $2 Venmo. She said, I'm 65, Ali. It does get better. I was
Oh,
and
good.
still am on hormone replacement therapy, and I highly recommend it. I don't care what anyone says about it. It's necessary. And
I mean,
that's
a
what
lot of people are telling me that, and I just, I don't have time to even figure it out,
yeah.
and I worry about, taking testosterone just because. But I mean, a lot of people have told me that,
Wait, you don't
and
want to grow a mustache, babe? I think you'd look
right, but
great
it's
with
like
a
you got to
mustache.
find a doctor that like you trust because
You're frozen again. Are you on the ether? I feel
I
like
am
you're
on the
not.
ether.
I think you're on the Wi-Fi.
No,
Are you sure? You may have plugged in.
yes,
Remember, you got to turn it off. You
no,
keep freezing
it's
up.
off. I'm looking at it. I could reload, but no,
And then Missy came back for $1. She said, this bee acts like this was a damn Carnival cruise ship. Why the hell is the defense not objecting? Do the passengers need a ticket to come aboard? The reenactment they did with the drone was stupid. They are misrepresenting. Why not rent a replica boat so they could do a real enactment? All
yeah,
excellent points.
yeah.
Yeah, you really need a Misty if you're the
Yep.
defense.
Oh, I was like, was that Beth or Misty?
That was Misty again. And then Kelly sent a $10 Venmo saying, "Love your affinity for one another." Oh,
Aw.
yeah, thank you.
See, some people can see it. Other
Some
people, they
people,
watch us and they're like, "Oh, these guys are
you
doing
know
it."
what? It's people that are coming in on the one-offs. They're like,
Right.
"Oh, that guy doesn't let his wife talk ever. What a
I think we're
fucking jerk
over
off."
that. We're over
Yeah,
that.
I still see him occasionally. They don't realize that you like ride me like a rented mule, man. It's like they don't get it. Like
I wouldn't go
no
that
one
far, babe.
puts Sally in the
Going
corner,
a little far. Going a little far.
especially
Okay.
especially me.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Kelly. And then Ryan sent a $15 Venmo from Girl Ryan. Apparently, I'm really committing to the maritime disaster theme. Dee Dee and boat trial in the headphones while I visit a Titanic exhibition. Let me see. It's a long comment. I got to get to the full thing. But more important than that, happy birthday, Scout. Oh,
Aw,
thank you. Thank
thanks.
you for
And
that,
thank
Ryan.
you for all of you and your generosity. So I thought like it was kind of odd that DB was umping a softball game till I was told that that really was just a joke.
Of course, it was a joke.
I was like, "Oh, that's strange."
It's very rare that when DB makes a comment that it's not in some way, shape, or form some kind of a joke. Like, he's got jokes. He's got
I think
jokes.
my brain it's slower these days.
So Deb sent a buck and she said, not to burst your bubble. Oh, hold on, I gotta
Oh,
get to it.
bubble bursting.
She's about to burst the bubble. Not to burst your bubble, Allie, but I'm 64 and still have hot flashes 10 years later. Hang in there.
Wait,
Oh
who was
boy.
was it now I forget, was it Misty Beth or someone totally different that said, "Don't worry about it, it does get better." So that's the point. For some women it does, and for some women it doesn't. And
Yeah.
thankfully for me, I don't get the what we like to call like the internal burning. I forget what name I came up with it
Oh
because
wait, Kat's calling. Hold on. I'm gonna take
ooh,
this.
all right, we'll take it live or ask her if we can take it live
Hey, what's up? Can I put you on speaker?
for the people. Oh, mute yourself.
At home,
She
if you
said
want
no,
me
didn't
to
she?
close, it doesn't matter. I can the speaker today. I was gonna. Are you guys on live?
All right,
No.
I'm she's muted. He's like, "Can I put you on speaker?" And then just leaves it going. Um, so hey, let the trial play. Babe. Oh, see? He is mean to me. Look at that. Did you see that? Somebody, no, just kidding. People don't really. Well, I'm going to give them words. Well, no. Actually, I can't because I really don't know what they're talking about. Well, you could do that. And then you could do this. No, I got nothing. He's like, why are they doing that? What do you mean? Seems like something's happening. Oh, and he's like, okay. All right. We're going to keep doing it like this, even though none of us know what you're saying. Wow. All right. I guess I need to move on. I hope Bob doesn't have us linked to X, which sometimes he does, because Kat's usually the one on top of the fact that, shit, you can't also have this running live on X. I'll make sure of that when he comes back, actually. But I think if he did, we'd actually be seeing a chat or two pop through. I don't know. It seems like he's hanging up. Nope. All right. I definitely need to start talking about something else instead of just watching Bob and Kat talk. Oh,
You
thank God.
couldn't kill time without like
No.
I mean, you were doing
It
some
was
kind of
distracting
weird,
me.
like it was like a real.
Couldn't do it.
I
I was
felt
like,
like you were a sports announcer.
yeah. I
giving
was like, I
play
gotta
by
stop.
play.
Gotta talk about something else. Why won't
Oh,
you say
so
anything?
her hearing is over for Jones. She's jumping in the car. It's going to take her a couple hours to get home. It's obviously
Wait, so she's not going in this courtroom?
No, she's doing us a favor so that we can spend our child's birthday with her.
No.
Well, she's not going to. It's going to be hours. So relax.
She couldn't have gotten in here. Isn't that what she wanted to do?
What?
Get into this courtroom. I thought they were in the same courthouse.
Yeah, it was right next door.
Well, tell her to go ahead in for a little.
What do you mean? It's like I think she's 2 or 3 hours away. It's like a long drive. It's not right down the street. Like as it is, it sounds like she said she's going to get home between 3 and 4 her time.
I know, but wasn't DB going to take over? I'm just saying, if she was planning on going in, she should still go in.
I got no verification whatsoever that DB was willing to do that. Like he didn't hit me up.
Give
There's
me her
no
number.
chat from
Text me her
DB
number.
saying, "Hey,
listen, text me her number and then hit
you
play."
have Pat's number, love.
I don't know where.
I've up and.
But I don't know that I saved it. Like
that sounds like a Ali issue.
Right. You need to just send it to me.
Oh, geez. All right.
And then.
So the passenger that's number 10, you can keep closer, that's a smaller exhibit. The passenger number 10, Katy, passenger 9, Lucy, and passenger 2, Mia. Would you expect them to have potentially more injuries than the people that were in the center console or on the port side of the vessel?
Yes.
And just finally, with this model day marker and this vessel, can you try to show to the jurors how the actual impact would have occurred? Or, I can't say definitively, you obviously weren't there, but based on your examination of the evidence.
In order to really demonstrate it, this would have to be like flexible, right? This is a big piece of plastic that I made for 3D printed. I can't truly show you what it did. But you have to imagine that the impact is right here, and the bow of this boat is gonna flex upwards like this, and it's gonna strike the sign, knock the sign off, and then it's gonna ride down inside the boat as the momentum of the boat continues forward.
All right, now let's talk a little bit about GPS. You've spoken a bit about your experience teaching GPS, how you got involved in doing GPS analysis. Can you tell us about how many times you've downloaded data from a GPS device, analyzed it to determine what a boat's prior history traps would be?
I don't have a running log, but it's hundreds and hundreds of times in cases that range from a murder trial in Palm Beach on the road using road GPS to dozens and dozens of smuggling cases and hundreds of boating accidents.
In the case involving that Robalo vessel that we saw, were you contacted by FWC and asked to assist with recovering data from the navigation systems it had on board?
Yes,
When were you first contacted and asked to do that by FWC?
the day after the crash.
What was your understanding at that point of where the vessel was?
It was relayed to me that it was still in the water on the bottom of Biscayne Bay, and the initial inquiry was like, hey, we've got this boat and the GPSs are underwater. Do you think you can get data out of it?
Did you give them any suggestions or advice on what to do once that vessel was recovered from the waters of the bay?
Yes. Water intrusion alone in GPS doesn't necessarily mean that it's broken. So I told them to, FWC didn't do the recovery. They had a contractor come out and do the recovery. But I told them to instruct the contractor to be really careful to not further damage, inflict any physical damage on the GPSs during the recovery process. And then I told them as soon as they got that boat on the trailer back at the dock, that they need to take those GPSs out of the boat and put them back in water and bring them up to me in water.
Why in water?
Okay. Like I said, water alone doesn't break the device. What breaks the device, especially with salt water, is corrosion. And corrosion can start taking effect immediately after it dries. So as soon as this device, if this device were allowed to dry, it could within hours, literally hours, start to corrode and cause problems that would be beyond my scope of being able to download it.
Were the navigation devices from that vessel in fact delivered to you?
Yes,
What brand of device was it?
they were SIMRADs.
Okay. When did you get those?
The day after they called me, so I believe it was the 6th of September.
Did you note the dates in your
I did, yes.
Again, it's not a memory test. If you need to look at your notes to remember
Sure.
details, it's
Yeah.
okay.
My bad. I got them on the 7th.
Okay.
Yep.
So you understand the crash happens on the 4th?
Yes.
FWC contacts you on the 5th?
Yes.
The vessel is recovered or salvaged on the 6th, and then
Yes.
you get them that next day?
Yes.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, what is the specific brand name of this device? I know you said they're SIMRADs. Do they have a model number?
It is, the model is let me look up for you. It's an Evo 3 NSS is the model. Let's see here. The specific model is the NSS 12 Evo 3.
Okay.
EVO.
Is that device known as a multifunctional device?
Yes,
What are the multifunctions that it can do?
it can do a lot. It can display GPS data in several different ways. You can use like a traditional paper chart style view. You can use bird's eye imagery. You could do a combination of both. You can also display engine performance data. You can put like your tachometers and fuel gauges. Those can be displayed. You can display sonar. You can display radar. You can use you can play video through them. You can use them as an entertainment, like for playing music, and you can control all those through the multifunction displays.
Would you tell the jurors, what was the condition of these SIMRAD devices when you first get them from FWC?
So they brought them up to me in a cooler full of water wrapped in a beach towel. And when I took them out of the water, there's no obvious physical damage. And I couldn't see. Sometimes you can see water in the LED screen. Couldn't see that, but the one in particular, when I rocked it back and forth, I could hear water sloshing back and forth.
Was that a surprise to you at all that it would have water in it?
No. They are surprisingly resilient. I mean, I've seen some of these devices take really substantial impacts and be submerged in water. But in this case, this was obviously catastrophic, and it did get water. It was in the water for an extended period too.
In order to try to extract any data that may have been recorded or stored in those devices, can you tell the jurors what is it you had to do?
Well, first I had to see if I was even going to be able to do it, because if the GPS floods with water while it's energized, while there's electricity going through the circuits, it's going to blow up. The circuits are going to be fried. And that's beyond my scope of being able to repair it. I would have to send it out to a lab that I work with and do what's called chip off extraction. It's much more tedious and expensive. But So my first step was I opened them up and inspected the interior components. I did not see any signs of any damage inside other than they were wet. So I disassembled them and I flushed them out with deionized water. And I have a desk-mounted magnifying glass. I went through and cleaned it all with alcohol and made sure there was no kind of debris on any of the circuits. And then I coated the boards with a product that's made specifically for it. It's essentially a WD-40 for electronics.
And did those steps help guard against any corrosion setting in on these Simrad devices?
I mean, one of my primary goals was to preserve the device. Yes.
Did these devices have serial numbers?
They did.
I bet you don't have them memorized.
No, I don't.
Could you tell us, though, what those are so we can be
Yes.
sure that we're talking about the same Simrad devices that Lieutenant Kumar has testified about?
Yep.
First, I'll ask you about the port device.
Sure. So the port device, which is the one on the left, the serial number was 118786787.
And did you also make note of the serial number for the starboard
Yes,
Simrad
I
device?
did. It was 118786796.
I'm sorry, I didn't listen.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to read all the way back. 118786796.
The record I'm showing the jury now, image 6. I'm going to read you a serial number. You tell me if this is the port or the starboard. The last two digits are 87.
Yes,
It's serial number 118786787.
yes.
Which device is that?
The port GPS.
And did you in fact see photographs of that exhibit?
I did.
Can you take a moment and tell us if this is based on the serial number, the Simrad device that you analyzed?
Yes, this is the serial number here, and this is the model right there.
And this is the left port or the right starboard?
It's the left.
Okay, and then directing our attention now to photographs. So, is this the same serial number as for the starboard?
796, yes, and then the model right there.
Okay. When did you first try to recover data from those two Simrad devices?
It was a couple days later, so they need to dry. Once I have them all taken apart, and I put them out to dry, let the components out to dry. There's a lot of different ways you can dry them. I'm pretty much an old school guy. Put them out with a fan on the crossing. And I knew that this was a very important, there was a lot riding on this case. I tried to get them up and running as soon as I could. So I gave it an attempt a couple days later. And I was able to retrieve data, but they were malfunctioning. So I didn't want to, I couldn't do a full thorough analysis.
So what did you do at that point?
I let them dry longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you try again?
A couple weeks later. Let's see there. So my first attempt was on September 13th, and then my full examination was on October 8th.
So on October the 8th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you in fact successful this time in extracting data from either of these two Simrad devices?
Yes, they both powered up and function normally. You can see a little bit of water damage in the screen of one of the devices, but otherwise worked as it should. And I went through and checked all the settings and then extracted the data.
When a device like this is first powered up, is there any kind of a warning to the user of this type of equipment that is given?
Typically there is. I think all the
1.25?
manufacturers have something like that.
Can you describe
Okay.
what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a disclaimer that says,
What?
We still at 1.25?
Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
keep it going.
Yep. Well, while we're paused, we got a few more Venmos in. So Sherry had sent $15 and she said payment for Ali to ride you like a rented mule or for Scouts B Day. Thank you.
Nice.
So much.
Thanks.
We love you. And then Misty came back with a 5 spot. And she said South Carolina did not have seatbelt laws until the late 80s. I'm 54 and I am a pharmacist and a GAL for DS. I was at the same school as Alec Murdoch, but
Ooh.
didn't know him then. I wish I was on the jury. Wonder why in my small town I have not been ever been summoned for jury. Yeah, I mean, are you registered to vote?
Sounds like she is.
Yeah, I mean, it's like maybe they know about you.
Yeah,
Maybe
they're like,
prosecutors are like, hey,
this one's
this Misty, nah, we don't want her. Like, don't even send out the notice because
And guys, just for those out there that the prosecutors can't do that, we're just messing
right,
around.
that's a
Just in
total joke.
case anybody, right?
They cannot handpick who are going to be in the pool.
Or control who the notices go out to.
And then Julie sent a $25 Venmo. She said, please check out the Leah Mumby trial in Florida. Pre-trial is 7/22. It's like the crash. So Sharilla. Love you guys. Well, thank you so much. We'll check it out.
Look into that.
Thank you. All right. Let's
All right,
keep
we're
rolling.
I don't know how far behind time we are, but I feel like it's way
A lot
behind
of
time.
talking.
Good judgment. Don't use this
A
as
lot
your
of
only means of
blabbing.
navigation. Make safe decisions, stuff like that.
Kind of like if you turn on your car and the screen says,
Yeah,
be aware of your
keep your eyes on the road, and yeah, same type of thing.
Once you saw that these devices could power up, did you in fact then begin the process of downloading that data?
Yes,
Can you explain how you do that?
sure. It's really not hard. All of the data is stored internally on a memory chip, and it's just a few keystrokes through the menu. You just have to know which menu items to pick, and you save it all onto an SD card. In this case, I think it's a micro SD card.
Okay. Do you have what's known as an evidence copy and a working copy of SD cards?
Yes.
Can you explain the difference?
Sure. So my normal practice and what I teach everybody is you want to preserve the data in its original form so that anybody else that's looking at it later will reach the same conclusion that you are. And so what I do is I download the data onto an SD card, and then I pull that out, and I would typically plug it into my computer just to make sure that I was successful. And I don't even open the file. I just make sure that the file is on the card, and then I provide that to the investigator in this case. And that's their evidence copy that they, I believe, typically create a new evidence number and enter that into the evidence system. And then I do the same process again for what I call a working copy, and that's the copy that I'm going to keep and plug into my computer and upload onto my computer and analyze the data.
Now, once you get that data, do you just, open the card and it tells you what the last trails of the boat were?
No.
Is there some analysis of that data that has to take place?
There is.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what is it that you have to analyze in order to get relevant information, like what was the speed or the distance or the heading of a vessel on a given date and time?
Sure. So first of all of the GPS manufacturers use their own proprietary file format. So in a lot of cases, you plug it in, the computer's not even going to recognize what the file type is. So you have to know which programs to use and how to get into a usable format. And then you can, it's not terribly difficult to put it into, say, Google Earth, or in my case, I use Garmin Basecamp, which is my program of choice for downloading and analyzing data. And you can visually see the track lines on a map or on a Google Earth image. But what matters is the details. So each one of these track points. So the device generates track points, and the track points are what store the date and time and speed and direction and that type of thing.
Now, if a person was not experienced in interpreting the data that came from a GPS device like the SIMRAD device, would that person potentially run the risk of being inaccurate in describing the speed, the heading, the time and location of where the actual track points are?
They could certainly make wrong conclusions.
Now, what about if a person does know how to interpret that data? Could that person deliberately misinterpret it to give an inaccurate representation of where that vessel had traveled?
The programs that I'm using that I teach other people to use are civilian grade, like consumer level programs. Garmin Basecamp, which is an amazing tool for analyzing stuff. Literally the free download from the Garmin site, anybody can get, right? But it doesn't have the protections built into it that like computer forensic software does. And so an unscrupulous examiner could alter the data.
Now, just so we can kind of get a better sense of what's actually happening when a GPS device is on a boat as it's navigating its way. If that device is turned on and is working properly. Can you explain the method by which we are getting these track points that we've been talking about? How is it that somehow a satellite knows where that vessel is?
Well, the satellites don't know.
Okay.
So when you turn on the GPS, it starts listening for signals from the satellites. And once it hears enough signals from the satellites, the GPS device can calculate its position on the face of the Earth. In 3 dimensions, it can calculate altitude as well. And most GPSs, most modern GPSs, once it has established its location, will start recording where it is and where it has been. And so even though most of us use GPS to navigate from one place to another, it's also like a data logger that's recording where you have been. And that can be important for boaters because sometimes you need help getting back to where you started from. It's not like on the road, right? And so it will drop track points along the way, kind of like a digital breadcrumb trail of where the device has been.
What is it that causes a track point to be dropped into the device?
It depends. There's 3 different ways. You can set your device to drop track points by time. And so you can go, like when you buy a GPS, you can go into the menu when you're setting it up and getting it going the first time. You can set it up so that it drops track points on time. And you can select the interval from like literally 1 second intervals out to hours or even days. The other option is for distance. So the device will drop a track point every time it measures that it's traveled X number of feet, X number of miles, so on and so forth. But the overwhelming majority of people use it right out of the box in the factory default mode, and the different manufacturers call it different things, but it's basically an auto, like Garmin calls it resolution. I think Simrad calls it auto, Garmin calls it resolution. And essentially what that does is it tries to maximize the space available for storing track data. And each manufacturer has their own like secret sauce, like a formula to decide when to automatically drop track points. And the one thing they all have in common is that the track points are dropped based on changes in speed and direction.
When you examined the port or the left SIMRAD device, were there any historical track lines, meaning from prior to the date of this crash, which was September 4th of 2022?
Yes, there was a substantial amount of historical data.
And when you looked at that data, were you able to see overall where that vessel had been traveling with that port SIMRAD device operating?
Yes.
Where?
Pretty much the same area over and over again. Northern Key Largo, Biscayne Bay, up to Elliott Key.
Let me show you an exhibit that is states number 2 in evidence. Need a witness step down, Your Honor. When you examined that SIMRAD device, were you able to see historical tracks of where that Robalo vessel had traversed?
Yes.
And when did those tracks begin?
I'd have to check.
Go ahead.
We got an interesting Venmo from someone we know. And I'm assuming.
The earliest was December of 2021.
Okay. And so there's historical track marks. Can you show us on this exhibit where those track marks went?
Yeah, so Ocean Reef Club is down here. So there's a lot of traffic around Ocean Reef Club on both sides of Key Largo, the northeast of Key Largo. There was, I think, one track that went further down Key Largo, but most of the tracks were in and around Ocean Reef Club and then up to Elliott Key, right around the Elliott Key Ranger Station.
Now, seeing all of those track marks that went from the Ocean Reef area up to Elliott Key, are you familiar with Billy's Point? Have you heard of Billy's Point?
I've heard of it.
Okay, and is this area around here where I'm pointing to the orange dot, would that be consistent with some of those historical track marks you see?
There were, yeah, all the traffic was around here and coming up to this same area around Elliott.
Now, you indicated before that you've been through the Cutter Bank channel, correct?
Yeah.
So would that indicate to you whether or not the operator of that vessel would have familiarity with where the channel markers are for Cutter
We
Bank
call it
channel?
local knowledge. So yes, I mean, based on historical data, not just from that device, but the other one, there was the operators both had a substantial amount of local knowledge.
When you analyzed the port device, Did you note whether on September the 4th of 2022, there were track points that were logged in?
Yes, there was.
About how many track points were there for that day?
I don't know if I noted that. There was 1,800 something.
I think you noted it.
Did I note it? Okay, let me see here. 1,889 track points covering 26 miles.
Can you tell the members of the jury, what time did that device first log a track point?
2:52 p.m.
Okay. Where did that track point originate?
It was in one of the residential canals and one of the waterways inside Ocean Reef Club.
From there, what did the GPS tell you where that vessel went?
It left the residential waterway, and then there's a channel leading away from Ocean Reef Club out to open water on the Atlantic side, went out that channel, and then turned to the left and went into Angelfish Creek.
Okay. Would you be able to show the jurors using this chart, states exhibit number 2?
Yes.
On September the 4th, starting at 2:52, what was the route that that vessel took?
Sorry. Okay. So, Ocean Reef Club is right here. So the boat leaves from Ocean Reef and then turns left and then comes in there's a marked channel. There's a 2-channel marker here, comes through Angelfish Creek, and then turns in a generally north direction and goes up, goes through Cutter Bank and then up towards the
Did you prepare exhibits to show where those track marks were superimposed on actual images of that area?
I did, yes.
Judge, may I have permission to just allow the witness to come down without seeing me? We're going to go through some exhibits next, right? Let's start with image number 8 on this exhibit. Can you explain to the members of the jury what this shows?
Yes. So this is the track line data that was generated on the day of on September 4th.
Before you get too far, what are these little blue arrow marks that we see?
So the blue arrow marks are actually the track points that are generated by the GPS, and then the line that connects the points, those are generated by the software. So you might see sections where the boat turns, where it's not like a smooth turn, it's going from point to point. That's because the yellow line, although it's not straight, it's a very accurate representation where the boat went. It's not always perfect. So each one of these track points is generated by the GPS. For each one of these track points, I was able to recover the date and the time and the speed and the direction of the boat's traveling.
And so we're coming out here from Ocean Reef, and then what is this that we see when it hooks down?
It's just following the contour of the shoreline around the bend here. But what's typical with Simrad. So Simrad is made by a company called Navco, and they also have Lorraine GPS and DP GPS. And they are, one of the things that you'll notice is that they generate a lot of track points when the device senses changing directions. So you can see here where there's not too many along here because the boat's going straight, and then here when he's maneuvering, he's dropping a bunch of track points and they go straight again, and they go. And you can see some of these are really slow speed because this one is a square and this one is a triangle. So there's a threshold that determines whether, the way that the software shows it. I think it's 3 miles an hour, so it might be 5, but when it's going really slow, you might drop a square, or show it displayed as a square, and then when it's moving, it'll show it as a triangle up in here at the point direction.
Next, image number 9, and ask if you can explain to the jurors what this represents in terms of the track that the Robalo vessel took on September 4th.
Sure, this is like a higher level view. This is where we left off right here, but now you can see they follow the shoreline down here, and then this is these red and green represent channel marker locations. These are non-coastal waterway markers. These are private navigation aids. Ocean Reef probably saw. So the boat went through the channel markers and then turned left and headed toward Angelfish Creek.
What would be the reason for not just
heading up this way, would he have a shorter distance?
Sure, this is all shallow water right here.
Okay. Now, toward the top of the screen, we see some blue track marks. Can you move on those?
Yep. You can see when he accelerated here, and the spacing is generally far apart because it's going straight. And then here you can see, he initiates a turn, and so there's lots of track points. And then he slows down as he's entering Pino Fish Creek. It's pretty narrow, and there's shallow water on both sides.
And are there actual channel markers through Angel Fish Creek?
There are, that's what the red and greens are representing.
Now showing exhibit number 10.
Yep.
Can you walk us through what this represents regarding that Robalo vessel?
The red and green represent channel markers. You can pretty clearly see the water, the darker green is the deeper water, and then this is what you should keep on black. This is the northern tip of Ocean Reef Club, and so you can see the red, where you typically say closer to the red channel marker. The boat cuts across cuts the curve here, and then heads west through.
Now showing exhibit number 11.
Yep.
Can you describe for us what this exhibit represents?
This is a zoomed in section of Cutter Bank. Unfortunately, I didn't label the channel markers there, but this is the Robalo northbound track, and you can see the boat left the channel here a little bit. You can see again he's turning, so there's lots of track points. He's turning back to straight to course. There's a lot of track points that are spread out. Then he passes this marker here, and then he kind of maneuvers out to the right, and most likely he's just going around slower boats.
Now, you just described number 11. Now let's go to number 12. Arian, your Lily's point.
Yep.
Does this accurately represent the data that you received from that seminar device about the Robalo's travels on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
Can you walk us through what we're looking at here up until the point where we get to arrival at 323? Where are we here?
Cutter Bank channel would be just off the stream. It would be like down here. This is the Robalo arriving at Cutter Bank, and wider spacing here.
Wait, at Cutter Bank?
I'm sorry, no, at Elliott Key from Cutter Bank. And then the boat comes up here to Elliott Key, slows down in this area, and then lots of track points along here. The boat is moving really slow speeds, like drifting up along this section of Elliott Key.
Now, you indicated earlier that the initial track points that you got were from 2:52 p.m.
That's when they started, yes.
Okay, and so by 3:23, so about a half an hour or so later,
Yes.
the Robalo is now near Elliott Key, fair to say?
Yes.
Is that indicative to you of a vessel that's traveling full throttle?
I mean, it's a good clip. It's quite a few miles up. I think it's 15 miles.
Okay.
Here, I have to measure it out, but it's moving along. Yep.
So now you have indicated on here that there is a stop at 3:47 p.m. What does that stop signify?
Well, it stopped generating data, so probably just turned the GPS off.
And when do we see the GPS coming back on?
Around 6-8 feet.
Okay, so we have that vessel then apparently in the same location as where it stopped.
Yep.
What about? How long hours did it take?
2.5.
2.5 hours out here? Okay. Now, you indicate that. Pardon?
Three to start down here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from 2:52, when the Robalo vessel is first tracked, up to 6:18, that represents the time in total before he starts heading back down. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors why you say depart 6:18 p.m.?
That's when the GPS started logging tracks that the boat was pulling away from the island.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you notice in the difference between the track heading back south to the track heading up north toward the Elliott Key location?
Well, these were all generated at really slow speeds, and sometimes the GPS has a hard time calculating its direction when it's going really slow, so it's using direction to decide when to drop track points. So it's dropping a lot of track points along here, it's going really slow. But now he's going on a straight course and traveling at consistent speed, the spacing gets much longer.
All right, now looking at image number 13, can you walk us
Hey, babe.
through these
Move the
notes,
captions.
ICW number 13, 12, 13A? Did you put those on this as a way to show the jurors and give them landmarks?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it that this exhibit is showing us regarding the travel initially northbound and then southbound for the channel?
So this Google Earth image, and the Google Earth image has track data projected onto it. And then I saved the image, put it into PowerPoint to put in like these little icons for representing the channel marker locations. And these are accurate locations from the light list on the Coast Guard's.
Stick them back to normal
And
speed.
then I put in the call outs identified as ICW Mark 13, ICW Mark 12. This is the track line of the Robalo going north. And then this is the track line of the Robalo coming south. One second. So you can see, you can also clearly see
Questions
the
pending.
channel in this particular image. That's the dark blue water, pretty clearly delineated, and then these channel markers. This is shallower up here.
Which also explains, I guess, why it's narrow.
Okay, now I'm showing you the exhibit that's labeled number 14.
Yep.
Can you walk us through what this represents?
Yep.
Excuse me 1 second, Judge. I had one voir dire question on the publication of this exhibit.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon.
Or pause it
The
real quick.
green and red markers that are,
So what counsel for the defense just said is, Your Honor, excuse me, I have one voir dire question for the witness. So that's like the defense now wants to ask some questions to make sure or to challenge the foundation or some aspect of what he is putting on, and the judge is allowing him to do it. So what we're hearing now are questions from the defense attorney, and we'll see where they go.
But it shouldn't be in front of the jury.
No, so I mean, but sometimes they do. It just depends what the issue is. So
Yeah.
if he needed it outside, he would have probably called a sidebar and said, Your Honor, wait a minute, we've got this,
Yeah.
So let's see how it goes.
All right. Before we do, we got a couple more Venmos.
Oh, I got to pause my corresponding stream because I'm trying to keep up with you.
So let's see. Make sure I'm not doxing anybody. So Melissa sent $10, said vessels 26 feet or longer don't carry a legal passenger or weight limit. NMMA allows operator judgment and available seating to determine the safe capacity, provided the boat remains properly balanced. Also, the engines are the true cost driver. Happy birthday to Scout. Well,
Wait,
thank you
are
for
the
that.
true
Cost
cost
driver.
The engines are the true cost driver. I mean, that I'm missing something that I should know from that, but
Yeah, me too.
she's got all the good intel, though.
She's got she's
She's on
clearly
point. She's on point.
clearly
Yep.
knows her shit about boats. And then so thank you for that. And then J Cat Mom sent, I can't believe this case was even
So
brought against
that's what I'm
Pino.
talking about. Is that what that says? GA like Georgia and then C for cat. Oh, okay. So
Wow.
don't say what I think I thought, but that you can probably guess who I thought that was from that.
Wow. I can't believe this case was even brought against Pino. I think it was a tragic accident. Agreed. Thank you for that, GA. And then
Or at least the
Elaine,
evidence isn't going to be able to, it seems clear to me that the state should know the evidence doesn't support the verdict. But again, I think we might get that verdict anyway.
yeah.
So
And then Elaine sent $15. Happy birthday, Scout. Well, thank you. And we will make sure to pass all the birthday wishes on to her because she does like to get the love when she pops in, pokes her head in and alive. She likes to see the chat, which of course we're not allowed to have. So thank you for all the birthday love for Scout. We really appreciate it. And more importantly, she will too. All right, let's keep going.
depicted on the screen.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon. The green and red markers that are depicted on the screen, those are not to scale,
They're
correct?
not to scale, no.
Thank you, Judge.
oh, that was it.
If you look really carefully, you can actually see the shadow of the channel marker.
That should have waited for cross-examination.
There, you can see it right there.
Okay, so as
Well, yes, obviously, but I kind of like that he pointed it out now, so people are like, "Well, that shit's huge, bro." You know what I
But I'm
mean?
just saying,
Before
I
we
don't
get
know
to
that
Brock.
that's a real proper use of the voir dire mechanism. You know,
Well,
like,
what did he say that it was for authentication
no,
purposes?
he just said I have a voir dire question on publication or before publication to the jury, something like that, you know, and then that's all he asked.
I
So,
mean, I hear you, but I ain't sweating him on it.
right, right.
of 6:37 and 19 seconds, what is the speed of that Robalo?
43.
All right. Now, as it's heading southbound, is there, and that is at that track point, that's the second to last track point before what?
The second to last track point before the illusion with the channel marker.
Okay.
The previous slide that you showed with marker 12 and 13 would be kind of.
All right, so now, we have the second to last track point, 43 miles per hour.
Yep.
When we see heading 216, what does that mean?
That is just the compass heading from this track point back to the last track point.
When we get to this track point, right before channel marker 15, what is the speed of the vessel?
47. That's what the GPS log is 47.
Any track points between the one at 6:37 and 19 seconds and the one at 6:37 and 28 seconds?
No.
What does that indicate to you?
It was maintaining a consistent portion speed.
No attempt to deviate one way or the other off that channel marker?
Correct.
Would you call this a collision course with that channel marker?
Objection.
Biscayne.
Exactly. You fucking kidding me?
Regarding that 9-second time that went by from the second to last track mark to the last one before impact, how many feet did that vessel travel?
620 feet.
What is the measurement, or how many feet is a football field?
300 feet, 100 yards.
So in terms of football fields, which maybe is a little bit easier for people to
Yeah, we get it, double.
Yes. Imagine, how many football fields did that Robalo travel from the second to the last track point before impact?
Two.
Wow.
Can we get an image number on this one?
50.
Can we what?
I want to ask you a question.
Wait, back that up. What do
So
you have
for this
for?
amount of time, question,
Number on this,
impact.
A little over 2.
Image double?
can we get an image number on this one?
Maybe he means on his screen.
I want to ask you a question. So for this amount of time, this is how that vessel was traveling. I'm starting my clock now.
Oh, wow, we're going to sit here for 47 seconds? And he doesn't know what she's looking at.
So that's how long that vessel was on that path right toward channel marker 15.
Yes.
I don't know. You're the only one looking at your clock. He didn't even answer the question.
He did. He said yes.
Oh. I thought it was 47 seconds. How many seconds was it?
All right. I want to be clear. Was a mile marker, was there a channel marker 16 or was 15 the last one?
No, 15's it. And then it opens
So,
up.
I mean, like the bottom line is he just cut it too close. Like he was clearly in the channel. It shows that he, and I found this very instructive because now I understood that they dredged a channel because of the overall depth of the water in that particular area. It's too shallow for a majority of boats. Like they'd be hitting the bottom and it would be a real issue, or reefs or whatever may be there, large rocks, whatever the dangers are that are in there. So you see him in the channel, and to me it just appears as if he just cut it too close when he was veering out at the end of the channel that they had dredged out, because they dug out basically a big
Well,
channel.
listen, I can see that there's like 2 seconds and then take a break. So maybe
Okay.
yeah. They might be right back actually. Oh, it's a short break, so
All
it
right.
doesn't matter. Wait. Oh, it's like, did they already do it? Put us back up to 1.5.
I'm so sorry.
1.5?
One more
2.5.
from
Oh, he's getting back down.
photo number 14.
It's up to you.
Post-impact with that channel marker. I see a bunch of track points here.
Yep.
Explain to the jurors what that's representing about.
When it hits the marker, it essentially comes to almost full stop, and then the remaining momentum and potentially the engine still running or pushing forward. This is just representing the movement of the boat after the impact of the marker.
Judge, is there at some point a washroom break would be possible?
Oh,
Please
your
sound
soundbite. Soundbite.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a public break. Please put your notepads and silent on board and leave them.
Well, I couldn't hear what you were saying, love.
Damn
What
it.
were you
I was
saying?
gonna do it. I was gonna do it.
Wait, what were you saying? Was
I'm
it
trying not
something
to
like
say it. I
that?
got it. I got it.
Oh, I said overruled.
Oh, you mean that?
Yana, I need to go to the bathroom.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so we'll fast forward past this. We got a Venmo from our beautiful mod. Brian says $25 for Scouts B-Day. I feel like this prosecutor is trying to make a name for herself to further her political career. Look,
That could be it,
I'm
too.
just gonna flat out say it. Based on, you were right, this was probably the most important testimony. It clarified the most things in terms of like the channel, why it exists. They dredged it out. And the fact that that was the last mark, like in my estimation, he just cut it too close because he was heading in that direction. Like we've seen the full map. Like ultimately he was heading down there because that's where he was going to dock.
Right.
So like when he gets to that last marker, I just think that the guy cut it too close, you know.
Well,
and he
and
ends
was
up-
I think he was looking at the wife's phone like Kat's suggesting. 'Cause
yeah,
there has to be some level of distraction. At first, I thought it was he thought he had already gotten past that mile marker. That's what I thought was what he was saying until we heard his statements, like that because there was a wake, he thought he had passed that one and he was at a different location, but it was more that a wake pushed him or something. I mean, you can get a wave that bellows from a boat that's not even, like that no one has seen for some time.
yeah.
I don't know. All
I
right.
don't know either. All right. So let's we got some quality blooping time.
You can just slide.
All right.
You'll see it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And then maybe when he's really giving
Thank you,
something
Brian,
like,
by the way.
thank you, Brian, something really important, we can slow down to you moved away from it
No,
to
it's right there.
oh.
It's right there. Hold on. But Melissa sent a follow-up when we were asking about her last part of her last Venmo. She sent $5. She said, boat engines determine cost of the boat. So life preservers, one per passenger, are mandatory to have stored on the boat. Flares and whistles too. I think he looked back at the girls or was giving his wife his phone to send the video.
Could be it too.
Pretty damn good. Thanks. That's great intel. That is great intel. Because that was the other thing. Like when Kat and I were talking about, either she said, "Oh, look at this adorable video," and he's looking at that. It would also make sense that she's like, "Hey, I can't send this. Can I use your phone so I can send this video?" Like maybe he has a better signal or what have you. Both are distinct possibilities. You play some weird soundbite. What was it?
I was gonna I take it that one's from like the Kelsey Fitzsimmons
Oh
hearing
yeah,
when they got into the fight.
yeah. Well, the
So
judge says, "Sit down." Blah, blah. You know, like when the judge gives them the reason.
we should have played that one when she was like, "What are you looking at? You
Yeah,
got a problem with me?"
they couldn't. It wasn't our stream. That doesn't do the shenanigans with the sound bites like we do. She's all business.
May I continue, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I think we can step down for a moment. Sure. I know that you've indicated that we see the southbound movement of the Robalo on what would be facing the street on the right-hand side. Can you explain for us, what is it that we're seeing on the left-hand side, this left traffic?
This is the Robalo's northbound track as he was heading up from Ocean up LAP. So the traffic here, you can see the close spacing is around the corner here, and then it gets much wider from here to here as opposed to one.
Now, in terms of the last track mark and the second to last track mark, I see that you indicate that there are two different speeds. Can you tell us what, if anything, that indicates was happening by the operator of that vessel?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Wait, now
Would this speed of
No,
43,
rephrase the
the
question.
second to last track mark, and the last speed at the last track mark over at 47, would that be consistent with the operator of the vessel?
Objection
accelerating through
leading.
the channel?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the
Objection
vessel
leading.
speeding up simply because it's hitting shallower water?
That's the water that's impacted.
what is wrong with them? Here, pause it
Now,
because I'm talking over it. So go back. So he makes an objection that it was, I think,
Leading.
speculation. No, first it was speculation. And the judge
yeah.
says, okay, rephrase the question. And then she rephrases it and just puts the answer she wants into the question, not once, but twice. And now the defense is sleeping on their hands. They're like quick on the speculation. And then they're just like, okay, lead them right wherever you want.
I'm sorry. This is an accident. It's like I know whatever the case may be. He's on the proper side coming back. He just cut it too close. It's that comfort. It's a comfort level of, he's used to operating the boat. He cut it too damn close going around it. I mean, I just, I don't know. It's a frustrating case. It's a frustrating case as he's being tried criminally for this. Like you said, this case is a civil case. It's not criminal. It's just not.
track mark and the last speed at the last track mark over at 47, would that be consistent with the operator of the vessel accelerating through the channel?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the vessel speeding up simply because it's hitting shallower water?
That's the water that's impacted the speed of the boat.
Now, when we look at these post-impact track marks where the engine is still running, are you familiar with an item called a kill switch?
And then cut switch.
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes referred to as a kill switch, yes. Can you explain to the jurors what that is?
Objection, relevance.
It's typically a lanyard that an operator would connect to, a belt loop or something on their body, and it is connected to a switch on the console. So if the operator were to leave or be affected or move from behind the console, it shuts the install.
Now, the fact that the vessel is still moving, does that indicate to you that a kill switch was on anybody that was operating that vessel?
Potentially one was not used.
Wait, pause it.
What difference does a kill switch make at this point at all?
Exactly. This is what she keeps doing. She keeps putting in, like, there were expired flares. What did he use this kill switch? That's why the defense objected to, I think it was relevance, right? Like, why is this relevant? This is not this is not connected to the negligence.
Right.
Now you're just putting in any random acts of negligence, just random acts of negligence. Even in civil law, this would be not relevant. It would, if it didn't cause the accident or be a contributing factor to the accident or the corresponding injuries, then it doesn't get in. And maybe she's going to flesh this out somehow, but I think it's what she's been doing all along, just putting in every single thing
Right.
of, potential negligence.
It's like exactly what she did with the instruction. Right. I mean, she's just planting the negligence seeds all over the place. Oh, look at all these little bouts of negligence over here. Like, he was missing 3 flares. He only had, 13 life preservers.
It was expired. No, the flares are expired. So put us back down to 1 during this and back us up. I want to hear
I
what
think
you
125 is good. I don't think
I
it.
couldn't hear.
You find it to be too fast?
No, I just couldn't hear what they said after that objection, but.
I think she's getting close to being done with them.
Come back to this in a minute. I want to ask you some more questions about the visibility of channel marker 15. I'm not sure if the screen. Is everybody able to see something? Is channel marker 15 visible from the second to last track mark that you indicated?
Clearly, yes.
Is it your understanding on the day that this crash occurred that there were any weather difficulties that would have obscured the view?
There were none.
What about sea conditions?
Sea conditions were generally calm, like chalk in the water.
Now, in evaluating the GPS data from those SIMRAD devices, were you able to see historical data, meaning prior times when that vessel had run through this location?
Yes.
Now showing image number 16. Is that count? You see a whole bunch of blue dots here. Can you explain to us what is it that we're looking at here?
Sure. This is the actual data that I'm kind of showing you on the nautical part over there earlier. This is Ocean Reef Club here, and these are all the track points that
Come on,
were
cameraman.
in the device from December 2021 up until the day of the incident. So you can see lots of travel in and out of the club here, in and out of the club on the other side. There was one trip further down, but the majority of the tracks show travels up to LHP.
Were you able to isolate any data to substantiate whether the operator of that vessel had ever actually navigated past channel marker 15?
You can buy through Cutterback channel dozens of times.
Now moving to exhibit number 17 on this. Can you explain to the jurors, what does this represent?
This is all the, excuse me, this is all the track data from the port GPS that documented travels past path marker 15 enters the southern end of Cutterback channel.
So based on the number of times that vessel had traversed past channel marker 15, would you expect the operator of the vessel to be aware of its location right there?
Yes.
Objection.
The yellow is the
But they want it to be like that. So.
I see this kind of curling shape that looks familiar, but is that
that's the post-accident, incident, post-incident travel or movement of the boat, moved away from marker after impact.
I mean, you look at that and it's every other time he's over a
now
little
we've
bit.
been talking about the port SIMRAD device. Did you get any data from the starboard SIMRAD device documenting where that vessel was on September the 4th, 2022?
There was none.
Does that mean it wasn't working?
No.
Does that mean you didn't somehow successfully extract that data?
No, I successfully extracted it. There was a lot of historical data. It just wasn't being used. It just wasn't generating track data on the day of the incident.
You earlier indicated that these SIMRAD devices are like multifunctional.
Yes.
Would it be consistent that perhaps the port GPS was activated on the SIMRAD, but that the starboard side SIMRAD was being used for some other purpose?
It could, the way he had the system configured could have played a role in whether or not it was generating data.
So like if hypothetically it was being used to play music or something like that, a decision might have been made that I don't need 2 devices tracking GPS. I want to use this other device for something other than GPS.
Objection, speculation.
Could that starboard side SIMRAD device have been used to play music?
Yes,
Now, I want to ask you, do you know the man seated at the end of that table? For the record, I'm indicating to the defendant, the man with the blue shirt and the blue tie.
I know who he is, but I don't have any personal knowledge of him or his family.
Did you ever meet a young woman by the name of Lucy Fernandez or anybody, or have any involvement with her family?
No.
Did you know any of the girls who were on the defendant's vessel on September the 4th of 2022?
No.
Are you getting paid for your work in this case?
I am.
And who's paying you?
You are.
Me personally?
Well, the Office of the State Attorney is paying me, and Fish and Wildlife paid me to do the initial report.
So you're being paid by the government to do work in this case?
Yes.
I want to transition for a moment and ask you if you've ever heard of a term, a speed spike.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me move you to the next exhibit here.
Okay.
Do you recognize the exhibit that's number 18?
I do.
Okay. Does this data represent
Forgive me, what image are we on?
18?
Thank you.
And down here, so you can kind of go over what this represents. Is this a chart that reflects data that was obtained from the Robalo vessel from September 4th of 2022?
This is essentially a spreadsheet with all the individual track points listed out in the order that they're generated by the device. And so this is the track point number, and these are the distances, time, speeds, force of travel, the time, and then the latitude one.
The times that are given, are these in military time or ordinary time?
No. So these look like they're the spreadsheets in military.
Okay, now earlier you testified that there were, I think, 1,889 track points generated for September the 4th of 2022.
Yes.
Now, we're not looking right now at almost 2,000 track points, right? So this is just a snippet of some of that data?
It is.
Okay, and of this snippet, what time does it start? In regular time, not military time?
58 seconds after 6:27 p.m.
And for this exhibit, when does the track points stop? What's the last time for that track?
I think the last digit is 6, but it's definitely 6:35 and 26 seconds.
Okay, now, in this particular situation, what was the time of the last track mark before striking the channel marker?
Sure. $6:37.28.
Okay, so this is 6:35 and 26 or 8.
Yes.
So this is a couple of minutes prior to the impact. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to point out to you that I'm looking at the chart that says 1808. I see that there's a number 53,
Yes.
and above that is 41.
Mhm.
Does this indicate to you that this vessel has the capability of accelerating from 41 miles per hour to 53 miles per hour in as little as a half a second?
2 seconds.
Or 2 seconds?
No.
Can you explain to the jurors, how did we wind up with a speed like that?
Yes.
Was using a tablet helping?
Yep.
So basically, when can't we trust what we see there? When is that data not reflective of what it looks like? Or he's going to draw something out? What's
Oh, he's about to start drawing.
Remember is that these speeds are not a snapshot of exactly how fast that boat was going at 6:33:09. These are calculated speeds based on the distance and the time that it traveled from one point to the next one. So
It's catching up. That's probably what's happening. Then you can't trust any of it. Let's see this little pyramid scheme he's got going. Distance, speed,
time, speed,
time.
distance, formula. If you have any two of the components of the triangle, you can calculate for the third. So for the speed calculations on this column here, they're using the distance from one track point to the next, and the time that it took to travel from one track point to the next. The thing with these calculations are the GPS system, when it's calculating your position, the latitude and longitude, measures time in nanoseconds or billionths of a second. When it's calculating your speed, though, it's using a very simple timepiece. This is an atomic clock that's on the GPS satellites. This is a very simple timepiece that's inside your GPS device, and it keeps time in whole seconds, right?
keeps.
So the device is calculating the speed based on the distance traveled divided by the time. And what you'll notice, when you have longer track intervals, like here, 23 seconds, 9 seconds, 11, 45, the speeds are all pretty consistent, right? They're all in the upper 30s to 40 right here, coming down. But here, the light speed is 2 seconds. Down here, it's only 1. So what happens sometimes, what you'll see when you're analyzing these devices, is the device might drop a track point at an uneven interval. So say it drops it at 1.4 seconds. Well, the system's not keeping track of the fractions of a second, so it'll round it down to 1 second. And then the next track line, it could be 1.5 seconds. Sorry, in which case, it would round it up to 2 seconds. So you're taking the speed calculation and the distance, and you're literally doubling the time in this example that you're using the device. So it's radically changing the final outcome, like here, 53 seconds with a 2 second interval here.
So which one of the 3 is the constant?
The 1 second intervals are not great for identifying speed. You want to look at like a longer distance with a longer track interval.
Now, if someone did not understand the way that the software will calculate the speeds,
Yes.
could it then appear to somebody that does not understand the interpretation of this data, that this vessel would be able to travel from about 39 miles an hour to 76 miles per hour that quickly?
What you're seeing here, these track points
Speculation.
are right at the north end of Cutter Bank as the Robalo is navigating. The operator is making some changes in direction and he's entering the channel. And you can see 2, 4, 1 second intervals right here. And that's why you see these swings. If you actually took those numbers and you averaged across all 4 or 5 of them, guess what happens? It smooths out to more recent speed.
Is this an error on the part of the GPS data or device?
It's not an error. It's just
A weakness.
you're pushing the limitations of the device's ability. You're dropping
A
the
limit.
track points. You're going, the faster you're going, the bigger this discrepancy is going to be. So at slow speed, a 1 second interval might not be that bad, but when you're going fast, after you're going, the bigger the difference is going to be.
And so it looks like the speed here is spiking, but that's not in fact what's happening. It's just the calculation of what the speed is dependent on how long the vessel travels between the leg from one point to the next.
Yes, and you also point out too, like, it's not using 155 feet for one calculation and then 3/10 of a mile the next. These are being displayed. There's 4 or 5 placeholders in this column right here. It's using actual measurement feet for one.
So it's using actual measurements for distance and then estimations for time and speed, but you need 2 of the 3 to calculate all of them. The defense better clear this up. Guesswork.
Do you know a person by the name of Brian Emond?
Yes.
Did you do a download or provide assistance to him to download those SIMRAD devices that were taken into custody in this case?
I didn't assist him, so to speak. He was unable to unlock the PIN code on the device, so I assisted him in unlocking the device, but I was present when he downloaded the GPSs.
Were there any attorneys for Mr. Pino present when this took place?
Yes.
And who was it that brought the actual SIMRAD devices to Mr. Emond to examine the data on those?
Lieutenant Thompson.
Has Mr. Emond ever taken your GPS data courses?
He has actually.
Okay. Do you know a person by the name of Christopher Cairns?
Yes.
Is he actually in the courtron today?
He is.
Can you just point to him?
Yeah,
Not that he's on trial or anything.
No, he's at the defense table right there.
Okay.
We'll stipulate.
Okay. Was he present when Mr. Emond did the download of the SIMRAD devices?
No.
Has he ever taken any of your GPS data courses?
He has not.
Pause it, babe.
I want to now take you to the.
All right, so he's just talking about how apparently the defense used 2 different experts, and I don't know if they're calling both of them, but one of them sitting in the courtroom, as we heard in the morning, that the defense tell the judge, our expert is listening to this expert's testimony. So the cue that the defense just got right there, right then, is maybe you need to call both of them, because they just delineated that, well, the other guy who, and maybe he only did the download portion. Maybe this other guy does the interpretation. I don't know, but you heard, the prosecutor making a big deal out of like that other guy. He took your courses, but this guy didn't take your courses. The other guy was present for the download, and this guy wasn't. But I guess we will know whether that really means anything once we know what the expert's testifying to. But
Yeah.
that's what that was just all about.
I mean, I found this guy to be somewhat informative in terms of challenging some of his opinions, even though he's technically not supposed to be giving opinions, because he wasn't deemed to be an expert, right?
This guy?
Yeah.
Oh, he's an expert.
I thought at the beginning when you weren't on
Oh, maybe I missed something.
that maybe I'm wrong, but I could have sworn there was some discussion about whether or not he could render expert opinions. So I don't know. But like you said, I mean, we know the defense's expert is in here watching, so maybe he is their expert. I don't know.
Date of June 9th, 2025, just a little over a year ago.
Okay.
Did you assist with the attempt to recreate the conditions, speed, et cetera, of the vessel crash that you documented with GPS data regarding this Robalo and channel marker 15?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what steps were taken to try to, as closely as possible, redo that crash without actually resulting in a crash?
Sure.
Let me move this out of the way a little bit so you can. Go ahead.
I have a set of red buoys, and I have found over the years that it is extremely helpful to actually go to the scene and put buoys on the latitude and longitude coordinates of the individual track points. Because it's one thing to look at it on a Google Earth image from a bird's eye view. It's completely different to go out to the scene and actually see everything in 3 dimensions. So what we did, we brought the buoys out, and we used GPS, one of my personal handheld GPS, and we deployed 2 buoys, the one immediately before impact, and then the second to last buoy prior to impact.
Now, is going on a boat from like 43 to 47 miles per hour anything like being in a car going from 43 to 47 miles per hour?
It's hard to compare cars and boats. They're vastly different.
What's the difference when you're on a boat going at that speed?
So cars steer from the front, boats steer from the back. So like when you turn the wheel on the boat, it doesn't turn the front, it pushes the back, right? There's no brakes. And even on the best day, loud. You have 600 horsepower, 12 cylinders roaring behind you. You have the wind in your face. You have at minimum, some vibration depending on the sea condition for the day. There's a lot of differences.
Okay, so like what do these buoys look like that you're dropping to try to, mark where these 2 last track points are prior to impact?
It's just a 12-inch styrofoam buoy, and it's got a fiberglass rod through it. It's got a reflector and a red flag on it. The bottom of it is weighted, and so when we got out to the scene, I measured the depth, and I had a weight on the end of the line, and so I wanted to, as closely as possible, approximate the depth, so there wasn't a lot of swing back and forth when the buoy's floating above the anchor. And so I had Lieutenant Thompson position us as close as possible to the latitude and longitude position using my GPS. So I was sitting on, we're not using the vessel GPS, we're using my GPS for me sitting on the back of the boat, and I'm guiding him to the exact latitude and longitude coordinates that were reported by the GPS, and I dropped the buoy there. And then we dropped that was the second to last, and then we moved up and did if I'm remembering the right order, and then we moved up and dropped the buoy right near the channel marker, which was the one immediately prior to collision.
And then was Lieutenant Thompson there with you?
Yes.
And who was piloting this vessel?
Lieutenant Thompson.
And just in total, how many people were on the vessel for this recreation?
3.
Were these people all
not the
wearing
same.
personal flotation devices?
Yes.
Objection
You
relevance.
didn't have 14 people on the vessel?
No.
Objection relevance. Well, not actually. That one was relevant because it.
Were you
doesn't
and Lieutenant
create
Thompson out
anything.
drinking beers prior to this exercise?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
Wow.
some bullshit.
Bullshit.
This is
Objection.
some
Bullshit.
Once Lieutenant Thompson begins to pilot the vessel through the Cutter Bank channel toward those buoys that you had placed using GPS,
Sit down. I said
Was he able to accelerate the vessel to 43 miles per hour at the first buoy that one would pass by, and then up to almost 47 miles per hour at the second buoy right next to the channel marker?
So we actually started quite a bit further north up the channel, and so we were already traveling at 43 when we passed marker 13A and when we passed the buoy. And then once we passed the buoy, Lieutenant Thompson accelerated the boat up to 47 miles an hour as we passed in close proximity to the marker 15 and the other buoy.
Was any kind of photography used to document these passes through the channel?
Yes, several different.
Can you describe for the jury?
So I was using my GoPro camera, and we made multiple runs putting the camera in different locations. And we also had the Miami-Dade Marine unit out there with one of their drone pilots who was flying a drone above us.
At any point, did you film one of these runs with the camera attached to the starboard stern or the rear right side of the vessel?
Yes.
Why did you think it was important to put a camera at that location of the vessel?
I thought it was relevant to see what it looked like looking down the starboard side, the side that was impacted.
Did you also place a GoPro camera from the vantage point of right in front of the center console on the windshield?
Yes. I mean, I would love to have had it from the operator's perspective, but the console on the FWC boat is nothing like Mr. Pino's boat. So we put it we stuck it with a suction cup on the windshield right in front of the
not the same.
Inside the console, like down
Okay.
towards the bottom of the windshield, so it's not obstructed.
So it doesn't mean shit.
Would you think it would be prudent to put the camera in the line of sight of Lieutenant Thompson?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay. Was there another place that you placed that GoPro camera so that we could see the vessel approaching the channel marker?
Attached to the actual channel marker and recorded northbound perspective to see the boat approaching the marker.
Oh, wow. So that's going to look horrifying. All right, pause it a sec, babe. She's about to go into this video. All right. So we got like another couple good comments through Venmo before, and then I'm going to say something else. So Misty says, we have an epidemic of sex trafficking and drug trafficking and child sex abuse and domestic violence and coercive control abuse in this country. And we are spending how much on this accident? It's appalling. This prosecutor should be disbarred, in my opinion. Strong feelings from Misty. Thank
Misty's
you.
feeling all the things about Miss Adams.
And Missy, I'll say her last name because she put it in here. Well, I'll just say Missy. She says kill switch for engines are only federally mandatory for vessels 26 feet or smaller. Thank you for all the insider knowledge you guys have. And then Deborah says, it's giving me Trooper Paul vibes. If he says it just did, I'm going to fall over. And then Misty came back again and said, I agree, Bob. This case should have never been brought. The victim's dead. Oh, that was an old one. I don't know why it just came through again, as though she just sent it again. It was like the prosecutor one, even though she fixed that to be the public defender. So now we're about to get this video that's still not at any relevant perspective. And I guess we'll have to see, but I do think the one that's, you know, I appreciate it coming from the other angle, meaning the one that's attached to the buoy marker, but we're just going to have this boat like racing towards the camera. It seems like that's going to be a horrifying perspective, but all right, let it go and let's see. Bloop.
It's the exhibit label.
There you go.
This
Blooping.
you're in your Albert consulting capacity, not lieutenant capacity. All right, I want to play for you. It's the exhibit labeled GoPro front of vessel with speed.
I'm not hearing. floor, out of here.
Out of 13A. That's 14. No, I'm going to just went by.
He's already on the other side of it. That's not even what happened, from what I could tell. I don't know.
I think it was.
It seemed like it crossed over like
Replace but stop at certain points. Okay, right here. Can you point out any channel markers that are visible right now?
12 and 13.
I noticed, Mr. Albert, that up in the upper left-hand corner, there appears to be something like a speedometer.
Yes.
How did that get there?
The GoPro camera has built-in GPS that you can use to calculate speed. And it has in the editing app, you can choose which features to show on video. So I put the speed on.
Is this location essentially the entrance to the Cover Bank channel as you're heading south?
Don't forget, this is at 1.25, so it's
That would be further up to the north.
Yeah, so I mean, that was 12 and 13, and there's 2 pairs of markers north of that, 10 and 11, 8A and 9 for the north.
Top.
This is 13A right here, and you're just starting to come into view. This is 15 right here, straight ahead.
So we're not quite yet at 13A.
Correct. And this is 15 right here. This is 14 right here.
What is the red dot that we see here?
This is my marker representing the second to last track point right here. This is 14 and that's 15.
Here is the second to last track mark. Where's channel marker 15?
Right here.
Right now, the counter is at 37 seconds. Let's see where it's at when we get up to channel marker 15 from 37. We're now at 47, so just about 9 or 10 seconds. Now, based on the GPS data that you obtained from the SIMRAD device that were on that Robalo vessel, did the operator of the Robalo make any change in direction from that second to last buoy to this last buoy?
No.
Would the operator of that Robalo vessel have been able to see channel marker 15 from those locations?
Yes.
Wow.
If he was looking.
Wow.
I'll show you another.
I slowed it down, by the way.
This is going to be GoPro.
Oh yeah, Allie's on sound bite now. What's up? What's up? Get it, girl.
What are we looking at in this video?
This is Kaherine channel. This is 14, 13A, 13, and 12. And that's, and you can see the boat right there.
And
All right.
where is this camera affixed right now?
It's affixed on the right-hand side of the well, as we're looking towards the sun, on the right-hand side of the marker, on the side of the marker. East side of the marker.
How can you say inside or outside when it's... Wait. This is what I was predicting might have been horrifying, so let's see.
Going deep into the cliff, girl. Wow, that blew my hair back.
Wasn't as scary as I thought.
It was pretty terrifying, babe. You nailed it. Nailed it.
I want to hear objection before I hear a word out of your mouth.
Let's
Call
begin
the
to
roll.
run
Sit
with the
down.
GoPro on the starboard stern of that.
Hear a lot of noise. Is that consistent with the kind of noise that would be from the Robalo as it was making its way down the Cutter Bank Channel?
It's different cold, but I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of different. There's wind noise, there's engine noise, and there's noise from the water, breaking on the side.
And this one's right on top of the water, so.
We just passed the second to last buoy, correct?
Yes.
All right, we've got 26 seconds.
Marker 14.
So we've got 26 seconds on the counter. Let's see how long it takes us to get to channel marker 15.
That was like 12.
We've got 35 seconds. The vessel's just about to approach channel
Oh,
marker
it was?
15.
What?
Yes.
That channel marker had been visible to the operator of the Robalo that entire time.
Yes.
That's what he did. Cut it close. Like that guy.
Sure that I
That's a
agree
little
with you
too
100%
close.
on your police work there, Lou.
All right, the non-driver view. Okay, got it.
Now at this point, where is the vessel? Is it still to the north of where we see channel markers 13, 13A?
Yes.
Do you know which channel markers these are that we're approaching here?
12 to 13.
What channel marker do you see now?
This is 13A and over here is 14.
She's like,
Put it back to
that shit.
1.25. We get the idea. Put it back to 1.25.
And you can channel mark from great distance.
Right now we see the buoy.
Yes.
Put it back
Does that
to 1.25.
represent the last time that any change in direction was had up until right before impact?
There is, it's not a big change in direction,
Hey.
but it was probably the combination of the change in direction and the increase in speed that triggered the device to drop that track point.
1.25. We've seen this enough. They're about to take lunch, so chat, be ready to come back in.
Oh, yeah.
What was the name of that?
GoPro on windshield with speedometer.
Thank
you. Okay, we just have two more to give the jury an idea of what was recorded.
Aye. Just so you know, we put it back to 1.25 because I feel like we've seen this like 10 different angles. So
It's on 1.25.
That's what I'm letting the people know.
Oh, I'm about to put it on 3, so it really looks like he's going fast.
Right? Bloop. No, I guess not. Be right into it.
Wow, it's getting
I'm
heavy on the
impatient.
blue
I'm
button.
ready to have the chat back in.
For reals.
It's almost like a video game. There we go.
No.
Okay, I want a blue.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, he's flying, bro. He's flying. That was bad.
Dude, what'd you
And on the GPS device, what
Wow.
was the speed at the second to last
I
checkpoint?
went at 1.25.
Oh, so
That was 3.
It's not easy to exactly get the speeds on both.
Did the vessel accelerate somewhat between that last checkpoint and as it approached the
Yes.
channel marker? Then the last one, multi-view, windshield and channel marker. Did you have the capability of actually
Huh?
doing like a picture-in-picture type of view, so we see 2 different views?
Yes.
Can you explain
Man,
that?
she's
Ooh.
itchy. Itchy.
2 different
Again,
views.
the GoPro editing software, you can take one video and insert it in the other so they both play.
Picture in picture. Okay.
Not
Getting
your
high.
camera.
Highfalutin over here.
So this is from the channel marker.
And they're synchronized so that
Yes.
you see the same time?
Yes.
From the channel marker perspective, are we at this point able to see the boat coming?
Yes, the photo's right there, and marker 15 is right here.
So if these were living objects, they would be able to see one another.
Yes.
Thanks.
So we're going back to the end sections and see both at the same time.
All right, come on, people. All right, invite
All
the
right.
chat back.
Let's go. All right.
See who comes first.
Which came first, the chicken or the egg?
I'll have it playing in. Oh, whoa, whoa.
All right. Come on back. Come on in. The water is fine. All right, chat's back up and active. So let's go. Bring it. Bring it.
Yep.
All right. While we're waiting for those folks to come in, we did get I didn't hear what the last Venmo you ended on was.
It
So let me-
was it was Misty at 12:22, which one ended up being a repeat. So you're at Beth. I'll do it.
Wait,
I got it.
whoa. She specifically
Oh no,
said-
that's not her. No, sorry, that was an old one. So
Okay.
we've got let me see. We've got Deborah. If it's not the same type of boat, how is it reconstruction? How is the reconstruction accurate? Yeah, that's what I want to know. We've got I'll use first name Cheyenne. Clearly an accident. Defense needs to be up needs to up their game. They aren't aggressive enough compared to the state. Where's the AJ attitude? Point out, are we blaming alcohol, the amount of passengers, him only using GPS? Which one is it? That's what I want to know. And then we've got one more anonymous that says,
See, they can't blame the alcohol because he didn't charge him with boating under the influence. And
But
they
they
couldn't
are.
do that.
They're
They
throwing it
are,
in.
but they're not. They
Right.
are, but they're not.
And then we've
They
got
couldn't do that because nobody tested him. Nobody did any field sobriety tests. Nobody asked for a blood draw at the scene. Nobody did a breathalyzer. Like none of that happened when
right.
it mattered. So they didn't have the evidence.
You
So
seen any chat yet? I just sent a test to
oh,
see
so-
if it
yep, I
triggered.
got one. First one in. Oh, that's
That was
just
me.
it.
All right, so then we have one without anything that says, I've lived in Miami all my 60 plus years and handled civil litigation, personal injury lawsuits for the defense. So that would be working for the corporations. When you're doing defense and PI work, you're working for the company being sued or the person being sued. So all my defense buddies who boat think hands down he was drinking. Miami is the fraud capital, liars of the US. Call me jaded, Miamian skeptic. That's what I am. So, and look, at the end of the day, I actually do think he was drinking more than the 2 beers. That's what I think, but I don't know about the evidence isn't proving that. So, and they're back. And the first one technically was DB. I wanted my message to be, oh, wait, that might have been his old one. Oh, I got the old ones came back because I had left. All right. So is there a new one? All right, here's the first new one. Hold on. Here we go.
If I had to bet, it was
Oh my
Sharon.
God, it's factual lie again. I don't know how factual lie factual lie has like a trick. Like, I'm gonna do this. 'Cause
Actual lie takes it as an actual challenge. Like
for
nobody's
real.
beating me to the chat.
No.
Fuck y'all. I'm the first one in every time.
And
All right.
then we've
Well,
got Amanda.
actually, it was Sharon on my end.
Really? We see two different. So maybe for some
Wait,
reason
wait.
I always
I'm
see
wrong.
factual
I'm
lie.
wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Oh,
I'm
so
wrong.
you
Wow,
win
there were a
factual
lot.
lie.
They flooded in. Yeah,
Yeah.
factual lie. 100%.
Kylie says this is painful at this point.
Actual lie was about to send me like a death threat. Like, trying to steal the crown. Don't
How
you gotta steal
dare
my
you?
crown.
How dare you? I mean, agreed, Gina. I seriously dislike Lady Prosecutor. She is giving me a headache. I mean, I tend to like dislike prosecutors as a general rule. So, we're open about it that we're defense attorneys and we see a different side of prosecutors than everybody else sees, except when you watch stuff like this and you see it too. So I'm like, from the jump, unless they prove me otherwise. Unless they prove themselves otherwise. Um, so welcome back, everybody. Welcome
Indeed.
back,
Indeed.
welcome back, welcome
Lori
back.
sent us a $10 Venmo and said, pin trial. Lori, explain that in chat now for free. Like, what does that mean? Thank you for the 10.
Pino trial.
Oh, Pino. She dropped the O. It was just pin. Even without my cheaters, there's no O. But yes, thank you, Ali. Thank you for the context clues. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So Giggle Glimmer was out at that sandbar this weekend. It's still knuckin'
Futs.
Like it. I like it. I mean, look, so that's why, so Jen's like, right, you're a defense attorney from Illinois who doesn't comprehend, or we don't comprehend how sick and tired people are in South Florida of ignorant people. And I wholeheartedly get that. And it's just like, you need evidence. You can't just say, well, I think because he said, 2 drinks, it was probably more. But I also see the other side of it. How in the hell? It would almost be better if he said he was distracted by, something that somebody was doing. I looked away at something. But, the fact of the matter is the jury's left thinking, how in the hell do you hit that thing unless you were actually, I feel like drunk's the only answer.
Well,
know?
unless there's another answer, unless he
But
was
there's no,
looking
and
at
there's
his wife's phone. Well, that begs the question: is he going to get on the stand and testify? His problem will be
not different than
is
he did
that
before.
I mean,
Give
he didn't.
himself consciousness of guilt evidence.
Well, no, I mean, I'm saying he didn't say anything prior to when he had the head injury. I mean,
Right.
he could get on the stand and say, "Well, it came to me a year later."
Oh,
Whether or not a jury is going to buy that, I
your
don't know.
sister's gonna come to Scouts game tonight. What is it? Well, text Bridge where it is when you get a chance.
Okay.
So, I appreciate your point, Jen, and like I said, people, we love hearing other people's perspectives, so nobody give Jen a hard time. Jen says, "My meaning is if we didn't have 10 million people down here doing the exact same thing, you might be able to overlook something, but this is negligence that ended someone's life."
Oh,
And
Allie can 100, but Allie spent her youth down on the Jersey Shore, and I mean, what they used to call the people that would come in from Philly are shoebies.
yeah.
Shoe. We
No,
don't
no, no,
want
no,
your
no. That's because
oh,
they brought
oh,
their lunch in shoe boxes. That's where the
oh,
name
I
came
liked it
from.
better my way.
But we started out as shoobies because we lived outside of Philadelphia until we relocated into, like, the beach house and moved. So, but I did grow up every single summer there, my entire life, but mostly most of my time on the water was before I was really old enough to, like, it definitely wasn't any sort of, like, party scene, well, at the ages that I was um kind of spending my time on the water, but yeah, yeah. Grizz girl, she's a shooby.
Shuby, love it, love it.
Um, and Darcy makes a good point, the point we were making. I believe he was drunk, yes, but without proof, it's a moot, love you, but it's MOOT point. Um, and that could be voice recognition anyway, when it probably would happen to me when I use voice recognition in text. But as lawyers, I just had to fix that, because we're
I
lawyers.
honestly, 17th juror asked thoughts on Carmelo Anthony. I really don't have many because I didn't see the trial, and
Right.
and I'm not going to cast shade on media reporters that are in there, but I just don't trust them. Like I don't know, like I don't trust them to give me an accurate reflection of the law and what was argued and how it was handled, how the defense did. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, that's the problem when you have cases that are tried in the dark, and in a case like that, where you've got a lot of heat down there between races, that's the kind of case you absolutely have to have open, just flat out transparency so that everybody can watch it, everybody can come to their own conclusion. I don't know what happened in that courtroom. I honestly don't, and
Right,
I
and we
I
don't know enough about what happened there. One thing I do know is that my parents, who usually get their news only from one channel, thought that the that Carmelo only wasn't a student, didn't go to school anywhere, and just was over there uh
wait,
harassing
what are you
people.
talking about? It was a track meet.
I know, but
His
that's what my
school was competing in the track meet.
my mom didn't think that. All right,
Oh,
I'm
well,
I'm
you're
talking to
like,
Kat and see what she's got.
that's terrible. Like, that's what your mom came away. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't. I have no opinion on it other than, the fact that it should have been streamed. We should have all had the opportunity to watch it and see what's what from our own point of view. So yeah, I'm gonna abstain from forming any
All
kind of
right,
opinion.
let's hop off that because we got Kat. Let's see what she's been thinking as she's been listening and driving. Go ahead, Kat. You're supposed to say hey back, babe. Or
Oh,
she can't
hey,
hear you
what's
say
up,
back.
Cat? I can't hear
You can't hear when they says anything back. Oh, never mind. She can't hear you.
her. Yeah.
All right, so tell us what your thoughts are.
So I just see when they were doing the instructions, when
Sounds like shit.
get permission,
She's like breaking up. It's worse. Got nothing.
Bob's saying they can't hear you at all, apparently. Which I'm surprised because when we did this with, remember when I played it,
As
we were
is
playing
next
it
witness.
back during.
She gone. Yeah, good. That's a good idea. Exactly. Ali, do what Sharon's suggesting. Maybe send a voice note because then it'll be clear. I think that's a good workaround. Well done, Sharon. Well done. Well done. Like I was having a hard time, but I think Kat was still in the and I don't need snacks, Brian. What are you talking about, girl? I'm in a great mood. I just didn't hear what Ali said. Let's see. Yeah, I think when Kat called me, I could barely hear her, but I think she was in the courthouse. So she went to the same courthouse in a different courtroom. She was right next door to the Pino trial. She was there because she's covering the Jones trial. And I think that's actually, I think they're trying to get a retrial on that, but don't quote me on that. Because she was in there for, Rashawn Jones. So at For Dread says, I sent a message on Twitter. My message would cost me a Nandono to send super. Also, Ali, go get the pellets. Don't make Bob suffer unless he talks in Corey Richards' lover's voice. Yeah. Thanks, Ed, for Dread. It's Rashawn Jones. I don't know shit about it. I don't know. DB, brief the people on what's up with Rashawn Jones' case. I'm not capable. I don't know anything about it. It's one of the many cases that Kat covers that are always fascinating. She never picks a dud. Oh, another one. That's all I need. It's another case I'm going to lose my shit on. It's like there's so many cases to lose your shit on. Yeah, I wonder if there were racist cops involved. Maybe.
So I decided that I talked to Kat and I'm like, you know what, you'll let everyone know your observations. So she made some observations. She did pop in, and she'll be back in like an hour and a half, and she can give them to you guys. She was ready to come back anyway. She went there for that Jones hearing, like she said. So, and that's why I just want to reach out to her earlier and make sure, there wasn't like do what you want. At Fort Dread said, I sent a message on Twitter. My message would cost me a Nandono. What? To send super. Also,
I read that.
Ali, go get pellets. Don't make Bob suffer unless he talks in Corey Richards' lover's voice. Oh, you read
Hey,
that?
did you hear we were saying that
I heard
Kat
nothing.
should do a voice memo and send the voice memo because then we'd be able to hear her, which I
Yeah,
thought
but
was a
she's
great
going to be
workaround.
on. So I thought let's let her give her
Okay.
thoughts and observations when she gets on because she's headed back anyway. So, Nandono. Okay. So X isn't up, right? I meant to ask you that earlier. You don't have X linked with comments, do you? Robert
I
might.
don't. No, I'm not streaming to X per your
Okay.
instructions.
Well, plus
And
Kat was turning it off for this anyway. Yeah.
and I posted a post for people to go and watch our live from last night, going over Rosemary's motion. And I accidentally had the link, which put up the video. And I'm like, ooh, Allie's going to get me. She's going to be pissed. So I went
Yeah.
in and edited it and just put your awesome thumbnail that you made.
Okay, but you should always link just to at least our channel. You just go to your channel and you copy that.
Yeah,
Then they
but I will. I'll put it underneath the. I won't put it. I'm telling you, you can't put it in any kind of link to the channel in the OG post. They put a brick on it.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're a lot of you here now with us last night. I was pretty proud of my my thumbnail because Bob's been challenging whether I'm creative enough to do the videos, and not like challenging, but wondering. And I'm like, pretty damn good thumbnail. Pretty creative. I guess the person who did that is like very creative.
Super creative. I mean, it was pretty amazing. But what made it really amazing is when I put a little Rage Against the Machine. That it was a total package.
That was the cherry.
And it was the total package then.
I loved it. It was perfect. Bob can always pick the perfect soundbite.
Yeah, I mean, I try my best. Well, thank you. All right, you guys, hype last night's show. It's at like 18,000 views. That should be at 60, 70, 80,000 views. It's like we need to get it out there. Everybody should be furious. Everybody should be outraged. Everybody should be disgusted. And
if you're wondering how to hype it, if you've already liked it without hyping it, then you have to click the thumbs up again. So it's like you didn't like it yet, re-like it, and then it'll give you the option to, I'm looking at our live right now, to hype it. So.
Yeah, I don't even know if we've made it, even on the ones that we've asked people to hype. It's like we're not getting enough. We need our dedicated fans all to hype it.
You're doing something wrong. I don't know.
I mean, I'll tell you what, our grift game has been spectacular today. You guys have been crushing the Venmos.
Yeah,
It's been an amazing day.
That's true.
We get our A+ grifting for the day. And you guys are A+.
And what's most amazing about last night's is that at least right now we're at 10% exactly like to view ratio, which is typically heard of. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm loving it. And then, but has it translated into more subs? I mean, that's what we need, more subs.
Yeah.
Thanks, Guy Goddess.
We had a nice bump.
Oh,
we had a nice bump.
I like it.
I mean, not as much as it should have been, but you know how we are. Like we both are of the mindset we should be at 500,000 subs. And it's just like, I mean, we watch all the other channels. We're like, they're good, but we're awesome.
Thanks, Science.
It must be our
last night.
Maybe it's our matrimonial banter that's keeping
Some
us
people
down
hate
there.
it.
Some people hate it. Some people feel they're very uncomfortable. They're like, wow, that man is so mean to his wife. I'm like, wow.
No, and that wife always cuts off her husband.
I've never seen that cut. Like I've been waiting.
Some people have said that. You've read them to me. Stop. Now you're just going to entice the people to say, stop.
All right. Serious question though. When are we going to get these gifts?
So here's the thing. Depending on when you get back from her practice, then because I have that hour time before while you guys are out at the field, warming up.
Can you use? Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
okay.
But if you have time before that, and I let Kat know too. I'm like,
I let her know early that. Yeah. Like I texted her last night. I'm like, yo, like the birthday takes precedent, so we'll have to. Exactly. DB knows. I'm dying to get over to Sephora to do all the Sephora things. Oh yeah. I do need another bottle of my cologne. I've been out for many weeks now. I've been like going super ghetto with like my Old Spice like little spritz. Allie's like, what does that smell? I'm like, I'm like, this is old school. This is my dad's shit. I grew up loving Old Spice because I always I'd smell it on my dad after
you live good Old Spice deodorant in different flavors. That is
really different scents.
I mean,
I'm not licking it.
Yes,
this is a good flavor.
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
no, but I would always love when my dad would come out of the shower, but he was using the aftershave that he'd put on his face. I always liked the scent. It's classic shit, classic shit. Let's see here. All right, do you want me live?
No, I mean, looks like we're gonna go back any minute. I'm live watching and
Oh, you
listening.
are? Okay.
Yeah, but you should
Yeah.
get live. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll get live. I got a dip at I'd say 1:35.
Yeah, I'll just take over. You
Yeah.
stop sharing your stream, your screen, and I will start, and then keep it down there. I'll just get it ready.
Do.
Okay, we're live. Live.
Man, we had such a great. Did you have fun this weekend watching the games?
Oh yeah.
It's so
Great
much
game.
different when we're like, just a competitive team,
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's so fun.
Oh yeah.
So fun.
Giggle says, I'm pretty sure Old Spice is a repellent. But I'm telling you, the Old Spice makes a lot of deodorants with really good scents, and like Bob uses one that smells delightful.
Yeah, but
Like
the
a
old
attractor.
school, original OG Old
Yeah,
Spice
that.
scent.
No, I don't know about that.
What? I'm gonna tell my dad you said that.
Well, I mean, not on my husband.
What? You're just used to me using what I've always used. It blends it blends well with my natural body oils and all that other shit. I don't know.
Yeah. Scooter says Dracar and Polo. I mean, you've got to be about our age. That was what the high school and junior high hallways just stunk of. Dracar and Polo. Back in the day.
We got a nice email from a lawyer. I love when lawyers give us love on the channel or via email. It's very validating. It's very validating.
Okay, well, what was it?
Oh,
was it like private?
do you want me?
Tell me later, I guess.
Yeah, I'll tell you later. Well, she said, I'm a fan of your show and really appreciate your recent reading of the Scapiccio motion papers, including Michael Proctor's horrible text. What struck me as you were reading is the following: when I began practicing at the legal aid, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to read it just in case she doesn't want me to read it. I don't know.
Right.
I don't want to be
giving shit away.
Yeah.
Just screenshot it for me.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
So did anybody like feel a certain way from that?
Yes.
That is it.
That's
That is
it.
At for Dread.
Oh,
The
look at
Old
me in
Spice-
at for like smelling like Scent Brothers. What's up?
That's a good one for the
Good
and
one.
he's talking about the deodorant.
That's my go-to. It's my go-to. Shit's fire. Shit's
Now you're
fire.
gonna have everybody walking. We should have just. They gotta pay us. What?
Yeah.
Take this down.
Yeah, we're not giving them free
I could
advertising of the
put the
good
link up.
smells.
I've got that Amazon. I'm gonna put the link up. Nobody buy it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, we gotta do that. We gotta do that.
I have a because we're like Amazon whatever, and I never do it. And there's actually things I could tell the people about and do it.
Somebody was asking about your top that you had on last night, and they're like, I loved your top. Where can I get it?
Ooh.
Point of fact, right there.
The black
Yeah, that
pant
has
shirt
that like
under or the
no, like it's the one that has that kind of
Right,
hole cut
right.
out there.
I mean, nobody's gonna probably want to.
We're
buy
on a good day.
deodorant
I
on
might
Amazon, but
be able to see a little boob.
it's like,
You know what I mean? Oh yeah.
stop.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, they sell it as a. I mean, the 3-pack is way more cost effective than the 1-pack, but.
Oh, it was yeah, see you Buff's mom. She asked.
Oh, here it is in just.
I
wait,
see
that's
you, girl. I was reading through the comments. I saw it. I seen it.
This one says
So here's my question. I am unshowered, like some kind of savage, and I need to take a shower.
Savage.
I
It's
know.
weird.
I
This
know.
has a Fiji. Does your Fiji say on it coconut and palm tree and coconut?
I don't know. What do you
There's
mean?
one that doesn't say it on it, but it still has a picture. I wouldn't have guessed that was palm tree and coconut. Is that the one you always use?
Yeah, Fiji, and there's another one that I
There's one
started
other one.
using too. Yeah,
Oh.
it's like I'll open up the lid and give it a sniff if I'm going to pick out a new one, but a lot of times it's the name. The name will catch me. I'm like, ooh. I'm like, that's a cool name. Beth sent us a $10 Venmo because I love you guys, sending hugs from the land of corruption, Norfolk County. Happy birthday, Scout. Oh, thanks, Beth. So sweet. So Mary had asked, hi, y'all, just getting here. Did I miss much? I would say, yeah. I would maybe go like 2 times speed on the stream and
We're
check out.
1.5 at some point, so.
Yeah, like just to like they put on their guy who really I thought was the most informative witnesses they put on in terms of the channel, you know, what it looks like from a different view. Like they had a boat with a GoPro on it, so we got a different view than the first guy, which with the drone I thought was useless. You couldn't gauge anything from it really. And he gave a lot of information. Whether or not that's going to be rebutted by the defense's expert, we shall see. But I thought it was informative. I didn't realize that they had like dug a trench, basically. So within that channel, you know, so that the depth was deeper and boats wouldn't be, hitting the bottom and getting stuck when they're trying to traverse through the channel. So that I thought that was interesting.
That link I put up looks like it's actually a discounted price, so I tried to find the least expensive one.
Wait,
Sale
do
price.
we get paid if somebody buys that shit?
I don't know, we get something, I think.
Oh.
It's an associate link.
Oh, you did it. Our first ever associate link. Hold on. I have to do something for you. My sound effects are like stuck. I can't scroll to the top. Ugh. All right, you keep going off camera, but you're not shutting your mic off. So whatever you're doing, I don't know. Like I heard a sniffle
I was sniffling.
the last time.
I gotta take another
I have to
ear
tell
check.
you, I went down there and it is cold as shit down there. I don't even know how you're
Basement? I have a
Yeah.
sweatshirt on.
It's still like I walked down to bring your charger and I was like, frigid.
I
She
also have
really
a
cannot hear me.
Writings
Like, I was
original.
like right next to her. I'm like, hello.
They
So
probably
I
saw me go like that, like jump.
right. Jump scare. Yeah, we're on lunch. We are on lunch right now. Ali, did you take down my banner? I don't
Oh,
want that. I
because
never want it
I didn't
down.
want it up during lunch because, you know.
Oh, why? I'd
And plus it
always
says
rather
there's a
get
state
Venmos
witness
than
up. Well, I guess
supers.
they are up. I mean, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Then we've got what does Mish from North is Ireland get?
Aw, family hug. That's what she
Oh,
gets.
welcome, new member. Thank you.
Yeah, we love new members so
Yeah.
much.
We do.
So much. Oh yeah, let's throw this up. And if you love our channel and you love our chat, which obviously we're not able to use to its full power during this particular trial, show our mods some love. Buy them a slice of pizza. We like that people appreciate our mods because if you know anything about the tubes, your mods are who keep the chat a nice, civil, safe space for everybody to come to, have differing opinions. And, like, we're just not an echo chamber. And, like, people, like, come in and try to push back. They're like, oh, I
Yay.
thought you weren't an echo. Yay. Love
Thanks,
it.
GA Cat Mom.
Oh, next witness. The deal is that the judge, right before trial told Court TV and Law and Crime that they were court ordered to disable their live chats for reasons unknown. We can all speculate, but we don't know the exact reason that they could not have live chat. We were concerned.
No, it said something like Katt said. It said something like anyone that has the stream on screen cannot have the live chat functioning. So Court TV told her that their feeds will get cut if other, creators are doing it.
Yeah, because I tweeted at Kathy, who she works with Law and Crime, and I'm like, did you see the order itself? Like, can you tell me what the whole language is? I'm like, and she was like, yeah, I think that, the safe move is to not allow live chat on your streams of our stream. And so, out of respect for Kathy and Law and Crime and Court TV, because
And
we
the
use
judge.
our feeds a lot, and the judge, of course.
And so we can keep watching.
Well, I mean, I just wasn't clear on the judge.
All right, they're coming back. They're coming back. Let's get everyone's last ideas and thoughts out. We've got Amanda, member for 18 months.
Woo!
This trial is weird.
Hot diggity dog. All right. Okay, so
You can leave it
pause
on
it.
for a little bit.
I'm
I
gonna
think.
I'm gonna get rid of it. All right, you guys, we love you. We love you. And we'll see you at the next break. Right? I don't know how long they're going today. I might not be here,
Yep.
but all right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. All right.
Oh, boy,
Love you.
off.
Bye.
All right, I'm putting it up, not you, just because you're gonna. have to
So
wait till then.
depressing. So
Yep.
depressing.
All right,
All right, pull it up.
I got it. He just started his cross-examination. Whoops,
Okay.
wait, I missed my.
All right. Okay. I'll be back.
Wait,
Yes.
yours up
Establish a
instead of
few
mine.
basic points when we begin.
Sorry, let me get back.
You were not, you and I are meeting today for the first time,
Yes, sir.
and wanted to just establish a few basic points when we begin. You were not an eyewitness to the event of September 4, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you were retained by the state to do the analysis that you've performed today for the jury.
Yes.
And part of the role that you played was try to sort of recreate what might have happened on September 4, 2022, using the data you were able to retrieve from the GPS device on the Robalo.
Yes.
And so I just want to ask you a few preliminary questions. We got to see Lieutenant Thompson operating his motor vessel sometime much later than September 4, 2022. I think he did it a couple years later.
Yes.
Okay. And in doing that exercise, it would have been relevant and perhaps important to try to replicate the conditions that existed back in September of 2022 so that the visual we see looks as much as possible like the conditions that existed on the day that Thompson did it, the same day of the Robalo incident, right?
Sure.
Okay. And in coming
didn't
to
do
that effort to try to replicate the conditions, you knew certain details about the September 2022 incident. I'll call it the Robalo incident so that we know what I'm talking about. The Robalo incident occurred at approximately 6:37 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And it was September.
Yes.
September 4, 2022 at approximately 6:37 p.m.
Yes.
So that's in the evening.
Yes.
It was actually still light out.
Yes.
There was actually at least another hour's worth of sunlight.
I believe so. Yes.
And the sun sets in the west or southwest at that time of year.
Yes.
Okay. And so at that time of day, as the Robalo is heading down Cutter Bank Channel, the sun would be off to the Robalo's starboard right side, correct?
Yes.
It wouldn't be exactly 90 degrees to the right, more like 60 some odd degrees, right?
I'd have to calculate it. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Did you do that calculation?
No.
Okay. And so when Lieutenant Thompson did his exercise, he did it in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. So in the morning, the sun would be off to the port side of Thompson's vessel.
Is it a question? Yes.
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 Okay. and you can assume there's a question mark at the end of every
Will
one
do.
of my statements,
Yes,
but
sir.
if not, I'll
Okay.
clarify. Okay. And at 6:37 in the evening on September 2022, that sun would be about an hour's from the horizon.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you do any analysis of how the sun would reflect off of any of these markers in doing your analysis?
No.
So, and I just want to say that's a point that, at least Katt, and I don't know if Bob has too, but Katt's been making, a big point of is, none of these recreations are showing us, how the sun would have been, if it would have been a glare, things like that. So here we go.
Okay. Or how the sun would reflect off the water surface itself?
No.
Okay. Now, in terms of the visibility of the Robalo, where the operator is standing at the helm, would you agree that height matters?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're under oath. Tell us how tall you are.
I'm 6'8".
6 feet, 8 inches tall.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so at 6 feet, 8 inches tall, you'd be a foot taller than a man who's about 5'8". Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
That math we can do without a calculator. And so your line of sight at 6 feet, 8 inches tall is going to be better, would you say, than someone who's 5 feet, 8 inches tall?
In his boat,
In the Robalo.
it's going to be worse.
Yours is worse?
Yes,
Because?
because I'm looking right into the electronics box.
So you're almost too tall for that boat?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's suspicious.
But if your eyesight is below the electronics, that's a better line of sight than someone who's shorter, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
That's suspicious.
Let me see if I have the image I wanted. Where does the exhibits
I'm
go?
not sure that I agree
Sorry.
with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
Hold on 1 second. Did someone put them back? Oh, here they are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so let me show you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 104. You recognize that as would that be called the helm or the console? What would you call it?
This is the center console.
Center console.
Looking at the front of the center console, yes.
Okay, so if someone was at the bow, the front of the boat, this would be a photograph looking back to the stern, the rear of the boat.
Yes.
Okay. And the operator would be on what would be the starboard side of the center console.
On that boat, yes.
Right. And I think you told us it was the starboard side that took the hardest hit here and would likely cause the greatest injuries to people on that boat.
Yes.
And that's where the operator of the boat would have been, on the starboard side.
He's closer to the center line, but yes, he's on the starboard side.
Okay. Now, this boat the Robalo has a windshield.
Yes.
And I'd like to show you what's in State's Exhibit 105. Is that a photograph of the windshield?
Yes.
And do you know if the condition of that windshield as it was photographed and introduced by the state is the same condition it was on the day of the incident?
No.
State's Exhibit 105. Now, when Lieutenant Thompson was operating his vessel, he mounted the GoPro or the camera device in front of the windshield. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the GoPro was not obscured at all by the windshield.
Correct.
The operator, Thompson himself, would have been several feet back, holding the steering wheel.
I don't know if I quantified it several, a couple, 3 feet. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And so let me show you State's Exhibit 3.
Yes.
You recognize the Robalo?
Yes.
And do you see that George Pino is in this photograph? Or there's an operator there, you may not know it's George Pino,
I didn't notice.
but I'll have to double check. That there's a man standing at the steering wheel position.
Yes.
And someone can operate this motor vessel either standing or seated.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether standing versus seated would affect the line of sight of the operator?
It would, obviously, if you're seated, you're a little bit lower and you're a little closer to the top level of the console, so it would affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, in this photograph, there are some of the passengers are standing in the bow area, correct?
Yes.
And the bow area is the front of the boat.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you another photograph, State's Exhibit 6-9. You see it?
Yes, sir.
That's the Robalo after the accident.
Yes.
And I'm using this because I'd like you to explain to the jury, and you're welcome to stand or sit, whatever's more comfortable for you. Okay. Tell the jury, what is the freeboard of a boat?
The freeboard of the boat is the distance from the water line here, boats floating, resting in the water, to the top of this called gunwale. That's the freeboard.
Okay. And so it would show on this as well. You can see that there.
So the resting water line would be a little below the teal green there.
Okay. And when the boat is on plane,
yes,
is the bow a little bit up? Above the water?
Bow or the whole boat?
Well, you tell us.
The whole boat will rise up, so it'll give you, depending on the boat, anywhere from a few inches to maybe a foot. It'll rise up higher, and then depending on how you control or manipulate the tilt on the engines and the trim tabs that control the pitch of the boat side to side, and you can push that down, and the load on the boat, the amount of weight on the boat, determine how the bow rises.
To achieve a faster speed, does that typically suggest that the trim is so that the bow lifts just a little bit?
Yes, there's kind of a sweet spot when you tilt the motors up. When they're all the way down, pushed against the back of the boat, the transfer of the boat tends to push the front of the boat downward. If you trim it up, the bow will start to rise up a little bit, and there's a certain spot where it gets the most efficiency, and you feel the boat accelerate a little bit, and then if you continue to tilt it up, then the prop will start to slip, and it will lose some speed and potentially cause the boat to start focusing where the bow down.
And so a boat can gain speed simply by tilting the engines without accelerating or giving it more gas, correct?
Within limits, yes.
It's not going to go from 0 to 60.
No, you're going to depending on the hull style of the boat, you might gain a couple miles an hour.
Fair enough. Yes. Now, and forgive me, Judge, you may not be able to see it, but I'll publish in a moment. Here, you see some of the passengers are seated on what you described as the gunwale or the gunnel of the bow of the boat. Is that what that's called?
So I would categorize that as the bow or on top of the anchor lock on the very front of the bow.
So on the anchor lock.
Yeah.
Okay. And is the gunnel what I'm pointing to here, this sort of white surface here, like a rail? Not a rail.
It's really the top of the flat part.
And when someone wants to board the boat, someone can typically step on the gunnel and then step down into the boat?
Yes.
Fair enough. Now, this boat, Robalo designed it so that there would be seating in the bow area, correct?
There is seating.
Okay, so let me grab another exhibit and you can give me just 1 second. Take a look, if you would, at never been introduced. I'll mark it then. Is it marked as a state? Forgive me, Judge. It's marked as a state exhibit. Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as, I think it's State's Exhibit 5L, and see if you recognize it.
I mean, it looks like the front part of the Robalo, the bow.
Okay. We would offer it at this time.
No objection.
5L, March for ID, Defense Exhibit C.
And so, Mr. Albert, this is what I'll call the forward seating area. Is that a fair statement, or is that the bow seating? What would you like to call it?
Either one is fine.
Okay. And this is where, according to your review of the file, there were passengers seated in this bow area, correct?
Yes.
There are cushions that go on top of this fiberglass surface, so the person's, forgive my word, butt can be more comfortable than sitting on fiberglass, right?
Yes.
And you recall that when someone is seated in that bow area, there's about 12 inches between the top of the cushion and the gunnel.
Yes.
Okay. So now, you stay with me just 1 second. In Exhibit 3, the passengers are actually sitting on the gunnel, right? If that same passenger that I'm pointing to were seated on the cushion, you'd expect her torso and her body to drop about 12 inches.
Yes, sir.
And so that when seated while the vessel is operating, that passenger's torso and head would protrude above the bow, anchor, gunnel, whatever it's called.
Yes.
Okay. And the pilot looking over the bow might have his or her visibility obscured by the passengers seated in the front of that boat.
Yes. Okay.
And if the passengers are, for example, seated, listening to music, waving their arms and dancing in their seat, that could obscure the pilot's view or the operator's view.
Both obscure and distract, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And in this case, you know that there were 7 passengers seated in that bow area while the vessel was underway going through Cutter Bank Channel.
Yes.
Now, we know that the Robalo alighted with marker 15.
Yes.
And you testified that you could see from the transfer marks on the edge of the Robalo, there was some green color there.
Yes.
And you've explained to the jury that that green color would have come from the day marker itself, that green marker, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at 22. That's the green marker?
Yes.
Now, the green marker itself is 3 feet by 3 feet, isn't it? The day marker itself.
I think that's standard, yes.
Okay. And so, if I could, can we publish this one on the big screen so that the jury can see it better?
I think so. Which one is that?
This would be State's Exhibit 22. Now,
It's not on the.
not on it?
No.
Okay, so we'll do it this way. Now, let's take a few steps here. If the marker is, I'm going to use this as south, but I keep changing north and south, so apologize. This marker 15 down south has the marker protruding above the water line, right?
Yes.
And depending on how high the tide is, that marker to the eye will appear closer to the water line at high tide.
Marginally.
Okay?
Yeah. Maybe slightly.
A few feet, actually, right? The tide could drop from high tide to low tide, could be a several feet difference, right?
Not in this area.
What's the difference?
I think the tide on that given day was 1.75 feet that it rose, so a little shy of 2 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
The marker is 3 feet. When I say the marker, let me be clear. The day board, the green board is 3 feet.
I understand what you mean. Yes, sir.
So roughly half
or more than half the size of the day board is the difference between it being at high tide versus not being at high tide.
Yes.
The water level on the marker is a foot higher or lower. The marker itself never moves.
Of course, but
Yeah.
the boat is going to be higher in the water at high tide than at low tide.
Yes.
So that marker to the operator's view is going to look lower when it's high tide.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, on September 4, 2022 at 6:37 p.m., it was high tide, wasn't it?
It was close to high tide, I believe, yes.
Now, when you first did your analysis in this case,
Yeah.
you had reported that high tide was at 10:29 p.m., correct?
Yep, I just reviewed that, and that was low tide.
What kind of sick desperation?
And you reviewed that because today I brought that to your attention.
You did, yes.
Ooh.
So you were operating under the assumption that this entire event, until today, until we're here in this courtroom today, you assumed that the accident happened at low tide.
Yes.
I'm sorry, you assumed that low tide was, well, tell us, what did you assume?
I didn't make any assumptions because I didn't consider the minor difference in a foot or two of water level to play a factor in the collision.
Oh.
However, we have a 6-hour tide cycle here in South Florida. And so if the accident happened at 6:30 and the high tide was at 10:30, we were midway through the tide. And that would have meant that it was about a foot different.
Actually, a third of the way, right? Low tide would have been about 4:30 that day,
4:30, 10:30.
under your math,
Sure.
6-hour difference.
Okay, sure.
Yesterday, Lieutenant Thompson said high tide was at 4:48 p.m. Do you know where he got that number from?
I don't.
But as of today, we now know for certain from your own investigation 15 minutes ago when I asked you to check, high tide was right about when this collision occurred.
No, it was not. It was 4:30. It was 2 hours potentially before the collision occurred.
Double check. What time was high tide?
Ooh. Oh, hey.
We're talking now about high tide at the Totten Key Station in Biscayne Bay, right?
I don't. I don't have the. So I don't know where the Totten Key Station is located. I did a quick review because you asked me to. So there's fluctuations in the tide in Biscayne Bay so large that high tide at one area might be an hour different from high tide. I'm speculating on the tide difference. So generally speaking, it looks like the high tide, based on what I looked for, high tide was at 4:44 p.m.
On which day?
September 4th.
This thing doesn't let me.
You have a kind of sick desperation in your laugh?
That's what's happening right now. This guy is getting it stuck to him. And the worst thing that he said is that, well, I didn't consider the tide at all. You know, that 1.7 foot difference, I didn't even consider that. It wasn't even in the world of things that I considered. So let's keep going, see what he has to say for himself.
At which location?
Whoops, sorry.
I don't know. PM.
On which day?
September 4th.
At which location?
I don't know.
Okay, well, can you check Totten Key, which is what the...
I can't do it while I'm sitting up here.
Okay.
It would take me some time to find that because it's not something I can just.
Okay. Your report said it was at 10:29 p.m., correct? Page 6 of your report?
Yes.
Is there a way that you can, if not at this moment, but later today, do the research and tell us what your final answer is on when was high tide on that day?
Sure.
And what would be the appropriate location to look for to determine high tide? Would it be the closest location to where the incident occurred?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the map of the area?
I am familiar with the map of the area, but I'm not familiar with the locations of the tide stations on the area.
If I show you the map.
Yep.
Exhibit 2.
Okay.
Do you see that? Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
I got you.
You see Totten Key is just east of the channel?
Yep.
You see that east Arsenicer is just west of the channel?
Yes.
And if those are the two closest tide stations to the event, would those be the best places to look to see what time was high tide on that day?
Yes.
Okay.
There you
So
go.
East Arsenicer and Totten Key.
Okay.
All right. So what he's done there is he's locked this guy in on where the right places to look for the tide is. Now, this guy doesn't know what the answer is going to be yet, but the defense has got him locked down that you've already told this jury those were the two locations that are relevant. That's where you look. So if he tries to come back later, and even if he doesn't come back later, his witness will obviously say, I checked these places, and it'll match what just happened. So I mean, this is all pretty strong cross-examination so far. Starting to
So let's go back to the channel marker.
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
Let me show you what I'm marking as defense exhibit A12 for identification.
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay, is this a photograph that is included in one of your reports?
Yes.
Okay. Offer A12 by the defense.
No objection, Your Honor, to that objection.
A12 marked for ID, Defense Exhibit D.
And Judge, we're going to try to publish it on the big screen. And while Mr. Armelino is trying to set up, do you see that? I think I'm going to need you to join me here.
Sure.
I'm going over here so that they're not distracting us as much.
While he's putting that up, I want to thank Nancy for the Cash App. She didn't have a question, but she does say, oh, well, now I can't do it. Sorry. I know who you are. Happy birthday, Scout. Sorry about that, but now I don't want to associate your first name with your YouTube handle.
So on the channel marker, the steel pipe, you see what appear to be barnacles.
Yes.
Okay. Barnacles grow underwater.
Yes.
High tide would typically cover the barnacles,
Yes.
and it would cover it. How much above the barnacle line would high tide be?
I don't really know.
Few inches, a foot? Okay. So what I'd like to try to do is measure what's the distance from high tide to the bottom of marker 15. So we're going to do that right here. We're publishing it. Judge, this is being published through the insertion of the thumb drive. We are marking as A13 for demonstrative. Okay. So I have a tape measure here. You see that the green marker measures on the tape measure about 4 inches on this display?
Yes.
You see that it's 12 inches to the water line?
Yes.
Okay. Would that tell you that from the water line to the bottom of green date board
It's 8.
15 is, on this tape measure, 8 inches?
Yeah.
Does that tell you that it's 6 feet from the water line to the bottom of the green dayboard marker?
Sounds about right.
And that would make it 9 feet to the top of the dayboard marker. Minus whatever the difference is in the tide change if it was high tide
Yes.
when the elision occurred. So that day marker, the boat could strike that day marker, right? How high is the boat, the freeboard we just talked to the jury about, when it hits this marker on the starboard side and then strikes the green marker?
I don't have the measurement from the tip of the bow to the water line.
Wow. That'd be an important one to have.
Yeah.
I'll say this much. This example that the defense is going through is explaining to me more how in the hell it hit the day board where they're saying it hit the day board. I mean, this guy's, just like What a kerfuckle. You kerfuckled it. I mean, he should just start doing some pirouettes. Just start dancing. Do some pirouettes. Throw on some blue paint. You're done. Okay? You're done.
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
Somebody needs to clip that. I don't know why the I suppose is still in there. I'm gonna have to fix that one day. All right, we got some defense attorneys are powwowing mid mid questioning, mid cross examination.
That's all right, thanks. Okay, now, you had talked earlier with the jury about how the boat hit the starboard side, the right side of the boat, and we know that the gunnel is above the water line.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. And when it hits this fixed object, since it hit it on the side, it's gonna sort of flex up, you said.
Correct.
Must be a few feet and it hits the green marker.
Yes.
Took the marker off, but the piling survived.
It did. Okay.
Now, I'd like you to.
That answered another question we were wondering, like, did someone confirm that the day marker was fully intact beforehand? So the defense is agreeing that when the boat went up, it took the entire day marker off and just the piling survived.
Take a look at A11 for the defense for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that?
Yes.
You recognize Lieutenant Thompson's vessel?
Yes.
Okay. Offer A11 in evidence.
No objection, Judge.
A11 marked for ID, defense exhibit E in evidence.
And I'd like to. Oh, thank you. That's good. Now, once again, we know that the day marker itself is 3 feet in height, right? By coincidence, yeah, we do it just a little bit, guys, so we can make it exactly 2 inches so that it's easier to do the math. Good. That's pretty close, maybe a little bit bigger, move the image to the right. That's good, we'll get it. Not too good, but that's fine. A little bit bigger, maybe? 2, 3, that's good. All right, good. So do you see that the marker is 3 inches on this scale, right?
Yes.
And that's 3 inches. And how many inches from the top of the tape measure to the water line, roughly?
From top of from here?
Yes, sir.
14.
14. Okay. So if we know that each day marker is 3 inches or 3 feet, from the water line to the top is how much?
You subtract 3 from 14, you have 11, so that would be in theory 11 feet.
Okay. So the bottom of the day marker, 13A, is at 11 feet. The bottom of the day marker of 15 is 6 feet. Yes. That's a 5-foot difference between the height of the day marker. 13A is 5 feet taller than 15.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the trajectory of the Oh, I meant to ask you. When Thompson did his recreation, did you all track on a GPS the path he actually took?
Yes.
Did you compare it to the Robalo's path?
No.
So what we've seen is, well, then how is it that we know what part of the voyage actually tracks the Robalo's voyage? Let me say it again. What portion of Thompson's voyage tracks the Robalo's voyage?
The final leg from the second to last marker to the final marker.
13A to 15?
Yes.
The second to last, the green marker, 13A?
Well, technically, the second to last marker buoy, the marker that I deployed, that one's accurate. And I mean, we were reasonably close to his trajectory at that time to line up for the final course.
So to be fair, what you were trying to replicate were essentially what we've heard about the last 9 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Up until the last 9 seconds, were you all focusing on replicating the Robalo's path?
No. Well, I mean, we were trying to follow closely, but we didn't deploy multiple buoys along the way to directly copy his path.
Okay. So the initial acceleration by Thompson that we see might have been from a different position from where the Robalo was on September 4th.
Yes. Is it initial when we jump up on plane to start? Yes, correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as defendant's A6 for identification.
Yes.
This is the Cutter Bank channel with the markers in green and red, not to scale.
Yes.
Okay. Offer A6 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
A6 mark for ID, defense exhibit F.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to make you stand and get our steps in here. Sure. So, marker 15, the site of the elision.
Yes.
Markers 15, 13A, and 13 do not make a straight line, correct?
Not precisely, no.
Okay. There's an offset.
A little bit, yes.
Okay. As the Robalo is coming down Cutter Bank channel, like my finger is now, maybe I should borrow the pointer if that's available. So I'm not touching the screen, but if it's not available, that's all right too. There comes a point where the green marker 13A obscures green marker 15. All right?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. Take a look. Let me show you defense exhibits A7, A8, and A9. Take a look. Sure. A7, A8, and A9.
Okay.
Am I right?
From the perspective that you took this picture, you can still see it, but 15 is somewhat obscured by 13A. This would be probably a quarter mile or more out.
Okay, so let's offer that as evidence at this time.
Your Honor, I'd like to voir dire on that. Mr. Albert, as you were looking at defense A7, A8, and A9, are you able to describe for us, given this perspective, where the photographer would have been in relation to the channel?
Not precisely, but it looks like pretty much in the middle of the channel. And this is 13, 13. So, yeah. Oh, you mean on the chart there? Yes. Okay.
Just set those down here.
Sure. Okay. Okay.
And if you could just kind of scooch back a little bit so everyone.
Sure, okay. So this one looks like it's the furthest perspective. This appears to be marker 12. Yeah, so this would be marker 12, and this would be marker 13. This is marker 13A, and this is 14. So that would be, let's see here, that's 13A, that's marker. So it's like probably about where that depth reading 2 feet is out here in this vicinity here.
Now, that's obviously a snapshot image, correct?
Yes.
That the defense has given to you. Now, is it your understanding that the Robalo vessel was stopped in place?
No.
Through the channel?
No, it was moving up in the low 40s.
So is this necessarily an accurate depiction of what the operator of that vessel would have seen as he or she was traversing that channel?
No.
Judge, I object to the admission of that evidence.
I believe it. Go ahead.
Any other questions?
Yeah, sure.
This would be a still shot at one point in the line of the channel, right?
Sure.
We don't know sitting here, you weren't there, I wasn't there, whether anybody was actually looking down the channel at that moment in time.
Correct. So this would have been an instantaneous view, but what we also don't know is exactly where the Robalo was from either side to either side. So it's not really, it's tough to say if at any point that 15 was obscured by the channel.
But you can plot that because we have the track of the Robalo. So you could draw a straight line between 15, 13A, and see where does it intersect with the path of the Robalo, because you have the track showing the path. You could actually do that for us.
Yes.
Okay. So high tide and the intersection point where the Robalo, looking down the channel, would see 13, 13A, which would be obscuring 15.
Sure.
Okay. Offer, Judge.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Objection.
Can we publish?
Let me introduce. See what's remarked as defense A7, now defense exhibit G in evidence. A8, defense exhibit H. A9, defense exhibit I.
So which one is it?
Sorry.
So
That one is exhibit I.
What number? Oh, we go like that. Defense exhibit I. So from this point of view, if you count the markers, the naked eye, it appears there are 2 green on the left and 2 red on the right.
I can still see it. I can't see the post, but yes, for a moment in time, when you're transiting, if you're transiting this particular path for a moment in time, the marker 15 would be partially obscured by 13A.
If we could just enlarge it so the jury can see what the witness is describing.
we continue to enlarge until you can see marker 15 behind, but obscured by marker 13A. Now, the other two pictures that, there's one, and am I missing one? There's two pictures. Oh, they're right here. Wow, thank you. This is not another one yet. So I'd like to do these in sequence. So starting with A7. No. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Q? Or G, what is that? That's a G. Starting with G, at this point in the channel, one can see in this photograph that there are three green markers on the left side, right? Yes. 15 is the furthest one away, that's the shorter marker, right? Yes. Doing that right? Maybe we can do it on the screen here. There we go. Okay. Visually, what is seen, that's it, hold. Just so we're clear, going from left to right, 15, 13, 13A. Yes. On the screen here. Yes. But we know 15 is the one in the furthest distance. Then 13A is behind 13, going south. So southbound 13, 13A, 15.
I mean, that's not how I thought it looked. You know, like seeing it like that they're not even like a straight line. That's kind of interesting.
But on this image, 15 is furthest to the left, 13 is in the middle, 13A is on the right. Now let's go to Defense Exhibit H. Need the number? 62. 62. Remember, 13 is in the middle of the picture we just saw. At this vantage point, 13 is no longer in the middle. Now 13 is all the way on the left, 15 is in the middle, 13A is on the right. Okay? And then if we go back to the original one we started with.
What?
58. You see that marker 15 is moving, not really moving, but in the image, it's further to the right. In the second photo, and then it becomes more obscure in the third photo. And it's actually going to end up, if we keep doing photographs, that marker would then move, 15 would move further to the right in the photo. And you're just changing the perspective. Right. Which is what happens when you're driving down the channel, depending on the moment in time you look ahead, the operator might just see 2 green markers, not 3. Okay.
No, you got to agree, sir. Get him to agree. I mean, I guess he did. He said okay.
And when I'm done with that for now. When an operator is traversing through a channel, is it typical or prudent for the operator to count the number of markers left to go in the channel?
No.
It's not an issue for you? That's not something you do? You don't count the markers? Okay. You had indicated, because we listened to the sound of Thompson's exercise of the recreation, the noise of the hull, the body of the boat traversing on the water makes noise.
Yes.
Okay.
And the motors make noise.
Yes.
And were you bringing that to our attention because that can be a distraction?
Noise?
That's why I was wondering why that came up.
It came up because I was asked a question, that's all.
Exactly. Worthless question.
So when prosecutor asked you, when Thompson recreated or attempted to recreate the path of the Robalo, his boat had no passengers on the bow,
Yes.
right? The camera was in front of the windshield, right?
Yes.
He, of course, was laser focused on replicating the path, but avoiding the marker.
Yes.
That's suspicious.
And he was successful in doing that.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Seems like he's almost done. All right, defense attorney powwow.
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
I'd like to ask you some questions now about the GPS track that the SIMRAD on the Robalo recorded.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've explained to the jury that the way the device works is that at certain points in time, the SIMRAD machine will record a location.
Yes.
And that location is provided to the SIMRAD device by some sort of global position satellite?
No.
No, how does that work?
Well, the time in the GPS in the SIMRAD is synced to the time in the GPS. The GPS system actually keeps very good, accurate time, and the time each track point is timestamped. Now it's not timestamped to like the billionth of a second, like an atomic clock. It's stamped to the whole second. But yes.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to understand the device, that piece of machinery. Is it receiving a signal from somewhere up in the sky telling it where the machine is at that moment in time? That's the location that it is recording?
So how deep do you want to dive into this?
Not too deep.
Okay.
All I want to understand is it's receiving some piece of information, the device, about a location.
It's not. It's calculating its position.
Even the location it's being calculated?
Yes, it's calculating its position.
Okay.
So the GPS system, there's 31 satellites that orbit the Earth, and that's just for our GPS system, the United States. There's also European and Russian and Chinese. So all those satellites are sending out a signal, and your GPS device is listening for those signals, and it needs to hear 4 signals at least in order to calculate its position. It does that by measuring the distance from the GPS to that satellite. So 4 measurements, it can pinpoint its location on the surface of the Earth.
Got it. So with those 4 data points, it then calculates.
4 is minimum. Sometimes it's using more than 4.
Fair enough.
Yes. Okay.
And then the machine calculates its location based on that data?
Yes.
Okay. And the machine also somehow records the time when it calculated that?
It's when it's reading 4 signals from the satellite, it synchronizes its clock with the atomic clocks, the the validated time in the GPS system and then adjust the course for the time zone that it's in. Old devices, like the old GPSs, you used to have to set the time zone that you're in. Now, pretty much all of them automatically just compensate for whatever time zone you're in.
Okay. And so when the GPS, I'll call it the SIMRAD.
Yes.
The SIMRAD will record a location and a time. I use the word record. Is that a fair way to?
Yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then along the path, it will continue recording at whatever interval. It could be a time interval. It could be the auto interval you've described when it's course change, speed change. And so what the machine does is simply, nothing simple, I shouldn't say that. The machine is recording all of these points, all of these locations, all of these times, and then it's calculating on top of that speed, for example, based on the.
So the speed is calculated by the software when I download that data and I put it into Garmin Basecamp or Google Earth or one of the other programs. The program calculates the speed based on the distance and the time in between the track points.
So these SIMRADs, if I'm operating a motorboat and I see a speed on that motorboat SIMRAD, is that?
I mean, he's got to figure out how does it get the start time? I mean, when you turn on the engine, does it start anew?
Operating a motorboat and I see a speed on that motorboat SIMRAD, is that the same speed we're going to see in the data you put in there?
It's very close. Yes, very close.
How is that speed being calculated? The one that's on the machine in real time?
In the same fashion, but just at a quicker rate, because the GPS updates like 10 times per second.
Okay. Okay. Is the SIMRAD a device that can operate in conjunction with autopilot?
Yes.
Autopilot is a separate feature?
Yes.
Okay, it requires more equipment?
Yes.
The Robalo wasn't equipped with autopilot, was it? Correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Does autopilot work by steering the vessel based on the SIMRAD's information?
Yes.
Okay. And autopilot presumably, well, you tell us, is it sort of like Waymo that we're seeing in cars these days?
It's not quite the same.
Okay. But a computer is effectively driving the boat when it's on autopilot, right?
Yeah, but it's much more point to point. It's not. It is capable of. It's not the same. Like it's not a Tesla where it's driving, making turns on the street. So when you're using autopilot, you're typically, as the crow flies, from point A to point B, and then you can put in multiple points. And then some of these newer, like the state-of-the-art marine GPSs, you can ask it to auto-generate the best route based on the input that you put into the device, and it will generate a route, and you can use your autopilot to navigate. Yes.
Okay. The markers, the channel, cutter bank, those markers, you're able to tell using your handheld device where that marker is in terms of longitude and latitude, right?
Yes.
Is it correct that the SIMRAD device on the Robalo, at least as to marker 15, does not chart marker 15 exactly where your device says marker 15 actually stands in the water?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
All right, so this has been something since the defense's opening, that where marker 15 is and where the GPS says it is, that is not identical. So let's see if he's able to flesh that out or get their expert to agree. But as we just heard, his initial answer is, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Says marker 15 actually stands in the water.
I don't necessarily agree with that.
I'm asking you.
I don't agree with that statement.
Okay. I'll ask the question, is marker 15 where it stands in the water, is that where it appeared on the chart generated by the SIMRAD device on the Robalo?
On the day that the incident happened?
Let's start there.
I don't know.
Okay.
What about when you downloaded the information and generated some visuals of the track line of the Robalo?
Yes. There's no way for me to know what chart Mr. Pino was looking at that day because he's got multiple options with this device. There's a base map, which is what I took pictures of and what the defense expert took pictures of. But that's just one way of displaying the data on there. There's also bird's eye imagery. His device was equipped with Navionics software. So he can do bird's eye imagery. He can do complete bird's eye imagery, like, you know, you're looking at a Google Earth image with the chart data overlaid on top of it. Or you can do part like chart and part bird's eye imagery, or you can do overlays of both together. So the pictures that I have and that defense took were of the base map.
Okay. Let me show you marked for identification A5. Is that what you're referring to?
This is the base map, yes.
Okay. Offer A5 into evidence.
Can I just look at that for a moment? I'd like to voir dire on this. Mr. Albert, I'm showing you Defense Exhibit A5. Have you seen this image before?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury if this is a view that would be safe to use for navigating a vessel?
So the one on the left.
If you want to step down, because
Sure.
it's a small photograph.
So these are two separate images of the base map from the GPS. And right here is marker 15, and right here is marker 15. The lighter shaded area is the intercoastal waterway channel. And the pink line, the pink dotted line here is what the Army Corps of Engineers represents as the deep water portion of the channel, right? So this image is of that area zoomed out. So like an inch chart, for example, might be several hundred, right? Because you got the whole channel and you have 14 and 15, which I don't know the distance offhand, but they're several hundred feet away, right? This zoomed in version, this is a tightly zoomed in version. I don't know how tight the zoom is because the scale's not on the picture. There's a tightly zoomed picture, probably in double digit, like, 30, 40, 50 feet. So it's zoomed in really tight on channel marker 15.
And if it's zoomed in really, really tight, does it make it look as if the track that was plotted by the GPS is actually further away from the marker than it would have been?
No, so the actual GPS data is accurate. How it's projected onto this base map. The base map might be offset just a hair. So you have, imagine looking at a low resolution image on your phone.
For example, the Mona Lisa.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor?
If you zoom in.
No objection to the Mona Lisa, but I'm not sure what we're doing here.
Yeah, me neither.
Yes, Your Honor, so that the witness can explain the base map and the track lines.
Oh, she was like all prepared with this thing. Like, so she knew what he was going to say. I'm like a little confused. I've never seen like voir dire during a witness testimony, like work this way. Like sometimes they want to introduce someone as an expert. Then you're going to want to do a little bit additional voir dire. Maybe on like, they're both doing it in a way that I'm not used to seeing. So, but I mean, let's just keep going. Let's tell us about the Mona Lisa there. I mean, this should be cross-examination, which is what I said about the other question when the defense did it.
The closer you zoom in, the less detailed it becomes pixelated, right? And so if you look at the zoomed out version here, the track line goes right into channel marker 15. If you zoom in really, really tight, it's missing, and it's hard to say exactly how much it's missing by, how much the offset is, because we don't know what the scale of the picture is.
I object to the image.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Over objection.
A5,
You gotta give her.
Here you go. Sorry about that.
So like that is typically the way that, you know, you would do it for the admissibility of that. Then she's saying, I want to establish this. And then she challenged, you know, the admissibility. Did she do that just for really the purposes of saying what she wanted to say right in the middle of his testimony? Sure. You know, and maybe the defense was going to do the same thing, but then he answered the question in a way that he didn't really have any objection to the admissibility of the evidence, but it didn't seem like they were using it just to get in what they wanted to say at that time as well. But all right, let's keep going.
A5, Mark for ID, Defense Exhibit J.
While we're putting that one on the screen, tell us what's A4.
This is a picture of the base map on the SIMRAD device.
Offer A4.
No objection.
A4, Mark for ID, Defense Exhibit K.
So, Mr. Albert. So this is the pink, you call it the?
That's bar, yep.
Pink, is that the center line of the channel?
It's not always the center line, but it's in between the markers.
So this would be exhibit J, if that's exhibit J. At least according to this image that was on the SIMRAD?
Yes.
Okay. At least this image shows that the track line of the Robalo was west of the marker. That's what it shows, right? Right?
Yes. In this image, yes.
We know that it actually struck the marker.
Yes.
And we also know that it struck the marker on its starboard side, its right side.
Yes.
And that would suggest that the Robalo was headed towards that marker with its starboard bow alighting the marker. The marker would be just right of center of the bow.
Yes.
Okay. It would be what we would say is off the starboard bow. The marker would have been off the starboard bow.
In my world, it's on the bow.
On the bow.
It's dead ahead.
Okay.
It's dead ahead. We're talking about, you know, a couple of feet off to the right.
Okay. Which means that the marker would be, in your world, slightly, the marker would be slightly
To the right of George.
slightly west of the Robalo.
I don't understand.
This is south, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
It hit the starboard side, so the marker would be slightly west of the Robalo. West is the main.
Okay.
Okay. At least according to the track line that SIMRAD produced, the marker was actually east of the Robalo.
You're misrepresenting it because what's. Can I borrow that? Okay, sure. Okay. This GPS data. Okay. This is repeatable data that I can go out and see and put a marker on and measure every day in the real world.
Just gonna let him go, huh?
Yes, right. And the marker, the Coast Guard posts a list of the locations of all the markers, all the way through the entire coastal waterway channel. So one of the first things I did when I went out there that day is I placed my GPS on the actual marker and recorded latitude, longitude of the marker. It is exactly the same on my GPS as it was on the Coast Guard navigation list.
Okay.
The latitude and longitude reported by Mr. Pino's GPS is within 1,000th of a minute of the exact location. And so that can be easily, first of all, it equates about 6 feet, which is inside the performance limits of GPS, right? And it can also account for the distance from the actual physical marker to the actual GPS unit itself. So we know that that boat, we know where it was when we hit it. The reason it looks like this is because it's not because the GPS data is wrong, because if you take the chart, right, and you just move the chart slightly over this way. You follow, like, it's not the GPS data, it's this lower resolution base map that's being used to navigate.
Okay, so
Maybe, we don't know that it was what he was using to navigate.
but can you tell the jury what was on the screen in real time, where that marker was on the screen in real time as the boat was moving?
No. I would also hope that he wouldn't have it zoomed into 20 foot.
I suppose.
Because you wouldn't be able to see what the
I'm finished with this guy.
I mean, I hope the defense wasn't relying on a zoomed in map to say things aren't what they thought it was. I don't know.
Oh, yes, Carlos, while I'm checking my notes, could you publish Defense Exhibit K, Kilo, for the jury? Thank you. So, what is now, this is K Kilo. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, so this is a picture of the screen. This probably is zoomed in to the tightest possible range on this.
Is there a scale?
It looks like this is the equivalent of 20 feet. It's hard for me to say, but that's what it looks like to me, 20 feet.
Okay, is this this is the Simrad from the Robalo, right?
Yes.
And this is the image that, when the machine was turned on, that was visible to the viewer at that moment in time when the machine turned on?
No.
So what is that?
This is a picture that I believe your, Mr. Edmund took, where he turned on the machine and then he navigated to the chart plotter page and then he zoomed in to the tightest possible one.
Okay. That's an image from the actual Simrad.
It is.
Was it transposed to base camp or anything like that?
No.
At that point in time?
No.
So the base camp business you told us about a moment ago doesn't affect what we're all seeing here right now, correct?
No. The way that this image was set, the way that the examiner manipulated the screen is what made it.
When you say manipulated, you're not saying the examiner moved this line or moved the marker, are you?
No.
You're just saying magnified, put his camera there so we can all see it here today.
Well, he navigated to the chart screen and then he zoomed in to the tightest possible range and then took the picture.
Okay,
With his camera.
when you say navigate, because we're here talking about boating, you mean?
Well, he went through the menu options and then so you can see these crosshairs here. So that allows the user to scan around on the chart. And then when you hit the zoom function, you can zoom in on certain items. So if, for example, you want to know about this channel marker, you could actually hit the enter button here, and it would pop up. The pop-up would show exactly what marker it was, what number it was, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
So he's saying that on their own.
That's all I have, Judge.
Well, I suppose. I'm finished with this guy.
You want to turn all your exhibits?
Sure. Judge, I'm going to offer the thumb drive in case it's going to be easier for later viewing. It's the same content. It's just makes it easier to see, perhaps. That.
Well, the exhibits right now are marked there, right?
Yes, Judge.
Marked there in case the exhibits.
Yes, Judge. Understood.
The other exhibits.
Yes, Judge, I'm counting them.
Yeah, I got it here.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Albert, where is your GPS handheld device? In this box?
Yeah. I hope it's there.
I'm gonna drop it.
It's pretty rugged.
Do you consider this a machine?
Yes.
Is this a machine that is very precise in its ability to take measurements?
Yes.
You didn't identify what this is. Or maybe she did before she grabbed it.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the recreation that took place in this particular case. Was it daylight out when
Yes.
that recreation was done?
Yes.
Was it still daylight out on September 4th, 2022, when the defendant crashed his vessel into the channel marker?
Yes.
I'm showing you then states exhibit number 2, which is in evidence. I want to ask you something. This is kind of silly, but I have a little picture here.
Okay.
Let's say a representation of the sun. Now, the sun would be setting in the west, right?
Yeah.
I think the defense attorney asked you if it was setting in the west at that time of the year. Does the sun set in the west all the times of the year?
Well, I mean, it depends on the season. It's either a little further north or a little further south.
But not in the east.
No, it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Okay, so
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
that's okay. You can have one day. So now,
Because you're
when the
being an idiot,
defendant
counselor.
is coming down the Cutter Bank channel, is he going west where the sun is? Is there any reason to think that the sun blinded the defendant so that he could not see channel marker 15?
She was over there drawing that sun.
If there was some kind of glare on the windshield of that Robalo so that it was hard to see, would prudent seamanship require maybe to slow down and to clean off the windshield so that the
Objection
operator
calls
can
for
see?
speculation.
I would argue that he should stop and clean the windshield to see. And go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Because I think you remember telling us about some of those navigational rules. And I think number 5 was the one about being able to look out.
5 says you have to maintain a lookout at all times using all available means.
Oh my Lord. She's like, you need to be able to look out. That's like not the exact.
Maintain a lookout at all times using all available means.
Your Honor, may I ask the court to have the defendant rise for a moment, please?
What?
Objection.
Mr. Albert, are you able, if you need to move, but about how tall is the defendant?
6 foot, 6'2".
You want to stand next to him because we know how tall you are.
6 foot. Maybe a little.
Okay.
7'6".
Yeah.
So, knowing what you know of the dimensions of this vessel, because you've been on it yourself, is there any reason to think that a man of this defendant's height would be unable to see ahead of him, whether he's seated in the vessel?
Have you been listening?
I have.
Any thoughts before we pick up?
I think you nailed it. I thought the defense dismantled him pretty well. So wait, how tall was George in reality? Clearly not 6 foot.
Right. I think you just said it was under 6 foot.
I mean, is that guy 7 foot tall?
I think he said 6'7" or something. I don't know. I wish we had the chat here, but he was tall. He was over 6. He was substantially higher than 6 foot. I can't remember exactly what it was.
Yeah.
All right. We'll keep going.
Vessel or standing up?
No, and also based on the amount of experience that he had documented in the GPS, he would also have been aware of any limitations that he had visibility-wise on the boat.
And earlier in your testimony, we took a break for Judge Tinkler Mendez to read to the jurors a stipulation agreement between the defense and the prosecution that Robalo vessel was in proper working order on the day of this incident. Do you have any reason to think that, in fact, there was something wrong with that vessel that caused the vessel to crash into that channel marker?
I don't have any evidence. I do not have any evidence of that. No.
Now, the defense attorney asked you if during that recreation there were any people seated in the front portion of that FWC vessel. Would it have been safe seamanship to have anybody up at that part of the vessel for that recreation?
Objection. Pre-trial hold.
You want? I would ask for a sidebar.
What is she trying to do?
So
now
per
it's not.
usual,
If you have anybody on your boat, it's not safe.
right. So
Every
the
boater-
judge took back her ruling last time where she let the cops, she was like, it's too dangerous to ride with that many people on the boat. But clearly she's got some other explanation. Like, well, he was making it seem like he could have done a recreation that he didn't do. And he's like, well, he could have if he done it on a replica boat, if he got the right model. The point is that the boats were different and he didn't have the he shouldn't have done the testing on that boat. Couldn't have people up there. If that's the case, then, but no, but we'll see. Cause this judge can be easily
Swayed.
By the prosecution.
Swayed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just she's on the side.
Yeah. I mean, stateside judge, Boy, you're catching some beef about your your use of orange highlighter.
What's everybody talking about? Go to hell.
I said, Rebecca from Mel and Rebecca, she said she's screaming. She says, why are they using orange? I can't. And then I said, Ali, I tagged you. I said, Ali will use any color highlighter at her disposal and scribble all over the page and not give a shit. Smiley face.
What's so wrong with orange?
I don't know. Glamasu says the darker colors make it hard, if not impossible, to read what's underneath the highlighting. I said, well, good thing we read out loud exactly what it said.
All right. I mean, there was like there was only like the littlest bit of highlighting, but I'm not going to do that again anyway. Whatever.
I thought it was great.
What's happening?
I think you should do it all the time. Just to fuck with people.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Blocking the view of the operator.
Objection.
Wait, what the hell happened? So this
Blocking the view of the operator.
Objection. Facts not in evidence at all.
You need to actually see the monitors, correct? Go ahead.
So
If-
if there were passengers seated on the top part of that bow, so as to block the view of the operator, should the operator, according to the navigation rules, continue going forward with people blocking his view?
Objection regarding eliminating.
Yeah.
Rephrase, counsel, please.
Overruled. You mean sustained?
What would be a safe and prudent thing for an operator of a vessel to do if there are people either standing up or sitting up in a way that that operator can't see what's in front of them?
It's the operator's responsibility to maintain a proper lookout at all times, using all available means. If somebody is obstructing his visibility, it's the captain's duty to move. Just
Now he's using words about duty.
Reposition it.
Wow. Duty is like a keyword for negligence.
Yeah.
Like there should have been some other objections. Like this is just like now he's just getting on talking about all the safety things that somebody's got a duty to do, which just raises the very first issue that with this witness, which was he's basically laying out negligence, and the judge has waiting until jury instructions to tell them what ordinary negligence, like all that shit this guy just said, isn't culpable negligence. Although she did say this isn't violating the rule isn't culpable negligence, implying again that it's sure as shit negligence.
Have you ever done work with the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Have you ever been on Coast Guard vessels?
Yes.
You work with, I think they're called coasties, right? People that work for the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Do you think they're aware of the fact that the tides raise and lower every day of every year?
It's general knowledge, yes.
So channel marker 15, if the tide is high, does that make it then an unsafe beacon for people traversing the Cutter Bay Channel?
Not at all.
Now, the defense attorney showed you a photograph where if you look at it as one snapshot way, it can appear as though maybe channel markers 13 and 15 are in line with one another.
Yes.
I think I brought this up in my voir dire, but do you have any indication that that vessel stayed stationary in such a way that those two markers were aligned so that 13A obscured the view of 15?
I'm not aware of that. No, the evidence doesn't suggest that.
I'm sorry, Judges, please give me 1 minute.
And the judge isn't going to allow any recross, so.
All right. It's not particularly artistic,
Okay.
but it has a red 14
Yes.
and a green 15.
Yes.
Is this roughly
Well,
a cartoon image of
Yes.
the Cutter Bank Channel? And if I were to put a green square here, would that be approximately where 13A would be?
yes.
Now, if a person is traversing the channel going
Wait.
southbound,
She's just using what she just drew and already
on
has
the
it.
right hand or starboard side
That cool triangle.
of the channel, would there be a way that channel marker 13A and 15 are aligned with one another?
If you were traveling down
The right-hand side
the right-hand side,
of the channel.
I can't say without researching it, but they
I
wouldn't
can't
have
say.
they wouldn't have gotten near either one of them on the starboard side of the channel.
So by being on the port side of the channel, not the starboard side that's going southbound, does that, even if that's happening, are these markers still fully visible more than, or channel 15, more than 9 seconds prior to that second to last and then last
Yes.
track mark?
Oh, I see jurors' feet of jurors.
If somebody doesn't see an object, does that mean that it's not completely visible?
No.
In this particular case, if the operator of that Robalo vessel did not see channel marker 15, does that mean that it was not fully visible for safe operators of vessels?
No.
If the operator of the Robalo, in this case, told the police during an interview that he was approaching the quote unquote last channel marker when this crash happened, would that be consistent with that operator knowing where channel marker 15 was?
Yes.
Last thing, you were asked questions about zooming in. Would it have been possible to take a photograph of the chart plotter device without zooming it in?
Yes.
And have you seen that type of an image from this very SIMRAD device?
I think I showed one. They were side by side with one of the images. Yes.
When the image is not super zoomed in, does the chart plotter show the path of the Robalo straight into channel marker 15?
It does.
No other questions.
Oh, and so you're subject to
I have a quick question. Sure.
We're going to take a little coffee break.
Little coffee break
Yeah.
before his baby recross.
Is he asking this question like they muted us?
We who labor here seek only truth. Are we up to like live?
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. So what are you thinking, Bay?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to hear what the defense expert has to say. You know, I can't tell if like is the defense being disingenuous and it's this weird like scan-in that creates the marker being different, but he said there's like a 6 feet differential. That's a limitation of the GPS, and 6 feet to me seems like a lot in this scenario, but I don't know. I don't know. What about you?
I mean, I'm in the same place. Like this guy didn't move the needle for me, you know, towards the prosecution side of this case.
This is the state's about to rest, right?
I don't know. Are they?
I thought they said this was their last witness, but I could be confused. So I'm just gonna not have anything.
Seems right.
There for
All
now.
right. So if that's the case, have they met their burden?
I mean, I don't think so. You know.
Wow.
And
You're a tough nut to crack, though, lady. We're terrible people to ask if the state's met their burden. Nah,
where?
not quite. They were close, but didn't quite cross the goal line there. Yeah, this case is, like I always say, if the state coming out of their case in chief, if you're not feeling like, ooh, that defendant is screwed, then they got a problem.
So what happens when the state rests their case is there'll be a motion for a judgment of acquittal under the Florida rules of criminal procedure. So maybe I should just pull up 3.0. Where is it? 3.380, is that it? Well, I can't find the rule right this second, but essentially what you have is that the judge would only grant, so they have to view all the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Like, take every inference possible in the light most favorable to the state and determine whether there's, legally insufficient evidence to support a conviction on all the elements. Hold on, I've got to. So, after the state does rest, there'll be argument. Hopefully that'll be streamed. I don't see why it shouldn't be streamed. See if I can pull up the actual rule. All right, Florida, here we go. Florida Criminal Rule Procedure 3.380. Why does it look like this? Kind of weird. So if at the close of evidence for the state, and then you have a different one at the close of all evidence, the court is of the opinion the evidence is insufficient to warrant a conviction, it may, on the motion of the prosecuting attorney or the defendant, shall enter judgment of acquittal. That's all it says. Let's see, committee note. Okay. Oh, that's why. Why can't I should just go to Westlaw. Talk, babe, while I do that.
Oh, what are you trying to look up? The law regarding motion for directed verdict?
Like that version of the rule I was looking at, like online seemed.
I was dealing with your highlighting kerfuckle.
All right, just
online.
tell everyone to drop it. Move on.
It's quite a kerfuckle. You created quite a stir with your orange highlighting that was all over the page. It was shocking to many. I'm completely exaggerating, by the way. It's I mean, people have mistaken us for two people that give a fuck about shit like that, which would be, just inaccurate. We just don't. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious as to whether or not this is the last witness. I mean, who else could they have? It's hard to say.
I can't remember, but I think we did decide that this was the
last one.
Right,
you know who would know? It's Katt. Katt would know. She's probably got a witness list somewhere.
All right. 3-point motion for judgment. Okay. So it does say exactly that. So.
Oh,
not much.
yeah. We who labor here seek only truth. Pretty intense. Pretty tense.
You're really not saying anything.
What do you mean? I just spoke.
Oh.
Oh, wait, here. Katt texts me. See? I beckoned. Medical examiner.
Oh, see, she remembers.
See?
Medical examiner. That was another one.
Katt came through.
And we got a PayPal question. I just want to make sure it doesn't say like, don't give my name. So first name, we got Heidi. And she says, no live chat translates to me telling my frustrations to the dog. Then my dog thinking, I don't even know what a prosecutor is. Thank you for streaming. Well, thank you. And then again, let me make sure there's nothing in here that says like, don't say anything.
Yeah, thank you. Danke. Danke Shane.
You've got to like accept a
Darling,
friend request on.
Danke
You've got to
Shane.
accept a friend request on Venmo. It sounds like.
You got a what? Who? What now?
Just look at the messages. I don't want to mess with it.
In Venmo?
Venmo. Oh, I forgot my
Venmo.
camera was still off. All right, I'm like, now it's getting hot. And
It's getting hot down there.
yeah, now I have the sweatshirt on, but I don't want to take my sweatshirt off.
Oh boy.
Um,
What's a gal to do? What is a gal to do? Man, oh man. Oh, she dipped. She gone. Oh, like she's fixing her hair. I could see her. Ooh, so glamorous. So beautiful backstage. Oh, hi. You're muted. No one can hear
you're
you
such a
bitching
dork.
at me.
I was going to put my hair up.
Oh, yeah. I could tell she
What
was
is
just
going
talking
on? Why
shit.
are we not like now
We who
now we're
labor
missing,
here
like what's
seek
happening?
only truth.
I'm irritated that this is all happening like with everything muted and looking up. Like, is it the same? See something at like
Let's see.
they're all sharing one stream, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, there's nothing live on Law and Crime anyway. So I don't know what the hell Court TV is doing. Why is this what's happening right now?
Well, they took a break. Why are you so
Yeah, but
yeah?
so I guess maybe they just asked the question and then they took this coffee break. Okay.
Because I mean, for them, it's
I did forget that they were also going to take a break. So
it's rolling on 4 o'clock for them. So I guess
well, you need to be more engaging.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the Venmo that you like. You can only give me
Oh,
so
I thought
many
you were still talking
instructions.
about the highlighting.
The who? What? No. I wrote one comment on that shit. Like I just said, people mistake us for a couple of people that give a shit about stuff like that. Let's see. Did you I'm not seeing anything about a request, like a friend request. Where am I supposed to be seeing that? Oh, maybe. Let me see. Notifications. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
What is happening? So I got on this X machine to see what was going on. Was Brother Counsel trying to run for Norfolk DA?
I don't think so, honey.
Oh, it says if you know, you know. Must be some kind of joke.
Yeah, he lives in Michigan, so that would be quite a trick. Quite a trick.
It's probably something that's been ongoing that someone said and that's where you say that line about not walking into the middle of a movie.
You're like a child. Are you talking about the Big Lebowski line?
Yeah.
So did you read Beth's thing here? Because I love you guys, sending hugs from the land of corrupt. Oh yeah, we read that one already. GA Cat Mom.
Yeah, we did. Oh, she just sent a new one. There you
Yeah,
go.
said, I don't think they have met their burden without hearing the defense argument. That's a problem. It's a problem for the state. So we got one. If only we could do a poll. We could do a poll when we invite people back.
Well, we'll probably be gone. Cat'll be pulling.
Cat'll be polling. Cat poll.
Let me figure out how long we've been on this break.
Hot minute. Hot minute. Like she calls it the coffee break.
Yeah, 16 minutes, 17 minutes.
It's getting outrageous. It's getting outrageous. We're losing viewers by the second. Look at it.
That's
Had
'cause
1,100 in there.
I don't know. I don't know about this.
Well, I mean, one second you're saying that the defense is like dismantling this guy, and now you're saying you don't know. What
I
don't you
think that
know?
he did, but then I'm not. Look, on a lot of points that they did. Like it's not the same view, and the boat's going to be up, and he's got the tide mixed up. He doesn't know what time the tide is. He's not accounting for the tide. So yeah, there's all those things. I mean,
the question is if his attention was diverted, because like quit acting like he bisected the fucking boat with the channel marker. Like the guy didn't slam into the middle of the, like the middle of the boat didn't get split in half. He like grazed it. He clearly saw it too late. Something may have diverted his attention for a second. And he grazes it, and it causes the boat to lift up out of the water. It impales the boat, rips the side out, and then you get the nightmare. So if that's the situation, if it's not due to alcohol consumption and him being impaired, does it meet the burden for what they're trying? Like that's the way I look at the case. To me, I get it. There was a loss of life. It's profound. Like anytime there's an auto accident,
at the end of the day, there's no speed limit. There's no maximum capacity. There's no proof that he was intoxicated. I feel like where is the culpable negligence? At the end of the day,
I agree.
And
I agree.
all of the rules that they put in are like, okay, well, that's regular negligence, But do you think this judge has the gumption, the tenacity to say it, even if she felt it?
Not a chance. Are you asking if she's going to grant a directed finding? No.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell. No way in hell. Sky Goddess sent us a cash app for $20. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Scout. Oh, thanks. You were a delight. Thank you, Sky Goddess. We appreciate you.
Another 100 down. Lost another 100 people.
Oh, man. The judge is really screwing us.
Maybe you should.
There's a lot of exciting shit going on the tubes,
All right. Well, we've got a. Mary, this is an irritated dono. No need for a poll. We in Discord do not think the burden has been met. All right. So Discord they're like, well, aren't you paying attention to Discord? We're telling you in Discord. Burden hasn't been met. Thanks, Mary. Bob's still not listening.
Dude, I'm about to dip again. So like I gotta go pick my daughter back up.
They said that everybody in Discord says the burden has not been met.
All right. What do you want me to say? Oh, I agree.
No, it's saying maybe you could look at Discord.
No, I can't look at Discord. I don't understand it. I can't even find it. like totally incompetent with that shit, man. It's like not It's not something that I can do. I've tried. I don't even know what it's called. I'm always trying to get people to go and subscribe or follow or join whatever it is in Discord. It's called Seeking Justice because it's amazing. And they are the greatest document repository for the criminal justice system that there is in the whole wide world. Nobody's better than Seeking Justice. So everybody should go do whatever it is that you do and you become a thing over there. I don't know the terms. Oh yeah, there's that guy. And that guy. Ooh, ill-fitting suit. Should have had those sleeves tailored. Ouch. Ouch. Sleeves are a little long on this guy's suit, babe. I don't know who it is, but I don't know who it is. I just don't know. I'd be willing to bet it's not Howard. Oh, our daily angel came back and sent us another $25. Happy birthday, Scout.
Oh,
Thanks,
hopefully she
Kim.
didn't forget she already did it.
She's so sweet.
She is. Thanks, Kim. Look, there's movement. We're gonna watch the jurors come back. Look at their feet. Let's try and decide who are the. I mean, Katt said they're really older, and there's like a girl that might be in her 30s. Do we see them? Yeah, we do see them when they walk in and they walk out, obviously. Duh.
Oh yeah. I sent I forgot it's at Lions Park tonight, the game. Not
Wait, what? That's not what it said on Game Changer, and you're not supposed to be doxing your own family. Is this
I don't consider that doxing, and frankly, if somebody wants to step to me for some bullshit, good luck. I mean, I'm not,
It says in the thing the address that you gave
yeah, I think that's
in Game Changer.
okay. Well, I'm just telling you.
All right, well, just make sure our kids know where to go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I sent it to my sister, the right place. I took it directly from Game Changer.
Oh, okay.
So you might I'll put it in there. Okay. All right. Sorry, y'all. I'm handling some other birthday business. Sorry, birthday business wins. Birthday business wins. My daughter always wins.
Wow.
Wow. What are you doing?
I'm doing the same thing.
I don't feel like you're handling anything legitimate right now.
Oh, yeah. Wow. I mean, the medical examiner, do you think they're going to start? It's 4:00 there. They usually go till 6, don't they? 5 our time?
No, like 5:30 their time.
Right, they have
Eastern.
enough time to start the medical examiner.
Yeah. All right, I got bad news for you, kiddo. I gotta head back to the high school.
Hey, there's Katt.
Hey, she's a hero. What's up, girl? What's up?
Very tired. I thought Bob I thought you were gonna leave as soon as I got here.
I was trying to put Katt up. I was trying to move
Scout up.
Katt up the dichotomy, and
I'm
put her
about to
back
make
at
it
the bottom.
easier because I'm about to dip again. I got to go back to the high school
All right,
and get her.
see ya.
I like this hat. He's wearing a K for cat, right?
Because we couldn't update we didn't know how to change the look. He's like he was trying to decide is he coming back on to be like he's checking. Did she really?
He looks like a
now he's
parrot.
gone.
I see we're on the only square.
Yeah, there was a break.
I caught up. I listened to everything except like the last like 5 minutes, but I guess they're still on break.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we didn't get a video camera from the channel marker that's supposed to show there was no wake, right? We didn't watch a video like that.
I didn't see any like video footage from the day. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I didn't see anything like that.
Because remember,
So-
that was supposed to be the like thing that not only was there not another boat that went by, but it was supposed to show that there wouldn't have been any like wake.
No, I didn't see anything like that. Any
We
part of
also
his-
learned that the channel marker's 5 feet shorter. That sounds significant to me.
It does. It
Like,
does.
why would something be so short if it's supposed to be visible?
Yeah. I mean, the defense's expert's going to have to pull it all together because he was up there counting stuff. It seemed like his whole shit was falling apart. He's got the high tide and low tide wrong, but then he didn't account for it at all. And I mean, 1.7 feet aren't going to make a difference, but what? How could it not make a difference?
But could the tide also make a difference for like the depth of the channel? Like, what if your boat is now closer to something that could, I don't know how tall Pino, like how much Pino's boat would be in the water, but like, what if he got so close to the edge of the channel it like did something because it was lower tide? I literally don't know, but I don't feel
I think
like
they ended
this
up
guy
saying that it
explained
was
anything.
higher tide than what
Okay.
he thought it was.
Okay.
But
Which would mean less marker visible.
correct. And the whole tilting up thing, like you talked about before, if he said there's like this sweet spot, which we're going to assume is where this boat's going, or just staying up,
Yeah, I don't think they really accomplished that with the reenactment because like the reenactment, I know the camera was just positioned like at the front of the boat, which I think is problematic for a lot of reasons because it's not showing the point of view of what the person in the center console would see. But also, I just don't feel like that boat had the same lift that the boat in question would have had.
Right.
And yeah,
Oh,
so
here
this
they
is an
come.
older jury. That was probably one of the younger girls. And by younger, I mean like I'm thinking 30s. Like I don't think there was anyone that was like 21, maybe in grad school age. And there's definitely a guy that I think is the boat enthusiast based on his clothing.
Right. Ooh,
And they're going to let him recross this witness?
I doubt it.
All right, state
No?
who's calling this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nope.
The state will call Dr. Fenton
Here
Garrigan.
we go.
It was the ME.
All right.
So they're going to end it with the back to the so sad.
So you can step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and sworn.
You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. You may have a seat, Dr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Oh!
Good
Wait,
afternoon.
Ali, pause
Would
for
you
a
please
second.
tell us
Yes.
I just saw a news story that says Florida case prompts Supreme Court to waive all criminal trials must have 12 jurors.
Mm.
And
Oh
so
my
the Supreme
gosh.
Court's taking it up. They're going to take the case. They granted cert.
Well, it absolutely should. So we've been complaining about this and saying like, and jokingly, like I could get 6 people to do whatever, But Kat, I was thinking, do you want to get like on a separate screen the
Well,
feed
I'll run it
line?
before we get into this witness.
Right, so that when I dip, it's seamless.
You're using Court TV, right? Court TV.
Yeah. So this is the medical examiner. And I didn't get his name yet. Here, I'll get his name while you're doing that, and then I'll pause it again so I can update the banner.
your name?
My full name is Dr. David Fintan Garavan, G for golf, A-R-A, V for Victor, A-N.
Oh,
What is it that you do for a living?
I'm V for Victor. Full name is Dr. David Fintan Garavan, G for golf, A-R-A, V for Victor, A-N.
Oh, boy.
Garvin.
What is
Just
it
put
that you
Dr.
do for a
Garvin.
living?
I'm a forensic pathologist and toxicologist.
Can you explain to the members of the jury
All
what
right,
it
I
is
have
that
it
you
ready.
do as a forensic?
All right. How do I remove mine? Oh, there it is.
Mine should show up as a separate square.
Oh, I
in
have to
the-
click it. Got it.
Yeah, it like doesn't replace yours. It's a separate one. Okay, let me know if the volume's good for you.
It's softer than mine was.
Okay, so let me do a little boost.
That sounds good.
Open captions. Let me open up a little.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell us your name?
My full name is Dr. David Fintan Garavan, G for golf, A-R-A, V for Victor, A-N.
Oh, it's Garavin.
What is it
like
that
an
you do for a
extra A.
living?
I'm a
Right.
forensic pathologist and toxicologist.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what it is that you do as a forensic pathologist and toxicologist?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of medicine. There are two types of pathologists. There's a hospital pathologist, also called a surgical pathologist. You will know them by if you go to your doctor and you have a lump, bump, rash, something that your doctor doesn't like. They'll take a biopsy or take some of it out, perhaps a breast lump, for example. That will go to a pathologist where it will be examined and they will make a diagnosis, which will then determine your treatment. Forensic pathologists have done all that, and then we go on to a further stage. The further stage is where we deal with the whole body, and we are concerned with the cause and the manner of death. So we take into account natural diseases, injuries, drugs, circumstance, which can cause the death of a human being in its looking at the whole body. We take into account the scene, the location, circumstances, how it happened, and we form an opinion as to the cause of death, and we form an opinion as a medical examiner. The state of Florida is a medical examiner state. There are no coroners in Florida. We also provide a manner of death, of which there are 5 choices: natural death, accidental death, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
You mentioned something about also a specialty of forensic toxicology.
Yes, I also have a PhD in toxicology, and I work as a forensic toxicologist in addition to forensic pathology.
I'm going to guess that perhaps you did not grow up here in Miami, Florida.
I did not.
Could you explain to the members of the jury, where did you grow up and where did you get your education?
My home country is Ireland. I did all my medical training in Ireland. I did my PhD and my science training in Ireland. I came to the United States in 2006 for 1 year. 1 year. I'm still there. I did my fellowship in forensic pathology here in Miami-Dade under Bruce Hyman, who unfortunately passed away, but I trained under him. And I stayed here for a couple of years thereafter. Subsequently, I have worked in many countries. I've worked in England, Liverpool, England. I worked in New Zealand, Samoa, Tonga, Cook Islands.
Wait, speak up a little bit.
England, Samoa, New Zealand, Cook Islands, Australia, and I came back to the United States at the request of Dr. Hyman in 2015.
Are you a member of any professional organizations for forensic pathology?
Yes, I'm a fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists of London, which I took my...
Do you need some water, sir?
Actually, that'd be great, please. I just drank a very strong coffee, compliments of the office clerk.
They
Or
do
the,
love their coffee
officer,
at
I
this
should say.
courthouse.
Yes, so I'm a fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists, which is in London. I took my examinations there. I'm also a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners, which is the equivalent in the United States. I'm a dual fellow. I think that's a pretty unique. I don't think I'm not aware of any other person.
So we got a question from Michelle Kurt. Michelle. I'm sure this already has been asked, but I missed it. Why did he pass the marker on the left side, boat's port? I don't think you missed anything, right? It's like there was a part of his
I don't
statement.
think that's clear. I think that's it's in dispute still, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that there was like, could a wave have pushed him that way? Did he get like it's definitely sort of still in dispute. So you haven't missed anything, and there's not a clean explanation except what in his statement to the police he said he thought that a wave might have pushed him that way.
I wanted to talk about that actually, not the wave part, but one of the redirect questions that Laura Adams asked of Albert was something to the effect of, and he wouldn't have mentioned that he was heading towards the last channel marker if he wasn't aware it was there. And all I could think in my mind was, well, by the time he's speaking to the police, it's after he crashed into it. So now he's obviously knowing it's there. So that doesn't mean he knew. That it doesn't mean that he was aware right before the accident happened.
Right.
And I just thought that was such a disingenuous question to ask. And unfortunately, something that you don't get to get back up there and ask when there is no recross allowed. So, but yeah, as far as I know, it's still in dispute. And again, the defense isn't really disputing this idea of seeing a big boat. Because if somebody caused an accident and they say like, I don't know, there were other cars, that doesn't mean that they were drinking just because they're denying that they're a bad driver, that they might have missed something, that they did something wrong. People just, their ego, without even realizing it at times, can come up with excuses to tell themselves that they didn't do something wrong. But the state seems to want to imply that he was uttering that because he knew he was drinking and knew that he'd be at fault and needed a cover story.
Right, which is what, like, that's the whole, you know, his head injury and these other bizarre answers are touching on that wasn't for that. And I think there's an argument the defense could make that it's not like hearsay and it's not speculation, that it's going to his state of mind and the state of mind of the examiner, the cop, knowing he had already had an injury and knowing he was giving answers inconsistent. Because if you remember, they wouldn't let him get into evidence. Well, who did they really pull up from the water? It wasn't the other guy. And they're like, oh no, that's hearsay. Well, you're saying, well, this is specifically to rebut an accusation that this was consciousness of guilt evidence and to show that the examiner had reason to understand that his answers were inconsistent and that he had a head injury, you know, stuff like that. But we'll have to see how the defense kind of gets around it. And then Katt, I'm just so you know, there's either Tracy or Mandy are putting us in a group chat. So when you're ready to end, they can come on and like end the stream. If not,
Cool.
Bob can do it remotely, but you know.
Sweet.
All right.
If that happens, if there's like an issue with ending it, I'll replay some testimony. Like we'll keep something going.
No, you just have
on
to
the
let them
stream or
know like
something.
when you're ready to end it.
Okay, we'll do.
Has dual fellowships.
You guys are the best, by the way.
I'm also
Chat.
there's quite a few. So I'm a member of the International Association of Toxicologists, the Forensic Society of Toxicology, the Association of American Forensic Sciences, I think are the main pertinent ones to this court.
Now, what does it benefit you to be a member of these different organizations?
Well, as a fellow of a college, it means that you have gone through the rigorous examination process. That process in London is a 3-day examination. So you have to actually perform an autopsy in front of examiners. You have to show that you can actually do what you claim you can do. They can give you any case. You don't have a choice in that. You have to sit a morning of written examinations. Yes, writing is still a thing. You have to actually write essays. And then there are 2 days of what we call long cases and short cases. And then at the end of that, on the third and last day, you have to do an oral defense. So it's 3 full days. The advantages of being members of the other professional organizations is that you stay in touch with what's current. You attend meetings, you keep yourself abreast, you have access to current information, which keeps you on top of your profession, which is useful.
Could you tell us a little bit about the types of deaths that you have investigated over the course of your career?
Many. Personally, I've done somewhere between 8,000 to 8,500 cases myself with my own hands. But as a supervisor and trainer, I would have probably directly supervised another 7,500. As an expert, been asked to review cases for whatever reason, you can probably add another 800 to 1,000 cases. I work all over the world. I work in New Zealand, I work in Puerto Rico, I work for the federal government, and I work for various states. I do defense as well as for the prosecution. But ultimately, I don't care who's asking me the question. You're going to get the same answer. It just depends on who's asking the question.
Well, it's not going to be the same question if different people are asking.
I want to ask if there was a time in your career after Dr. Haima had passed away that you came back and were in fact working at the Miami-Dade Office of the Medical Examiner.
I was.
And was there ever a time when you were there when a doctor by the name of Kenneth Hutchins was the chief medical examiner?
That's right, he was there, yes.
Is he still working as chief medical examiner of Miami-Dade County now?
He's retired.
Does the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office have a fellowship program?
Yes.
Could you explain what that is?
Fellowship program is the programs that exist. There are several in the United States. Approximately 40 to 45 doctors are taken on to various programs around the United States for what's called your finishing school or 1 year of fellowship. That is usually at your 13th or 14th year of training. So you're at the end of the road, you hope. You spend a year in a program where you go through a dedicated training program to polish you, I guess, to bring you up to speed, to bring your skill sets up, to poke you, to push you, to see if you can take the stress and strain, if you're suitable. Not everybody is. But it's really an intensive year of training, at the end of which you're still not qualified. You still have to take the examinations.
Is it the case that there might be fellows who come to the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office for their 1 year program, get involved in perhaps conducting an autopsy, but then go off to wherever it is they're going to continue their work?
Yes, that happens every year. They're only there for 1 year. Most go somewhere. It may not be here. Some stay, but it's not usual. Most leave. They have families back to where they're from and so on.
Is it the case that if, for example, the fellow who worked on an autopsy, would that person be supervised by somebody who is here permanently?
Yes.
Now, if there was a situation where the chief medical examiner is retired and the person who conducted the autopsy under his supervision has moved to parts outside of the state of Florida, for example, would you be able, based on your training experience, be able to review that autopsy file to come up with your own impressions of what the cause and manner of death would be?
It's not unusual. Yeah, life is life. People move on. We don't live forever, or we retire. So cases can come to court after the fact. And in those circumstances, we should be able to sit down, review the case with the information available, and form an independent opinion. Because if the case is well documented, and it should be at a high standard, you should be able to review it and form an independent opinion.
I want to call your attention now to Miami-Dade Medical Examiner case number 2022 or 2022-02732.
Yes.
Have you become familiar with that case number?
Yes.
And in fact, in preparation for your testimony, were you given copies of all of the medical examiner notes, reports, photographs, and the like?
Yes.
In reviewing those documents, were they sufficiently thorough and detailed that allow you to tell this jury a bit about the cause of death of the person who was autopsied under that case number?
Yes.
Who was the medical examiner that oversaw that process?
Dr. Hutchins.
Do you know a woman by the name of Dr. Brittany Imblum?
I do not.
Is it your understanding from reviewing the notes that that is the doctor who was the fellow at the time working under the direction and supervision of Dr. Hutchins?
Yes.
First, I want to ask you about that case number that I read to you, 2022-02732. Can you explain what the significance of that medical examiner case number is?
Each case, when it arrives to the department, each case is assigned a unique number. They come in a sequence, so there's a case before and a case after, but there's a sequence of numbers, but they're all unique to that case. No other case will have that number.
And when you say case, are you referring to person?
I am referring to a person or an investigation of a death that may involve a whole, part, or some persons.
Now, in order to ensure that, let's say, photographs or specimens that are collected from that person or case will be only dealing with that person or case, is there anything done with that case number to ensure that it doesn't get confused with any of the other cases?
Well, in each case, the number ascribed to that case, for example, in the photographs, they'll all have the unique number present in the photographs. All samples will be labeled with that number. The case file will be labeled with that number. Everything that's generated for that case is attached with that number.
Do you know the name of the person who was assigned that case number?
I don't offhand, I do not.
Would reviewing the medical examiner autopsy report
Yeah,
help
and
you?
please, I just want to be clear, it's no disrespect to the deceased. We have to remain impartial, so I try not to learn the personal aspects of it.
Can you please take a look at this protocol and tell me if this is the protocol you reviewed for your testimony here today?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay. And what is the name of the person who was autopsied under that case number?
Lucy Fernandez.
What was her date of birth?
Her date of birth is not given in this protocol, but if you give me 1 second.
Would that be noted in the investigations report
It's
that
in
went
the-
along with this?
Which I do not have, correct.
You're welcome. Is that the investigations report that was part of that case file for Luciana Fernandez?
Yes, it is.
And what was her date of birth?
It states that she's 17 years old. It does not give me a specific date of birth on this file. At least I don't see it.
You don't see it under her name?
August 26, 2005, excuse me.
That's
yes.
okay. Does the investigations report also include information as to the date and time that she died?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
September 5th, 2022 at 6:30 a.m.
And where was it that she was pronounced deceased?
Kendall Regional Medical Center.
Are you aware of a type of photograph that's taken at the medical examiner's office called a legal ID photograph?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is, please?
It's a photograph taken of the person's face, usually upper neck and face, full features, to assist or be available to help with the identification, so it may be shown to a loved one or person familiar to confirm as part of that is the person that we think it is.
I'm showing you what is in evidence of State's Exhibit number 7. Now, you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the photographs that were associated with this case, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 7. Is this a legal identification photograph of Luciana Fernandez?
Yes.
We have like 2 minutes of bloop time.
Do you know this person?
I do not.
Do you know any members of her family?
I do not.
Let's start with some basic information about Ms. Fernandez. How tall was she?
5 foot 5 inches,
How much did she weigh?
135 pounds.
When she was brought to the office of the medical examiner, did she have a condition known as anasarca? If I'm
She
not
did.
mispronouncing it.
No, you're pronouncing correctly. She did have a condition called anasarca.
Could you explain what that is?
Anasarca is a condition where the body swells, fluid seeping into all tissues. It is a terminal condition which may arise for a multiple of reasons, but its presence tells you that the organs have failed, and this person has been in terminal decline for hours before their death. It can be days or weeks depending on the case, but ultimately when the body is swelling like that, it means that the organs have failed.
That seems like it
Doctor,
pushes
do you
it
have an
away.
opinion as to the cause of the death of Luciana Fernandez?
Having reviewed all of the evidence that was provided, the photograph, the autopsy protocol, the circumstance of the case, which is clearly very important to us, the cause of death in this case was determined to be drowning. I would agree with that. I would have used slightly different language, complications of drowning, but that's a style, not a difference of opinion.
Why would you say complications of drowning as opposed to drowning?
I use that term if the person, if you retrieve the heart function, depending on the circumstance, if the heart function is restored, technically they're still alive. However, the consequences of the damage done for whatever is the initial insult cannot be overcome, and therefore it ultimately causes the death. So I call it a complication of it. It could be blunt force trauma, it could be gunshot wounds, but in this case, it's drowning.
Would you please describe the evidence of medical intervention that was done to try to keep Ms. Fernandez alive?
Objection, Your Honor, 401, 403.
Well, there were many things done. So once she was recovered from the water, attempts at CPR were initiated. They were quite aggressive, as you would expect it to be. It was quite sustained. It went on for quite a period of time, from time of retrieval to transfer to hospital. On arrival to hospital, these attempts continued at resuscitation, which included attempts to restart the heart, which were successful. They would have done many other things, taken blood samples, added fluids, and so on. Got an airway, which is putting in a tube to start allowing for air to be, oxygen to be put back into the lungs. So all of these are done as part of resuscitation.
After Ms. Fernandez died and her body was transported to the office of the medical examiner, will there be a photograph known as the receiving photograph?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is, please?
On arrival, the body or patient or person is photographed as we received it, literally the way it came in. We take a photograph so that we document this is how we received the person.
When Ms. Fernandez was brought to the office of the medical examiner, did she have injuries that were consistent with sustained attempts at, or sustained amounts of CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation?
She did.
Can you describe what you're talking about?
The main injuries that you have present, which are common in CPR, are fractured ribs. We see it a lot, and the older you are, the more likely you are to have fractured ribs. Young people tend to do a bit better, but in CPR, it's not a criticism of anyone. They're doing their best. It's a very emotional event. You're trying to recover someone, Sometimes people press too hard and they regret it.
Showing counsel states 1T for identification. Doctor, I'm showing you states 1T for identification. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
And aside from the fact that the breasts of the individual in this photograph are pixelated, does this fairly and accurately depict the body of Lucy Fernandez at the time that she was autopsied?
It does.
At this time, I move states 1T for identification into evidence.
State Exhibit 1T, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit 115.
May the doctor stand down? Doctor, can you please point out the location of the injuries that you're talking about that would be consistent with her having sustained CPR?
To the center of the chest, you'll see a red mark, a red abrasion, and that's very typical of the device. It's called a Lucas device.
Called a what device?
Lucas, L-U-C-A-S, Lucas device. It will artificially compress the chest, and it will cause abrasions. They are not self-harm. Protection. You cannot see broken ribs, of course, but there are broken present, and on her right arm you see an IV access.
Did Ms. Fernandez have any injuries to her head?
Yes.
Can you describe those injuries, please?
So she has a pink abrasion on the left side of her forehead, which was 1 by 0.5 centimeters. She had hemorrhage coming from both her nose, nears, N-A-R-E-S. She had a faint blue contusion on the bridge of her nose. She has an abrasion and bruising to the right side of her mouth. Lower lip was swollen. The right side of the inside of her gum, called the labial, L-A-B-I-A-L, mucosa, M-U-C-O-S-A, had bruising or contusions. They're also present on the lower aspect, so the upper and lower part of her inside of her mouth. The ventral aspect of the left side, that's the top of her left side of her tongue, also had a bruise. She had bruising present on the right side, left side, and on the front of her scalp. So in this area, she had bruising. And the right temporalis muscle, which is on the right side of your head, had also bruising. And there was bruising on the left side of the temporalis, which is on the left side of the head.
The bruising to her head, is that consistent with what's known as blunt force trauma?
In this case, it's likely. I have not seen any other particular reason why it should be there.
Did Ms. Fernandez have any injuries to her neck area?
She did. On the posterior aspect, the back of the neck, high up in the first cervical vertebrae, there's focal hemorrhage. So deep in the back of the neck, if you go into the deep muscles, there was bruising right there, up high, at the top of the neck.
Are you able to make any extrapolation of the fact that she had the bruising across the top of her head and then the bruising high up on the base of her neck?
You would have to take several things together. There's bruising on the right side as well of the mouth, and there was a thing called surgical emphysema, which is air, present on the right side of the mouth. There's bruising to the head, and there's bruising to the back of the neck, deep. To me, would suggest in this case that when the incident occurred, most likely was propelled forward, striking possibly the front of her face or head, which compressed the neck.
Were there any injuries to Ms. Fernandez's torso, meaning the front and or her back?
Yes, on the lower aspect of her left side of her back, there were...
If Lucy was sitting facing the center console, wouldn't her being thrust forward and I guess perhaps hitting the center console, some structure there, suggest that the side of the boat struck the channel marker and not the front of the boat, and then it dragged from the front of the boat and scraped along the side? Because if she's sitting with her back to the starboard, and his theory is that she was propelled forward would mean she's going like horizontally across the boat. I don't know. I miss the chat. I wish you guys were here.
red abrasions. Towards the middle of the lower back, there's also abrasions. And on the right buttock or gluteal region, there's also abrasions.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1, U for identification. Doctor, I'm showing you states 1, U for identification. Does this fairly and accurately depict the body or the back part of the body of Ms. Fernandez when she was autopsied?
It does.
This time I move states 1, U for identification and evidence. Same objection.
State Exhibit 1U, previously marked for identification, will become State Exhibit number 116.
Doctor, could you step down for a moment, please? Around Ms. Fernandez's back, we see, seems to be some level of discoloration. Can you explain to the members of the jury what we might be looking at here?
This is called postmortem rigidity or discoloration. So when we pass away, our circulation stops. Blood will settle out of the blood vessels in the line of gravity. So if you're lying on your back and it's waiting, you continue lying on your back for a number of hours, the blood will settle towards gravity. That discoloration is that red blood cells coming out of blood vessels and settling into the tissue.
Did Ms. Fernandez also have any blunt force injuries to her arms or her legs?
She did. She had several bruises to her upper arms, left and right. She also had abrasions to her right hip on the right side. There were also a number of bruises and abrasions on both lower legs, left and right.
Was an internal examination conducted on
Yes.
Ms. Fernandez's body?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain what that how that type of an internal examination would be conducted?
So the autopsy has many aspects. First of all, you get the information that is available at the start, so that would be the equivalent of your primary care doctor reviewing your chart before you go to examine you. The second part is that we do the external examination, so you're looking for signs of natural disease, injuries, clues to give you some idea of what you might be dealing with. And then we move to an internal examination, and the internal examination involves getting access to the body to examine all of the organs. That's all of them, from brain, neck, chest, abdomen. We go through all of your organs in detail, looking for disease, injuries, or clues as to why this person may have passed away.
Were the findings both from the external and internal examination of Ms. Fernandez's body consistent with her having blunt force trauma, perhaps to the head, and then subsequently drowning if she was in water?
Yes, so drowning is a diagnosis of exclusion. There's nothing in an autopsy that you will do and point your finger and go, aha, this is drowning. Drowning is a diagnosis of exclusion. It means that you must have ruled out other causes for the death, if I may explain. Anybody could be in water swimming, walking, and have a heart attack, for example. If the heart attack is your cause of death and you happen to be in water, then it's not that you drowned, it's that you've suffered an event which has put you in a dangerous environment. So that's the reason why. We also would look at to make sure you're not intoxicated or some other reason that you didn't get out of the water. So once you have ruled out other causes, and the only thing you're left with is the environment where the person was found, in this case underwater, in the result of an event that happened with a boat, we can reasonably conclude that, having ruled everything else out, that the cause of death is drowning.
Now, was a toxicology screening conducted of Ms. Fernandez's blood?
Yes, all cases get screening.
The blood sample that was used, was that ante-mortem or post-mortem, meaning prior to death or after death?
It was ante-mortem.
Was the tube of blood that was analyzed, or tubes of blood that were analyzed in this matter, dated and given a time?
Yes, they all are when they're ante-mortem. And in this case, it was the September 4, 2022, and the hour was 20 hours and 28 minutes, which is 28 minutes past 8 p.m.
And was the packaging of those tubes of blood consistent with the blood having been drawn at a hospital?
Yes.
What were the results of that toxicology testing?
A comprehensive screening for drugs and alcohol was performed, as is in all cases, and in this case, there were no drugs or alcohol detected.
Now, if that's the case, does that rule out the possibility that Ms. Fernandez could have consumed alcohol earlier that day?
It does not, no.
Can you explain to the jurors why it might be possible that she could have consumed alcohol earlier in the day, yet by the time 8:30 rolls around, no alcohol is found in her body?
Objection 401, 403.
All right, they're going to a sidebar. I'm still trying to figure out if she propelled forward. Maybe they just mean the boat could have hit and tipped, and because the boat tipped, that could have put her in a forward motion, you know, not relative to what was happening with the elision, but towards the center console. We could jump a little bit. We don't have much time. Let's see if we can skip this sidebar. And over here on the right side is where I was sitting. I was only in there for like, I don't know, maybe like 15, 20 minutes. Kind of a small courtroom though, like where the camera's positioned, he's against the wall. Like the camera person's against the wall, and the jury seating, there's like some loose chairs next to the camera person, and then the jury box. And then literally right next to the camera person on the right-hand side is George Pino. And like, there were like two I think one guy was a photographer, he wasn't operating the still video camera. But there was a separate guy that had like a big fancy lens camera. Very scientific of me to say it that way. And George Pino is like right here next to the camera. Like it's like they turn the camera and the front of the camera lens
Dr.
is like close to his face.
Are any of the injuries that Ms. Fernandez sustained as a result of this boating crash fatal in and of themselves?
I would not think so.
If that's the case, then why did she die?
It's the environment that she was in. According to information provided, is that there was a boating event or incident, and as a result of this, she was thrown from the boat, was under the boat or trapped under the boat. The injuries that are present, particularly to the head, the mouth, her neck, and to her forehead and sides of head, I think it's very possible that she may have been knocked unconscious, at least. Particularly with the neck injury, it tells me from experience a lot of force went through her head. So if you take into account the speed and the laws of momentum, that if she was thrown forward, that means she struck whatever she struck at that speed, and then immediately went into water. If she's unconscious, and there's no reason to think that she was inhibited in any other way, then within a few minutes, if she's not recovered from that environment and brought to land or has access to breathe, she will succumb to lack of oxygen. Effectively, that's what happens to you when you are underwater and when you drown.
No further questions. No questions, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I think that's it for the day. State's gonna rest. Is that it for the state? If you're wondering why no cross, I mean, he tried to say the environment she was in, but he did say that it was, you know, he didn't make a conclusion that alcohol contributed to it.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of Florida rests its case, having proven the elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
What? Lady, what's with the commentary? Look at Mark Shapiro's face. We're gonna rewatch this.
At this time, the state of Florida rests its case, having proven the elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
Lady! Oh my god, I need to get the chat back right now. What is that?
Given the time, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end for the day.
Please.
State is now rested. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes. You have to return tomorrow. Please be here. 9:15, 9:30 tomorrow. As you were able to do so today, if you run into any difficulties, traffic issues, or any kind of problems, please let us know. All right, please contact the office and keep us informed as to your time. And 9:30 tomorrow, report to the jury room on the 7th floor. I remind you, please do not discuss this case at all with each other or with anyone else. Don't let anyone try to speak with you or in your presence about the case. If you think you see or hear anything, social media, television, newspaper, ignore it. Okay? If anyone attempts to speak with you, as I already said, about the case, please remind them on the jury not to speak with them. If they persist, report that to the name. We will bring it to my attention. If you see us, we're going to also continue to ignore you. And all of us are invested in maintaining the integrity of these proceedings. Tomorrow we should have a pretty full day. And again, I'll have you back at 9:30. Please take the envelopes. You have your notepads inside the envelopes. Take them with you and give them to me. Thank you.
All right.
All right, we'll see if there's anything, and then we'll get the chat back in. Can someone on Defense Diaries, like, I don't know if the mods can turn their chat back on as soon as we take the share screen off? But get ready, chat, because we're gonna rewatch her rest when you guys get here. Right, I don't know if they're gonna do anything. That might be it.
Be helpful, but we do move for judgment of acquittal.
Sure. Why don't you take 10 minutes?
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Can we use the jury room? Can we use the jury room? Can we use the jury room, Judge?
Sure.
Talking here to Laura Adams. let's do this. I know the chat's not here, but we did have some questions about circling back to like understanding what happened with this prosecutor. So we are going to get caught up with court, but we're going to let them, it seems like the defense is using the jury room to discuss amongst themselves before they argue for a judgment of acquittal, which is basically Florida's motion for a directed verdict. But we have, let's see. This is where we're starting. And I think at the beginning of the stream today, there was a little bit of conversation about Mr. Fernandez, Lucy's dad, having previously worked with the prosecution team. From what I heard, he said he used to be a public defender in Miami-Dade County. So he would have been on the defense side while he practiced in that area. And then here we have tension in the state attorney's office. This is coming from Miami Herald article. They said that they reviewed these text messages, and we read this the other day, but in case you missed it, or in case you're still trying to put the who's who together, there was a lot that happened behind the scenes with this case. Initially, the conclusion of the Fish and Wildlife Commission was that there was no impairment. That was Lieutenant William Thompson, who we heard testify on Friday. That was his conclusion. This wasn't an issue of impairment. And they were initially maybe going to bring some like misdemeanor charges that weren't as serious. But what happened? They said a review of text messages between the state attorney's office and the Fish and Wildlife Commission, the investigating agency, showed that the two agencies early on agreed that the crash did not warrant felony charges. 4 days after the crash, the agencies were already contemplating misdemeanor charges, according to a text conversation between head honcho, this is the boss sauce right here, Kaherine Fernandez Rundle. She's the top dog at the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office. Now, again, in Florida, this is not a federal case, but I think it's confusing when you hear the phrase state attorney. It's our version of a district attorney. So she's the head prosecutor for Miami-Dade County, Kaherine Fernandez Rundle. And here they have this text conversation here between Kathy and the FWC Lieutenant Colonel Alfredo Escanio, the Deputy Director of the South Region. Escanio asked Kaherine Fernandez Rundle for contact information for the chief of the misdemeanor section at the state attorney's office. Kathy provided it and noted that the chief would be expecting his call. Then what happens? We have the state attorney's office at first resisting filing a more serious reckless boating charge. They didn't even want to file a reckless boating charge. Now we're dealing with vessel homicide and manslaughter. FWC Major Alberto Mazza, responding to an email from Barreto about the investigation, said in his email, FWC was not able to prove reckless. State attorney said we did not have enough and went with careless. Careless boating, a second-degree misdemeanor, carries a penalty of 60 days in jail and a $500 fine. Reckless boating, a first-degree misdemeanor, carries a penalty of up to a year in jail and a $1,000 fine. So they didn't think they had enough for this at the time, and now the charges that George Pino is facing, if convicted, he's facing up to 30 years. So, and like $10,000, $15,000 in fines. I forget the exact fine amount, but probably negligible compared to the time difference that you would be in custody. The state attorney's office had its own internal spats about Pino's initial misdemeanor charges. Fernandez Rundle and Laura Adams, the lead prosecutor, the one that we just saw rest the case, after saying she proved everything beyond a reasonable doubt, had a heated text message exchange on September 18th when the state attorney's office was weighing charging Pino with the felony. The text thread was heavily redacted, but shows Fernandez Rundle was hesitant. She expressed concern about not giving the families false hope. So KFR is like maybe sensing that there's too much, you're getting too close to these families, maybe you're over-promising, and maybe I'm sensing, Miss Adams, that you want more, you want to push more from this case out of the way you're feeling for the family members of the victims. So let's just read these texts because they quote it here. We have on September 4th, this is not 2022 when this happened. I called him today and left a message. Gosh, you'd think he would take a call from you. Have a good night. So the blue here is Laura Adams. So she tried to send contact information for Pardo Bob, not our Bob. And then, hello, I just got a message from Bob to call you. So Kathy's like, not good. I don't want to talk to you right now. I don't want to regret anything I might say. And so there's like a 2-week gap here between this call not being made to, hey, I just got a message for him to call you. It keeps going. The next message is from Laura Adams. It says, I'm so very sorry for causing you stress, especially before the CABA event, which is an award, some type of award thing that they do, and on such an important case. I hope you'll let me explain whenever you are ready. Congratulations on the award, and I hope you have a good evening. And then Kathy, head honcho, says, what are you talking about? It has nothing to do with the CABA award, which was last night. That in and of itself is completely insulting. This has, and she'll correct herself in the next message, is we'll say this has nothing to do with that. It's about making families feel so distressed and putting them on a roller coaster. We'll talk tomorrow. Laura Adams says, sure. And then, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Happy to speak with you this evening or tomorrow. So she's saying that after Kathy's like, we'll talk tomorrow. She's like, happy to speak with you this evening or talk tomorrow. It's like she can't, I don't know if you guys like, either if you've experienced it yourself or experienced it from somebody else, but sometimes when people are upset and they want you to tell them that everything is fine, they don't want to delay in that conversation. They want you to tell them right now that everything is fine. And I get that vibe that that's what Laura Adams was seeking out of her boss in this moment. So then Laura says, there's nothing in between. It's Laura again, saying, thank you very much for listening to me and giving me so much of your time. I'm very grateful for that. I hope you have a nice evening. And actually there was like a day between these, so they must have called each other. And then Kathy says, I just got home, and yes, I'm very happy that we spoke, and I now better understand how things evolved. And I now realize all the burdens you've been dealing with. Let's try to meet soon again to sort through everything I'll speak with, and then that's all you can see. So then following this exchange, the next day, Laura Adams, prosecutor of 3 decades, resigns from office. Then on October 8th, and usually that's like a 30-day window, there's usually an off-ramp period. On October 8th, Adams walked back her resignation in writing. I ask most respectfully that you allow me to withdraw the submitted resignation letter and continue doing a job I love, as difficult as that job can be at times. So then she ends up coming back on, and a spokesperson for the state attorney's office says they weren't at odds at all. You know, the state attorney, Kathy, and Laura Adams, they weren't at odds at all on this charging decision. And then 3 weeks later, Pino was charged with the vessel homicide. He wasn't charged with the manslaughter quite yet, but he was charged with the vessel homicide 3 weeks after this resignation back and forth on October 31st. And that is a felony. It gets transferred to the felony court at that point in time. So that's our backstory on the evolution of this case. I had some questions about it earlier, and since we had to wait for the defense to have a conversation before they do this argument. Oh, I don't even think they're even back yet. Let's see. Also, did Bob start the stream with like the chat going and the stream running? I meant to comment on that when I first got here, but I forgot. I forgot to tell him good job. They unmuted for a second there, and then, yeah, we're caught all the way up, so there's that. We can watch the state rest over and over. I did kind of want to go back. Some of the exhibits they showed today, and it seems pointless to go back when the chat's not here because I want to go back to ask you guys what you thought. And it just doesn't make sense to do now. But the different vantage points that show how the channel markers look from different angles, or as you get closer to one channel marker and thus further from another channel marker, the way that you might perceive the alignment of the channel markers. I tried to quickly look at those photos and make sense of what was being said because I was only listening while I was driving. And I want to go back and see that. And I want to know if that was significant to you guys at all. Like, does it matter to you guys that these channel markers are, you know, once here and then another one looks like it's sticking further out and then another one's back in line? Would that matter to an experienced boater? And I know the jury got kicked out. They were told to come back at 9:30 tomorrow, but I think there's another... The judge has another case on her calendar. Oh, they moved it to 9. Okay, so that'll probably be quick. So this judge is presiding over the Antonio Brown second-degree attempted murder trial. Antonio Brown's the defendant. The accuser is the guy who, like, streaked, well, not streaked, because he wasn't naked, but he went out during Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime performance. That's the accuser against Antonio Brown, and there's just been this whole saga of hot mess in that trial with Judge Tinkler Mendez presiding over the whole thing. And they have a hearing tomorrow because Antonio Brown wants permission to travel again. So Antonio Brown's been out on a $25,000 bond, very low bond amount. That's what got me interested in the case, because I'm like, they must not think the evidence is that compelling. And then I heard some backstory about the accuser, read the motion to dismiss. Does not seem like as strong of a case as it was initially reported to be. But they have a hearing tomorrow, so it seems like Judge Tinkler Mendez thinks that will be a quick one, that she can get that done 15 minutes and get the jury in, because she told the jury to be back for this trial at 9:30. But that's an interesting case. If you want to follow another Florida case, follow another case with this judge, or follow for Antonio Brown. It's Mark Eiglarsh is representing Antonio Brown, so you guys might not know him. I think he's a commentator on a bunch of shows, a well-established criminal defense attorney. Might be an interesting one. And hopefully they're very quick with their hearing tomorrow morning. Let's see. Hold on, in case anyone missed the resting. Let me cue this up. They're like, oh my God, should we rest? Did we do a good job?
At this time, the state of Florida rests its case, having proven the elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
Actually, I think the whole defense table turned their head and was just like, ugh.
Beyond a reasonable doubt.
What if they conferred right before they did that about how should we say it? Or maybe that's how she always says it. All right, so we'll be back on court. What else? What else was interesting today? And again, like, I wish I could, I want you guys to be in the chat when I'm asking these things, because I'm just talking to myself right now. I thought it was interesting that the channel marker, I think I said earlier with Ali, why is one channel marker 5 feet shorter than another? Why aren't they all tall? Or if you don't care about something being tall, why not use a buoy, which isn't fixed? And you guys helped get me thinking about, like, well, duh, an elision is a crash into a stationary object. These fixed, like, cemented steel/aluminum fixtures with the signage, when you impact something that is stably embedded into the earth, the collision at whatever force you're moving is going to do more damage than if you were moving at the same speed, all other conditions were the same, but the item that you're hitting isn't fixed. If it can take some of the impact and move with it, right? They're theoretically, if all things considered with physics, should be less damage because some of the impact transfers differently when the object isn't fixed, right? That's why it's called an elision. They have a whole word for it to describe that this is something colliding with something that is stationary. And if you don't care about the height of the channel marker, you're fine with one being 5 feet shorter, which is significant. That's not as significant. That's not like a little bit like, oh, you know, not every post is made or installed the exact same way. That's a huge difference if you ask me. Why not just make it a buoy? Why not just make it a buoy? Which seems a little bit safer. But also I'm like, all right, you know, we're talking so much about speed in this trial. We had this Paul Albert get on the stand, and he was asked to in my opinion, he was asked to speculate. A few of Laura Adams' questions were to the effect of, if you were out there in this specific case, and then started asking about like the speed, trying to hint at he was going as fast as he possibly could, almost as if he was trying to hot dog or show off or just gun it to the bay. I don't, the defense didn't object, and I thought maybe they could because they were asking him to speculate about that specific day. But no objection came about. But this idea that with 14 people on the boat, you probably weren't able to go the 50s. He didn't really know the exact top speed. He just said the 50s. And it would be less than that if you had more people on the boat. The thing is, we're only getting the information about the 45-ish to 47 miles per hour-ish as an extrapolation from GPS information. It's not from like a black box removed from the vessel itself that shows us, here's when somebody accelerated, here's when somebody engaged and switched directions, here's when someone did whatever with the rudder. Like, we don't have that precision. We're speculating on an extrapolation that isn't certain. Are they, is this the, oh, that's the defense team. I thought it was the jury for a second, and I was like, no, they're too young. They're too young. Too young to be the jury once I saw more than one youngin'. I forgot they were in the jury room.
All right, so back on the record.
Here we go, guys.
Defense.
Judge, at this time, consistent with our pretrial motion, we move for judgment of acquittal on both counts. I'm trying to decide which to begin with. We know that the culpable negligence standard, even though it might sound like negligence, is actually by law considered the more difficult offense to prove for the state. And you'll see there's an anomaly that culpable negligence is also considered a lesser included offense of recklessness. So we're going to have a lot of complications if we get to the jury instruction phase. But for the moment, if we start with the vessel homicide, which uses the word reckless, the state has to prove more than that there was a crash, because that's res ipsa loquitur maybe for ordinary negligence, but the fact of the elision doesn't prove that this was a crime. And the fact that the object wasn't moving, in this case, a marker like.
And remember, guys, real quick, I won't pause during most of this, but res ipsa loquitur, remember, you might remember me telling Ali, like, oh, that's how you pronounce it? It speaks for itself. So that idea of circular logic, that we're trying to argue that because he hit this channel marker, there's no explanation for it, but that he was culpably negligent and that he meets the standard, because there's no other possible explanation why he would have hit this channel marker. and also the additional inference that he must have been drunk, because why else would you hit this channel marker? So it's Latin for, it speaks for itself. Res ipsa loquitur. And Ali was explaining that, how to pronounce that the other day.
Likewise, doesn't prove it's a crime. And in the 14 or so cases that we had cited pre-trial, and we have more, and overnight, we dig every day. You encouraged us, and we've gone outside of Florida. We're going to submit to you additional points of authority. In cases where a woman walking across the street with a baby stroller gets run over, of course, it would be easy enough for the state to say that constitutes recklessness, and yet on all of those cases that we cited to you, the Court of Appeals said it wasn't enough. And those were cases that the trial judge let it go to the jury convicted, appeal, reversed in 14 cases. So let's look at what are the facts that the state has proven here. We know the elephant in the courtroom is the state's effort to try to suggest that George Pino was impaired, but there's just no evidence of it. The evidence that they have 2 beers over the course of several hours, in 2.5 hours, or close to 3, and no evidence that the consumption of that quantity of beer led to any kind of impairment. Every witness who has testified on that question has negated the suggestion of impairment. And we don't need to call out the witnesses, Judge, because they were all in unison on that. But I'm sure I'm going to hear about that from the state. They're going to say, well, maybe it was more than 2 beers. There's no evidence of it. And what we have is no evidence of impairment. So if we can remove impairment, remove the effort to turn this into a BUI case when it's not, what we're left with is the elision itself. The speed is not itself proof of anything. This is not a speeding case because there's no speed limit in the channel. Not then, not now. And the conditions were excellent for boating. I think you heard testimony from law enforcement officers who confirmed that. At least one.
Let me ask you a question, sorry to interrupt. But
Please.
Speed, you say, there's no speed limit. Okay, so, is there a point where speed is reasonable or not reasonable under the totality of the circumstances and operation?
There could be in certain cases, although we know from Lizardo where the guy was driving 80 some odd miles an hour towards the Miccosukee Trail and was in fact violating the speed limit. The court said that wasn't enough. Here we have.
Well, what else was there in Lizardo?
It was speed, and he crashed right into the other car.
Besides speed in the crash, were there any other evidence of any other conduct?
I don't believe in Lizardo. I think that was the gravamen of it. And still, the judge let it go to the jury.
I understand.
Well, let me say, Lizardo was the conditional plea. The court rejected the motion to dismiss. Right. And so Lizardo makes clear that even way over speed limit is not enough. Right. And here we don't even have a violation of a speed limit.
Because there is none.
Exactly.
That's my question. What? Would there ever be speed on the water that could be considered unreasonable?
There could be. If, for example, the vessel that was being used can't handle the speed, for example. That's one example. This boat, the Robalo, there's no doubt that this boat is built to handle that level of speed. So in that case, there's no suggestion that speed in and of itself put anybody's life in jeopardy. If the elision had not occurred, speed would have put nobody at risk. The speed itself did not create. There was no other boat in the channel. There's no risk of elision. I mean, there's no risk of collision. There was an elision. And so the speed itself did not jeopardize the lives of anybody on that boat. Now, we have the evidence of the law enforcement officers who themselves were operating at that speed. I think one officer said he was traveling between 40 and 45 miles an hour with passengers, the less injured passengers on the bow, seated on the floor of the boat, and thought it was perfectly safe. So you have that evidence to consider in terms of whether George Pino drove in a way that's any more dangerous than the way law enforcement says was not dangerous. This suggestion that having 7 passengers on the front seating, the way the boat is designed, again, no evidence that that put them at risk under the conditions that we have. So by way of example, you didn't hear anything about choppy seas, precipitation, conditions were ideal. So this boat was built for this speed, with this number of passengers. So we take alcohol impairment, not proven. Speed, not excessive, not unreasonable for the conditions that happened here. Whether there had been 7 passengers in the bow or just 1 passenger in the bow, the elision it's the elision that caused the injuries and the death. It wasn't the number of passengers or the speed. Had the speed been 30 miles an hour and you go into a fixed object, someone could be seriously hurt if not killed. So the speed isn't the issue. The issue, I think, what the state's best case is that the operator, George Pino, didn't see the marker. Because I think everybody agrees had he seen it, he would not have never intended to hit it, and he would have avoided it if he had seen it. And so the question is,
I don't have any evidence in front of me that, no evidence that Mr. Pino, I don't believe, because I think the state's charges would have been different. Mr. Pino, viewing and seeing the marker, drove that boat into the marker.
that was their point in opening statement, that it would have been a murder charge, right? That's their point. So we assume that their theory is he did not see it, because if he had, they'd be charging a much different crime. And so if you assume that he just didn't see it, for whatever reason he was distracted, that doesn't prove culpable negligence, doesn't prove recklessness. That's negligence at best. You didn't see the stop sign. You ran the stop sign. Your defense, why did you run the stop sign? Because I didn't see it, Your Honor. And I ran the stop sign. 99 times out of 100, nobody gets killed when there's a stop sign run. But on the one time that someone is running the stop sign, that's plain view, the driver says he didn't see it, does not result in homicide charges. I didn't see the light. I missed it. Yes, I've been through that intersection 100 times. The light turned red. I was distracted. I went through the intersection. Someone gets killed. That is not culpable negligence. That's not recklessness. It has to be a course of conduct so wanton, so willful, so consciously indifferent to the outcome. There has to be some depravity in the mind of the operator, not just a lapse in missing the stop sign or not yielding in going into an intersection, entering I-95 and not yielding to a car that's coming and an accident happens. Because of course, once contact is made with another object, someone's going to get hurt, but that doesn't turn it into a crime. And whatever your view is about recklessness, Judge, as to culpable negligence, if McCreary, the state of Florida Supreme Court, means something, we're not quite sure what it means, it has to be even, I guess, more depravity of heart in the way that the operator was operating the vessel. So we're struggling to understand what the difference between those two standards are. So as far as manslaughter goes, the more, call it, serious charge, I don't know how the state's going to distinguish between recklessness and culpable negligence, but whatever those tests are, the state's easier argument's it's got to be recklessness, and yet we still don't have anything that the state has offered to explain other than the elision itself. They're defining recklessness as the fact that the elision occurred, but that proves too much. That's just res ipsa loquitur. That's just ordinary negligence. Thank you, Judge.
State's response?
All right, state, prima facie evidence, your standard, your burden.
The standard, Your Honor, is that no rational trier of fact could find that the state of Florida met the elements of these two offenses beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Moreover, at this stage in the trial, the court has to give every inference in favor to the state. The state submits, we have submitted competent and substantial evidence that a rational trier of fact could in fact use to find the state has met the elements. Number one, as to vessel homicide, that George Pino operated his vessel in a reckless manner likely to cause the death of or great bodily harm to another person, and 2, that his reckless operation of the vessel caused or contributed to the cause of death of Lucy Fernandez. I don't need to instruct the court, obviously, on what the definition of recklessness is. But
willful and wanton disregard.
Yes.
Right, for the safety of persons.
Intentional, knowing, or purposeful is willful.
Okay.
So to the extent that Your Honor now has not just the evidence from the state's traverse for the sworn motion to dismiss that was filed pre-trial, but now the court has heard actual evidence to show that this defendant changed course of direction that placed him on a complete collision course with channel marker 15. That is
Are they saying he did it on purpose?
an intentional, knowing, and purposeful act. Not that he is intentionally and purposefully going to try to run into the channel marker, but that he's the one at the helm dictating what the speed of that vessel will be and what the heading of that vessel will be. To the extent that wanton means conscious and intentional difference to consequences, and with the knowledge that damage is likely to be done to persons or property, we have that as well, Your Honor. The evidence is clear and unrebutted that this defendant, by his own words, by the words from his GPS device, and from the words of other witnesses, this man knows that body of water very well. He's been through that channel a multiple number of times. On top of that, Judge, he's gone past specifically channel marker 15 numerous times. So if you know where that channel marker is, and you nevertheless decide to pursue a course in your vessel that puts you on a collision course with it, and which I know Your Honor was not in a position to see all the video footage, which of course is available to the court. But when Mr. Albert was on the stand, I would stop, pause those videos to show that way before even where that final track mark is, channel marker 15 is clearly visible. The sun wasn't in the defendant's eyes as he's heading toward the east, and the sun would be setting in the west. There's no evidence that there's anything to obstruct his view. What there is evidence of is that this defendant either was driving blindfolded, looking somewhere else other than where he was supposed to go, because he had 9 seconds plus to say, oh my goodness, I need to change course.
Well, is that the level of wantonness and willfulness that defines the actions as reckless?
Yes, because
versus ordinary negligence.
This is way more, Judge. This isn't, oops, I ran a stop sign. This is, I see a stop sign in the road in front of me and I'm going to run right into it. This isn't a momentary lapse of reason. This is a course of conduct.
She can't decide whether she wants to argue that it was intentional or not. It's like she was insulted and sitting there simmering while the judge was asking questions of the defense with the, oh, you know, it seems to be the theory, because the judge said, I don't have evidence in front of me that suggests that Mr. Pino was viewing and seeing the marker and then decided to drive into that marker. And the defense attorney was like, yeah, according to their openings, we can assume that their theory is that he did not see the channel marker. And the judge was like, right, or they would have charged murder. And twice now, this is the second time that we just saw, but a few seconds ago, she also, Laura Adams, was like, it's not like he intentionally steered into the channel marker, but he did everything else that got him there intentionally. And then now she just reversed course and just said, it's like seeing a stop sign and deciding to drive right into it. So she tried to walk back from what the judge was getting at during her questions to the defense, but then she went right back to what the judge was getting at. I miss the chat. I miss the chat. Listen to this.
The actions as reckless.
Yes, because
versus ordinary negligence.
This is way more, Judge. This isn't, oops, I ran a stop sign. This is, I see a stop sign in the road in front of me and I'm going to run right into it. This isn't a momentary lapse of reason. This is a course of conduct that anyone, especially someone with his level of boating experience, would know. If you run into a stationary steel pole that is in the bay for the purpose of keeping you safe that has a day glow green marker, and you just run into it when it's right in front of you in broad daylight. How is that possible? Other than, as I said in my opening statement, you're checked out, you're zoned out. I don't know what was going on. The defense has done an admirable job defending the defendant against a charge of boating under the influence manslaughter. But I've never charged him with that offense. I've never said that he was impaired. He's the one that put into issue that he had been drinking alcohol, and that was corroborated by his wife and by two other witnesses, Mr. Fernandez as well as Carolina Monterey. So the fact that he had alcohol in his system is clearly an issue that goes along with the knowledge of this location.
Well, do you think that that establishes a failure to use ordinary care? In other words, I asked the state, what evidence have you presented to establish that Mr. Pino exhibited a failure to use, beyond a failure to use ordinary care?
If the court thinks that the only thing ordinary...
That's negligence. That's
If the court believes that running for 9 seconds right into a channel marker that's clearly and highly visible in broad daylight at this...
What were the efforts to avoid? Was that the last one there from the GPS data?
There was no effort to avoid until like a second before impact, when I guess he finally snaps to it and it's like, oh my goodness. And that's why we have that one last track mark. But at the rate of speed that he was traveling with the weight of all those passengers on that vessel is not agile to the point where it can not hit that channel marker. He put into play a series of events that led to him striking that channel marker. And it's not res ipsa loquitur. The fact that he ran into it in and of itself, of course, is not proof that he was reckless. But we don't have just res ipsa loquitur. We have GPS. We have testimony about his knowledge of that location. We have testimony about the weight added to his vessel.
Well, there have to be certain willful decisions, right?
And how about a willful decision not to course correct when you see that you have a deadly channel marker ahead of you?
just
If
argued
you
he
don't
did.
course correct.
You just said
Inaction
he did.
in this situation was the action.
That's what I get. Because would that be, in terms of evidence, the evidence of failure to act,
It's just that 1 second.
cause the conduct or lack of conduct to rise to the level of something done ordinarily?
Absolutely. And Judge, I would strongly urge the court, because of unfortunately the makeup and the design of this courtroom, it's impossible for the court to see.
No, I can see it.
On the screen? Oh, from the mirror, Your Honor could see it? Okay. I take that back, sorry. That being said then, I would think that the court can all the more appreciate that if a person has every reason in the world to see a hazard up ahead and has all the means available to avoid that, and that person doesn't take any action, then that person is choosing a course of conduct that is going to likely result in death or serious bodily injury. And that is wanton. So have I established with competent substantial evidence that the defendant was reckless because he was willful and wanton? Yes, but the crime of vessel homicide requires the state only to prove that he was willful or wanton. I submit the evidence shows both. And as to the charge of manslaughter, the state charged the defendant with manslaughter under 2 theories. Yes, one of those theories is culpable negligence, which, yes, we know from case law is considered a higher burden of proof than even recklessness.
Well, isn't that interesting, because isn't that the lesser for the vessel homicide?
The opposite, vessel homicide.
Vessel homicide being the lesser of the manslaughter.
It can be, yes, depending on how the charges are pled. In this particular case, the state chose to charge the defendant with each of those offenses separately. And it's my intention to argue to the jurors that yes, this evidence is competent, substantial to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted recklessly. However, I am willing and prepared to go the extra step and say, but not only was it reckless, it also rises to the level of, and this is where I get to the point of the way that the state charged the defendant with manslaughter. I charged him with manslaughter by causing the death of Lucy Fernandez through his own culpable negligence, but I also charged him with manslaughter by intentionally committing an act or acts that caused the death of Miss Fernandez. And here, the act or acts was his decision to continue to plow forward as fast as that vessel could go, given the weight that was on that vessel, headlong into a channel marker that he knew was there, with a boat full of 17-year-olds, many of whom had been engaged in consumption of alcohol, so that if, heaven forbid, there's an emergency, their ability to react to it is going to be less, which, in addition, that none of them are wearing life jackets.
You know, you come back to that.
In part because it seemed that the court understood that recklessness is not just the way that you drive your boat, it's all of the factors taken into account.
Well, again, not just the way you drive a boat, but when you talk about all of the factors, it's not a type of contributory negligence, because if the girls were drinking or not drinking, you would say, see, I don't know how the ability of the girls to respond or not respond go to the criminality, if it is, of Mr. Pino.
Because if Mr. Pino is on notice that the passengers on his vessel are going to be less able to react in an emergency, but he nevertheless places them in a position where they are going to be facing an emergency, then his decision to consciously disregard their vulnerability goes to him being A, reckless, and B, culpably negligent.
So not taking steps beforehand to prepare all of the circumstances, given all the circumstances, to prepare for a worst case scenario. To anticipate.
When you have precious cargo, when
ordinary.
you have vulnerable cargo, if a person is driving with, I don't know, 100 cartons of eggs, they're going to be a little more careful than if they're driving around with 20 cans of, vegetables. You've got to be aware of who your passengers are. And he was acutely aware of who they were, first of all, because he's known many of them for years. Second of all, because he and his wife were supplying many of them with alcohol. And third, because we can see the girls are obviously having a good time, and they've already talked about the fact that they were consuming. I'm not charging him with, providing alcohol to minors. But the fact that that did happen does go to the vulnerability of his passengers, and it means that he has a duty to keep them safe. And could he have maybe done that better by driving slower, by maybe operating his vessel on the proper side of the channel? All of those things are things that go to his culpable negligence. And the concept that...
So he becomes culpably negligent in your argument. And it's gross and flagrant, because it has to be gross and flagrant and apparent, by, for example, not supplying life vests to all girls, by not driving slower. Is that what you...
What I would say, Your Honor, is this. If there was no one on that vessel besides the defendant and his wife, and if his wife was in a life jacket, but he was traveling at this rate of speed, following this course that we know down the Cutter Bank Channel, and slammed into that channel marker, if God forbid his wife had died, he would be guilty of reckless homicide. He would be guilty of vessel homicide, because his decision to operate his vessel in that way, where it was likely that death or great bodily harm would result, was reckless. But what makes this cross that threshold from reckless into culpable negligence is the fact that the boat wasn't just with one other person. And the other people on that vessel were not wearing life jackets. The people on that vessel were minors. The people on that vessel, many of them, had been consuming alcohol. The defendant himself admits that he had been consuming alcohol. And so that's what makes this, for lack of a better term, reckless plus. And that is why the state charged him, not just with vessel homicide, but also with manslaughter. Also factoring in, forget about the navigational rules for a charge of vessel homicide. But we know what they are. The jury's heard evidence of it. The court obviously can take judicial notice of what the navigational rules are. And then when we compound that recklessness with the fact that he is obviously not keeping lookout, when we compound it with the fact that he's operating at a speed that's not safe, that he did not do anything to avoid A, the risk of a collision, or B, to avoid the collision itself, that's what places this case in the category of reckless plus. And that's why the state submits, Judge, that viewing the light most favorable to the state, this court has to deny the motion for a judgment of acquittal.
Why is she using reckless plus and not the standard terminology? Which she said at the very beginning, she's like, I'm not going to explain what culpable negligence is for the court.
It sort of sounds like she's saying that he actually did intend to run into the piling.
Yes.
Because now she's saying that he turned, went straight ahead, and he took no action as if he intended to do it. But I thought when we started this conversation, we understood that that's not what the state's theory at least was until today. Till today, the theory was he didn't see the piling. If he had, he'd be charged with murder. It sounds to me like she's now saying, well, maybe he did commit murder.
I'm not sure I interpret the argument.
Well, what is she saying? That because he'd been there before, he should have known it was there and he should have taken action to avoid it? Okay, as if he knows it's there and he's still driving in a way that is going to put everybody in harm's way with some mens rea. Up till now, I thought their theory was that he just didn't see it. Had he seen it, he obviously would not have kept going to hit it. And when he got, apparently the boat took evasive action within a second or so of striking the piling when it became clear that there was going to be a collision, an elision. So it sounds to me that they're sort of mixing the two concepts. I think that there's no evidence that, as she said, he was blindfolded. And the case law is just super clear. Let's just go to the cases, and these are the instructions that I understand you'll be giving the jury from the Esposito case. Neither carelessness nor ordinary negligence in the operation of a vessel are sufficient to sustain a conviction for vessel homicide. Simple negligence cannot by itself give rise to criminal liability. Quote, the degree of culpability required for a vehicular homicide, vessel homicide, is more than a mere failure to use ordinary care. Speed alone does not constitute reckless conduct unless the speed is shown to be grossly excessive. The presence of central nervous system depressants like alcohol in the bloodstream after the crash in and of itself is insufficient to support a finding of reckless operation of a vessel. So you see these cases continue to make clear it's just not enough even to have alcohol in your system is not enough. And here there's no evidence of impairment. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the act was not the result of momentary lapse of memory, inattention, or mistake of judgment. A finding of simple inattentiveness is woefully insufficient to state a prima facie case of reckless driving, open paren, willful and wanton driving behavior. That's State versus Esposito, a direct quote. And so you have a standard here that requires some intentional act, but not simply he intended to drive the vessel. We all understand he was intending to operate the vessel. The question is, was he intending to put his passengers in harm's way and intentionally aiming at the marker, which I thought we understood would constitute a depraved heart and could support murder if his intention was to hit the marker. And then the idea that if there's a carton of eggs on board, that somehow changes the duty of care. I think that's the analogy that the state was using. The fact that some of the passengers may be of a younger age or some are intoxicated, of course, if he hits the piling, whether you're intoxicated or not, whether you're old or young, that could cause serious injury, bodily harm, and death. So again, I think they continue to define the crime by the elision itself. And under their theory, catastrophic injury coupled with an elision equals reckless per se. That's what they're telling you. Ask the state to define a scenario where that wouldn't be the case. Elision plus catastrophic injury. That's what they're relying upon to say that when that happens, it's a crime. But that's not what the case law says, Judge. Thank you.
I will give you my decision on motions in the morning. I'll see you all in the morning at 9:30. And that's, I think, all we have for today.
Oh my God. Turning the chat on as quickly as I can. Defense Diaries, people, can you turn the Defense Diaries chat on? Oh Lord. I can't wait to wake up in the morning. I just heard someone say it's different. Oh, they're talking about it. Listen to them. I heard him say recklessness. Okay, my chat's back on, you guys. Oh, that was a loud door. I was sitting when I was there, the Deputy Vogue guy had me sit like, I don't know if my mouse is on the screen, but like there's like a bench that starts right here. I went over here. Oh wait. Hey guys, I'm on with Ali. I'm on with Ali. I have you on speaker.
No one knows what she's alleging. And her case is done.
Oh.
And the judge is still trying to figure out what the fuck she's alleging. And now she's saying he went head first into the thing knowing it was there. On purpose, basically. It's crazy. I'll let you go because I don't think people can hear me through your thing anyway.
Okay.
All right. Love you. Bye.
Guys, I still don't see chats coming through. And I don't know if it's just like me on StreamYard that can't see it. Okay, I'm gonna go into a chat on YouTube to see if I can see it. I want to hear the egg thing again. All right, so she's up here. Where's the eggs? Oh, actually, I don't know. Can I put this back up? Oh, hey, Ali. I can see the chat now. I can't put the screen back up, but I have it. I don't think I can put it back up at least. But I have her queued up. She's like yelling. Guys, you heard some of my thoughts in the middle of it because I couldn't contain myself. And I can't pull chats up on the screen, but I can read them. And so far I see hello saying, you could hear Ali, that's good. There we go, they're on the screen. Thank you. I think that's Mandy doing that. Thank you, Mandy. Everybody put some W's in the chat for Mandy and for all the mods. And then we've got Ali. Ali's popping in saying, this is insane. The judge actually should quit right now. Do you mean like quit like JOA all of it? I just don't understand how we have reckless plus. Reckless plus is not what's charged. And again, I thought it was just her I thought Laura Adams was being cutesy when she first got up and she said, oh, I'm not going to redefine culpable negligence for the court. And Judge Tinkler Mendez is like spitting out the definition. But then for the rest of her argument, she continues to say, she starts saying reckless plus. It's like she wants to invent her own term. Okay, yeah. Ali meant to say acquit, not quit. We have Artie Bay saying, prosecution keeps making it up as she goes along. We've got, let me see, I think Ali messaged me some commentary. Okay, Beth says, I think this is Venmo. So Beth on Venmo said, hey, now we always feel this way after prosecution's case. However, they didn't meet burden. An older jury knows this. Well, I'll have you know that Laura Adams said, we rest our case and we've met our burden beyond a reasonable doubt. So Miss Beth, I think Laura Adams disagrees with you. Oh my goodness. Shout out to Beth. And Beth also with it says Bob and Ali. So shout out to Beth over there on the Venmo for Defense Diaries. Guys. Yeah, so Rock says the fact that she's waiting until tomorrow means something. I mean, maybe you want to like make sure you reason it well. And I heard the defense citing case law. I didn't really hear Laura Adams go on about why the case law is wrong. The judge did ask her own questions about like, well, is that comparable? Does that only deal with somebody that was speeding? And here we don't have a speed limit, which to me I took to mean, well, if somebody was going way over the speed limit, but we don't even have a speed limit, then maybe we can't even get to that being a factor of negligence. Because we don't technically have testimony that George Pino went past a speed limit that doesn't exist. Like, I don't know how to say that any other way. All right, let's put a 1 in the chat if you think the judge is going to grant a judgment of acquittal / directed verdict, whatever you call it. 2 if you're like, nope, it's all going to the jury. So if you think she's even going to grant it in part, put a 1. If you think if you grant in full, grant in part, one or the other, put a 1 for any of it. If it's going to the jury, all of it, put a 2. Let's do a vote. I see 1. I see 1, 2 from Bray. Got lots of 1s. I see another 2. 1, 1. We're doing the 1.5. MVW splitting the baby there. A lot of 1s. A lot of 1s. Couple more 2s. I think they're going too fast for the chat on screen to catch. Mara says 2, unfortunately. Granny Debbie says, I've never seen a judge ask so many questions of the attorneys. Check out Judge McBurney in Georgia. He YouTubes his trials. Very, very inquisitive judge. With totally different demeanors and approaches, I would say, but still. Science and Sass says, I want 1, but I bet on 2. Totally understand. Living Story World says, as a matter of law, 1. 1. I don't know. I think we might get at least 1, at least maybe on that manslaughter. But I don't know. She was asking a lot of questions about even the vessel homicide. Sirach says she doesn't want a reversal, and there was a lot of case law. What was kind of interesting about the case law, and I'm like really low, all the case law was like a reversal, but a conviction first, right? Which would mean that it went to a jury. So that means all of, like, say it was 14 cases total. I don't know if they all dealt with this exact same procedural history. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that there's 14 cases that he was citing. They are all judge denied a JOA. There was a conviction, and then they were reversed because they found that the elements, it wasn't sufficient evidence as a matter of law, whatever. There's these reversals. That means the judge in all of those cases still denied a JOA, even when there were 13 other cases, or 12 other cases, or 11 other cases. So how many cases would it make for before a judge would be like, all right, look, this is just what the case law says. And maybe it's complicated by the idea that the theory of the case, to me, was this idea that it could be any number of factors. My takeaway from the state's opening was the totality of the circumstances. You might not feel that just because the girls weren't wearing life vests, that that's enough for culpable negligence. But the state's theory was, if we give you 10 things that could be something he could have done differently, and you combine them in any combination you want, jurors could find their own pathways. They could choose your own adventure to culpable negligence. You could come up with a combination that gets you to culpable negligence of any of these factors, right? That to me was their theory, that the totality of the circumstances altogether makes it negligent, which to me, culpably negligent, which to me is just the very definition of an accident. You've got things lining up in the wrong way, wrong place, wrong time. To me, that's an accident. So, yeah, Miami Dottie says, you seem to know Miami-Dade judge. And I think you're talking about this judge specifically, Marissa Tinkler. Leans defense most of the time. Sentences are on the light side. And that George Pino couldn't have gotten a better judge. Laura was solid, as you know, she always is. So I think, just based on the Antonio Brown, the way she's ruling, I think she's been fair to both sides for the pretrial stuff for the Antonio Brown hearing. However, I don't know much more of Judge Marissa Tinkler Mendez. Really, my biggest exposure for Miami-Dade cases is Courtney Clenny, who's gone through 2 different judges now. So Laura Sheeran Cruz was first one, and then Andrea Ricker Wolfson was next. All right, Gina says, by the way, Kat, aw, thank you. Thank you, Gina. That's so nice. Sorry, I just realized, I think maybe Mandy or somebody's pulling up comments on the screen, the big ones, and I've only been looking at the little chat on the side. So my bad, I'll pay attention now that I realize. Yeah, what do you guys think about let's do the next food for thought exercise. What do you think about the idea that the teenage girls means you should be driving as if you have precious cargo? Because to me, this is a judgment of acquittal. Maybe that's something you argue to a jury in closing. But this is a judgment of acquittal where you're arguing the law and the sufficiency of the evidence that you have presented on the record before you rested your case. But we're going with the emotional appeal, I feel like, when we're talking about precious cargo, because maybe she feels, somebody will relate, I drive extra careful when I have my infant in the car seat driving. You know, they think it's relatable, but I don't think it's really arguing the law for the purpose of a JOA. Bluebell, you're welcome. Bluebell says, thanks for coming back from court to come to this live. You rock. Also, happy birthday to Scout. I feel like Scout might be in the middle of a game, so I don't know if Ali and Bob could show the chats, but let's get some love in the chat for Scout. Love birthdays. I also think it's cool. Bob and Ali said all the big kids are coming out to celebrate Scout's birthday. You guys can be the big kids too if you want. We've got, let's see. Yeah, Artie Bay says it's a jury argument, not a JOA. Yeah, so someone should drive to ooh la la, love to say that name. So should someone drive 20 in a 55 if they have eggs in the car? Now every time I buy eggs and I'm coming home from the grocery store, I'm going to think of this trial. It's ruined for me. This is going to be the reason that I sign up for like a grocery delivery service. So I don't have to think about precious cargo driving with eggs. 50 cartons of eggs. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Bice, or maybe it's B, says nice sentiment, but not the law. I mean, that's how I feel. Yeah, Denise says even the girl that said boating makes her nervous has been boating at least 30 times. I mean, look, I've driven, I used to commute, I used to come home from college every week. It used to be like a 5-hour drive. Sometimes I'm still like uneasy about driving just because, I don't know, different things are going on in the road. There's a really big pothole coming up. And today when I was driving down to court, all of a sudden there's like all this white stuff flying all over. And I'm like, well, it can't be clumps of snow. At first it reminded me of, if you live further up north where you guys get snow and ice, you've probably had the wonderful opportunity to drive behind somebody that didn't brush off their car. And then there's like snow/ice chunks that suddenly break and start flying off. In my mind, at first, I thought that's what was happening because that's what it looked like. But I'm like, it's Florida. It was like styrofoam packaging that had broken up. So it was like flying in all of these chunks, like insulation that you stuff boxes with when you ship TVs and stuff, just flying all over the highway. And like all the cars are slamming on their brakes and everyone's like, luckily nothing happened, but like it caused chaos in this little piece of congestion on my way down to Miami today on I-95. And like, you don't think when you're going to get behind the wheel that there's going to be like some distraction, like styrofoam flying everywhere. And I ran over a piece. It was so loud. It was scary sounding. We've got, sorry, I just missed the comment that you pulled up. Aaron Hack says that's a normal Tuesday in Minnesota. Minnesota. Let's see. Dreamscape says Lucy's parents absolutely support these charges. I think so too. I mean, I think we saw Laura Adams going and chatting with them when the defense took the break to go prepare to argue the directed verdict or the judgment of acquittal. They were chatting with each other. So I really do think that this is personal for Laura Adams. Yeah, who says, don't you know? Also, let me double check. Ali and Bob, I know you guys are busy, but if you do have anything else you'd like me to read. Oh, wait, so by putting a comment on the screen, it was moving my picture so I wasn't cut off? That's so funny. Oh, goodness. I will be checking the docket. Guys, she told the jury to come back at 9:30. There's a hearing for another case in front of Judge Marissa Tinkler Mendez at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Again, this is Florida. This is all East Coast times. Ali and Bob are on Central. So I'm egocentric, guys. I'm bad with time zones. When I say what time, I mean East Coast all the time. So jury is told to be back at 9:30. I don't know if the judge will get right on the bench, but I guess we will all start at 9:30, the same time court's supposed to start tomorrow. And if there is downtime, or we can just pause even if court starts on time, if there's a filing already hitting the docket before court starts up, we'll of course go live and tell you the decision and read through it with you guys, especially with Bob and Ali on board to opine on the legal side of things. Yeah, Sharon here says, thank you, Bob and Ali. Big thank you. And thank you so much for holding it down today. Sorry I didn't stay, and I was going to like observe, try to do jury reactions. But when the hearing I was observing ended early, I realized I could probably get back in time to relieve Bob and Ali. So I figured that was a good play call. Other than that, guys, any final thoughts on today? I miss Bob and Ali a lot. I can hear an Ali rant in my mind. Final predictions. I see James coming in with a 1 from earlier. Let's see. Tina says, thanks for the hustle. Listen, I was afraid that there wouldn't be... There was a hearing 2 weeks ago in the case I was observing. It's Rashawn Jones. I think the prosecutor and judge in that case are so unlikable. I can't stand any of the three of them. And I think if there's ever a case where a prosecutor is batting, if a judge is batting for a prosecution team, it's the Rashawn Jones case, and it's driving me up a wall. But that's where I was today, because the previous hearing, I had an issue. They wouldn't let me into the Zoom. They completely ended the Zoom for one of his hearings. Then I went in person and no media was there. And then this week the media actually went and people were able to observe in the Zoom. Sirach actually went and made sure. So it seemed like there was some accessibility today, and I can only imagine that it might be because the judge kind of knew the state was going to argue some things that could look bad for the defense. So that's why I went down there. I might go back on Wednesday, but I don't think so, because I think media will go, because it's going to be a follow-up to today. But between now and then, I might decide to go back down to the courthouse on Wednesday. And if I do, I will plan to stay and I will watch. I assume the defense will still be putting on a case in chief, because it does seem like they have several witnesses to call. But if they are, and that happens Wednesday, if you guys want me to go and watch jury expressions and reactions, let me know, because that might influence my decision to go in person. So Science and Sass says it's a 3-hour drive. Well, look, it's supposed to be. It took me 4.5 to get there, just over 4.5 to get there, and about 3 to get back, because there were like a million. Like I said, going down there, I saw a dead alligator on the side of the road. I've never seen that as roadkill before. There was a styrofoam flying all over. There were all these different accidents causing congestion on the way down. So, Living Story World says stay home. So we'll see. We'll see. Guys, I think we're going to wrap it up. I've been up since 4 in the morning, and I'm really very tired. Normally, I would have more to go on about. But looking forward to starting bright and early, 9:30 Eastern tomorrow. That would be 8:30 Central, as long as, if Bob and Ali need to sleep a little bit longer, I'll hold it down in the beginning, of course. But looking forward to reuniting with them, getting our collab panel going again, hearing their thoughts on these arguments. And what if now that we've heard these closings, these arguments for JOA, Laura Adams takes a totally different approach again during her closing argument. And I know it's 2 different approaches, right? But she did put on the record that she explained the state has 2 different theories of prosecution. And to me, that's now on the record. So if the defense needs to take an appeal up, if there's a conviction, and they want to argue with what she's explicitly stated was the possible theories of the case, they've locked themselves in. I don't think her theories are necessarily clear or well articulated, but she did specify that, hey, we charge this under 2 theories, and then went on to explain them. And I feel like that locks her in, that constrains her a bit, possibly, if an appeal is necessary. So, but besides that, that's one thing. I think we might see something totally different in closings. We're going to see the poster of Lucy, and I get it. It's so sad that Lucy lost her life. But do we need to Vanna White a glossed up, blown up picture of the victim around every time we have a witness on the stand and go, do you recognize who this is? Oh, it's Lucy? And then go in front of the jury to everybody. So I'm who knows what's in store for the defense case in chief. We'll get to watch Laura Adams do cross-examination with the defense's witnesses. I'm sure that will be a time. I'm sure you guys will love that. And yeah. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you guys again for, embracing me as a host in the absence of Bob and Ali. Bob and Ali are listening. Thank you guys for holding it down. And looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. I think Mandy's going to walk us off.